Hey, meet Finora, an AI-powered financial SaaS platform which we'll be building step by step in this video. Finora is built using Node.js, React, MongoDB, Gemini AI, Async, Cloudinary, and so much more, packed with powerful features like AI receipt scanning, recurring transaction using Cron Job, monthly report automatically emailed to user, CSV imports, analytics and charts using MongoDB aggregate pipeline, filters and pagination, bulk deletes, and a lot more, plus a clean and responsive user interface. But wait, that's not all. We also created an extended version that takes Finara to the next level, a complete free trial model added with the ability to switch between monthly and yearly plan, plus a full subscription management, all powered by Stripe. Link in the description. Before you do, make sure you like, subscribe, share this video to support the channel. Now let's dive into the demo. So here we either sign up or we log in. So you can log into your account, and once you log into the account, you'll be brought to this beautiful overview page where we have the available balance, the total income, total expense, saving rate, and the percent changes and expense ratio for the last 30 days. We also have the chart that displays the income and expense, and also the number of income and number of expenses for the last 30 days. We also have the expense breakdown that shows the total expenses and the top categories with their percentage and total amounts for the last 30 days. So we can also filter this to all time, and this will filter the data and show us all time data we have in the application. Once you scroll down, we have the recent transaction that shows only 10 recent transactions. We can click on the view all to take us to the all transaction page where we can add a new transaction, where we have the option to scan a receipt or type in the transaction manually. We can select a receipt here. I'll choose a file. And once I select the receipt, this will use the AI model to scan the receipt and extract the data and populate it into the field. So, and now we successfully scan the receipt. Now we have the title amount. I will change the date from this to 29th of this month. And then once I'm done, I'll click on, we have the option of setting this to recurring transaction. Once you check, you have the option to select daily, weekly, and monthly. And this will use a cron job to recreate this transaction in the next occurrence. So I'm going to pick daily. And once I save, this will save this data and show it in our all transaction page where we can see the uh, next occurrence and which is the next day. So once we have this, we have the option to search this. We can search for um, a transaction, and this will filter this and get the transaction data here. Then we have the option to select type to income, and we can set this to income. We can click here to reset this, and this will clear all the data. We have the option to set filter by recurring or not recurring. And once we clear, we can reset this. We can also duplicate transaction here. I can click this option to duplicate this transaction. And once I duplicate this transaction, we can see the transaction duplicate shown here. So we can also delete this transaction by our edits. So I'm going to click on edit. And once we click on edit, we can't actually scan when we are editing the transaction. I can remove the duplicates from the front of the transaction from the title, and I'm going to click on updates, and this will update the transaction for us. Then we can also have the option to delete a transaction. And once I click on delete, this should delete the transaction. We have the option to select multiple bulk delete. We can select multiple deletes and click on the delete button, and this should delete the 4 top transactions shown here. We also have the option for, we can see we have pagination below here. We can filter by 30 transaction, and this will filter this, and we can click on the next and previous here. So once we scroll up, you have the option to import CSV file. So I'm going to click on the bulk import, and here I'll be able to select a file. So once I select a file, this will pierce the file and show the CSV columns here. And in this place, we map each column to a specific transaction field. Here we can map the title to title, we can map the type to type, we can map the amount to amount, and we have validation attached to it. So user can import any files that does not meet the requirement. So here amount, I will change this to date so we can see the validation in place. I will just quickly select this to category, description to description, date field, I'll pick amount, then payment method, I'll just pick payment method. And once I click on continue, we can see the transaction file here, the map and the transaction data we have, the total amount of rows we have, and there is a limit we have. So if I click on confirm import, we can see this is showing the issue found in the rows. Then if I open the rows, we can see amount must be a number. So this is specifying also, we can see dates, invalid dates. So I can go over back and then change this back to amount. So click on the skip, and then if I click on skip here, I can go over to date and just select date. Then I'll click on this option here and select amount. And then once I click on continue and click on confirm import, this will import the files inside, and we can see the data has been added to our all transaction. We have reports. You can go over to reports, and this will show all the reports sent to the user using the Cron Job. And here is the monthly report sent to the user email that shows the top spending and insights. Have the option here to set to toggle off the monthly report to deactivate it and click on save, or to activate it. If you deactivate it, monthly report will to be sent. We also have the settings page where we can update our account. You can change this the account name, or you can change it to Tech with ES, and this will update the user. Also, the profile image. We also have the appearance where we can change the application from light mode to dark mode. And once you click on update preferences, this will change the application to dark mode. So if you go back to settings, we have the billing section where we see the billing, the subscription and billing of the user. So here, this user has 2 days trial left because we're using the free trial model in this project. So if you click up here too, we can also see the free trial 2 days left. And once this reaches the expired date, which is maximum of 7 days, once it reaches the seventh day, this will change to expired. So we have the pro plan, which we have monthly and yearly plan. So to review this in action, I'm going to log out from this user and sign in with the user that already has an expired uh, free trial. So I'm going to try and log in with a user here. And once I log in, this should take me to the billing section because this user has already expired his transaction in free trial. And here you can see your trial has expired. And if I try to click on home overview, nowhere is clicking, even the account or appearance. You can't click anywhere unless you upgrade. So I'm going to click on upgrade. And once I upgrade, this will take me to direct us to Stripe checkout page where I'll fill in my card details here, and I'm going to pick, and I'm going to click on subscribe. And this is going to trigger our webhook, which will listen to Stripe events, and this will update our application. And another time you should see you have subscribed to the pro plan. And here you can see pro plan, your current you are currently on the monthly plan. How this is great. So a user can be able to navigate to the report section, transaction section, and also to the settings page. Also in the billing section, we have the option to switch between different plans. Once I click on switch to yearly, and this Stripe will handle the switching from monthly to yearly, and in no time you see our page has been refreshed, and then you are currently on the yearly plan. So I have my VS Code open with my project. So I have 2 folders here called one backend, the other one is called client. So just go to these 2 folders. So I'm going to navigated into the backend folder, and you can see the path here backend. So let's just initialize npm. So I'll do npm init -y, and this should initialize npm and create a package.json for us. So then I'm going to install all the packages we're going to use. I'm going to store them. So I'm going to clear the terminal, and let me just drag the terminal up so you can see the versions I'm using. So I'm going to just paste it here, and we can see we have Azure's Bcrypt, Google Gemini, Express Helmet, Mongoose, Mortar, and some others. You can go through them. I'm going to click on enter, and this should install all the packages we're going to use. So I'm going to wait for this to install. Then we're going to install the dev dependency. So let's wait for this to install. So that has installed. So let me install the package.json. I mean the dev dependency. So I'm going to just paste that here, and we can look at it. Which have the bcrypt type, the user type, the cause, the .env, express, mongoose, mortal type, node cron, passport, and others. So I'm just going to click on enter. and this is going to install the dev dependency for us. And once that is completed, we are going to initialize TypeScript because we're going to be using TypeScript in the project. So I'm going to initialize TypeScript. So let's wait for this to install. So this has completely installed. If we go into our package you're using, we can see all of the um, package, all of the dependency on the package you're using. So let's initialize TypeScript here. So we've already installed TypeScript. If you see, we have TypeScript in our dev dependency. So what we're going to do, we're going to use, make sure to install TX in globally. So I'm going to use the npx tsc init, and this should create a CS config for me. And we can see that here. So I'm just going to go close this, and let's go ahead and modify this. I'm going to just change this to AS 2021. Let me close this. We're going to look for the root directory. We can see root directories here. So look at root directory. So we can enable root directory. And we're going to be using the SRC folder. Then we have the this out directory. So let's just find that here. And we can see that here, the out directory. Okay, this is the out file. So we should look for the out directory here. Yeah, I can see it here. So I'm just going to remove the comments. I'm going to change this to this. Then save that. So we're done with that. Let's just go up, scroll down. We have the street and we have other. So below here, I'm just going to paste in the include SLTS and also the type. We're going to create a folder and exclude all of these. So let's save that. So since we are modifying the TS config, we can also go up and set up the script to use the TypeScript. I can remove this and let's set this to dev. And then we have start. This is going to be Node.js. Then let's just put the build here. So for the dev, we're going to use the TX node dev. If you look at the package JSON, if you scroll down, we can see that we installed TS node dev, which act as node 1 if you are using Node.js, the default Node.js. Yes, if you're not using TypeScript. So I'm just going to paste that here. Then we're going to use dash dash files, and then we're going to specify the path. So this is going to be src index.tx, which we're going to create very soon. So for the build, we are going to have we're going to run this tsc. Then we're going to copy the package JSON. So I'm going to just say and cp package JSON. Then I'm going to, let me just remove this. And inside the this folder, yeah. So I copy the package JSON inside the this folder. And this is going to run the term after it's built this run the build. This is going to start the server in the dit folder. So that is it. So let's just save this. So let's go ahead and create the source directory inside the backend. So I'm going to say src, and then I'm going to create in the folders like the controller service, and which I'm going to quickly do that. So I've quickly created the folders. You can pause the video and create them. So this is just an empty folder. So we have the types, config, controllers, Cron, enums, middleware, model, route, service, utils, validators, and then index or TS, which is empty. So inside the where we have the root directory, the package JSON, let's just create the .env inside there, and I'm going to just create the env we are going to use. We have the port 8000 node env, Mongo URI, and JWT security expiring in, and JWT refresh secrets. JWT expired in 7 days. We have all of this. So let me just remove this. So let me just leave it there. So let's just save it and let's go ahead and create the get env. We're going to create a function called get env.tx. So this function is going to handle the getting the env, then throw an error if it's not been set. So I'm going to just say constant get env, which is equals to this. Then we're going to have the key and the default value, which is string, and this is going to return a string. So let me just close this. Then we're going to close this. Then we're going to get the like this. We're going to get a constant value from progress.env with the key. Then we're going to say if value is equals to undefined, then we do this. So we can just set you can throw the error if default value is equals to undefined, then we throw the error, else we just return the default value or we just return the value. This work. So now let's go ahead and then create inside the config, we're going to create the env config. You can put it inside the config or inside the utils anywhere. But I'll create inside the config. So I'll call this env.config.tx. So let's create an object where we will return the env. So I'm going to say constant env config. This is going to be equals going to be a function. So I'm going to just return. I want to just return this like this. Then inside here we are going to sorry, not like this. We're going to return an object. So we're going to say node env underscore env. So I want to get the node env from the env. So I'm just going to say node env, and then we're going to make use of the function called get env. So make sure to import that. So let me check if I'm correct. So get env. Okay, I didn't export it, so let me export this. So make sure to export that and let's import this. And once you import this, just you can type in the node env and set default to development. So I'm going to just quickly paste the other ones. So I'm just going to paste that. So we have the port and the default value for the port is 1000 base parts API, Mongo URI. You can see Mongo URI here. I'll just remove the default here. Then JWT secret and the default, then also the expiry refresh secret and the refresh JWT refresh expire in Gemini API and Frontend origin. So with this, we can be able to make use of the env. So just come down below here and let's export constant env is equals to we can call the function here. So let me just update this constant like this, and this should work right. So we can make sure we can use the env here. So let's also create another config which will hold the HTTP status. So I'm going to http dot config.ts. You can call it HTTP status. So this is going to be a human readable way of writing the status code. So I'm going to just also return an object here. So I'm going to say constant HTTP config. This should be HTTP status. You can also add status here if you want. So I just leave it like that. So I'm just going to say this is equals to let's return the object, and here we can just simply write okay, which is status 200. just like that, and you write for the remaining one, which I'm just going to paste it. So we have created, accepted, no content, and some other ones you can add here. Then we have the type. So I'm just going to export, first of all, export the object, which is, I'm going to call it HTTP h HTTP status. It's going to be equals to the object. Yes. Then we need to also export the type, which is going to be HTTP, sorry, HTTP status code. Let me just say HTTP type like this, or code type. It's going to be equals to, we're going to say type of HTTP status, then key of HTTP status. So if you hover over this, you can see that it's the number. So it's using the value there. So once you save that, then we also have some config we need to create. So I'm not going to create that inside the config. I'm going to create that inside the enum. So this is called error code. Error code is optional. It's not required, but if you want to use it, we're going to use it when we are creating our custom errors for you to just add it to the response. So I'm going to create a file here. So I'm going to call this error error code dot enum dot tx. Then inside, so let's try to export constant, which is going to, we're going to call this error code enum. So we're going to just create an enum for this. Let's just put as constant here. Then inside here, we can just have some error code like SS unauthorized, not found. So we can have, let me just complete this. Sorry, authorized, yeah. Then we can just make use of this inside this, yeah, let me just copy that and paste it here. So just like this, and we can just use and point to an access unauthorized. We can have for other ones, which I'm going to just quickly um paste here, which is port user not found, port email already exists, and stuff like that. Yeah. So I'm just going to we're going to export this, and also we're going to, okay, we've already exported this. So let's just create the type, export the type. I mean, so I'm going to say export type error error code enum type, which is going to be equals to the key of type of enum error code enum. So let's go into the index.tx and let's set up the index.tx, the Express server. So I'm going to import .env. So if you go into package.json, we saw that we've installed .env, Express, and some other packages. So I'm going to just import this there. .env config. Then we're going to import Express, and then we're going to import cursor and stuff. So let me just scroll down here. And since we have imported Express, so I'm going to say constant app is equals to Express. Then we're going to have the constant base, and what's called a base path, which is going to be equals to, we're going to import env dot. So let's import this from config env config dot base path. So we can leave it like this, or I'll just remove this entire part like this. So below here, we're going to have the middleware, which is the app.use express.json. Then we're going to have the express.url encoded as true. Then we are going to also have the cursor. So I'm going to just say app.use, which is we're going to open this, and then we're going to say cursor. So let's import cursor. So let me import it from the top here. So import cursor course from course, and then we can just say course. I'm going to just open this. We're going to set origin to env dot frontend origin. We're going to set credential to true. So then below here, we're going to set up our API a single route. So I'm going to say app.get, which is going to be slash, and then we're going to have the request, response, and also the next function, which is of type next function. Then here we're going to just say response dot status, and we're going to make use of the HTTP status which we have in the config. So I'm going to just say HTTP status dot OK, and then I'm going to just say message, sorry, message uh, hello, I subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel, and that is it. And then we are going to just let me just close this. Let's save this. So then below here we are going to have the app listing, which is going to be um env port. Then I'm going to just say console.log server running port port 8000, which we are using. And I'm going to also put in here in development mode. So this is okay like this. So we can test the server. So I'm just going to open my terminal and go into the terminal. Then I'm going to just put npm. So let's run npm. So let's navigate into the backend folder. So I'm going to say npm run dev. And if you go into the package you're just seeing, you can see we've already set up the script. So this will run. So I'm going to say npm run dev, and we should wait for this to run. And immediately this should run, and we should see the server running on 8000. So if I open the browser and just go to localhost 8000, and we can see hello, subscribe to the channel. So this is working. So let's go ahead and work on the error handler. So let's go ahead and work on the error handler. So I'm going to go into my index.tx, and error handler will be the middleware that handles all error catches or error in the app, and which is going to be the last middleware before the app listing. So this is going to be um, app.use, and I'm going to call this error handler. So let me just use error handler, and then we need to create a middleware. So to create a middleware, we're going to go into our middleware folder and let's create a file. So I'm going to create a file here, error handler dot middleware dot tx. Then inside here, we're going to have a simple function that uses errors. So I'm going to say export constant error handler, and we're going to get the error request, response, and next. And let me just close this. Then here we're going to have a type. So error, we're going to get the error error request handler from Express. So error requests from Express, and you see the error has stopped. So yeah, we're just going to, let's just console log error occurred. We can just say error occurred in, let's just put the parts so we know where the parts occur. So say on parts, and we just have a request part here. So below here we can have we're just going to return an internal server error. So I'm going to just paste this here, and let me just remove this. And what you do, let's just import this. So import the HTTP status, and here to get error, we can just let's just change this to error here, and that should stop. So now we have the error handler here, and we notice that it's throwing some error here. So the error is coming from TypeScript. It's TypeScript error. So let's add any at the end of this, and let's save this, and this should stop. So I'm going to just copy this error handler. Oh, we've already written it. So let's go into the index.txt and let's import this. And once we import this, to test this out, I'm going to come in this route here, and I'm going to throw an error. So I'm going to say throw new error. Let's just say test error. So I'm going to just save that, and then open our Postman. So I'm going to log into my Postman. So I've put my Postman. So I'm going to try to hit the localhost 8000. So make sure the server is running, which is actually running. So I'm going to click on send, and let's see if this will catch the error. And we can see internal server error, and we can see internal server error. This is a test error. So I think let me go over to the error handler and let's look at this. Okay, I think this is a problem. So let me just change this to message. And yeah, or let's leave it like that, or just leave it like this. So we just have message saying internal server error, and the error is the error message which we passed down here. So we can see why we need the error handler. So that is it for the error handler. So we are going to implement the async handler. But before the async handler, we need to handle our custom error exception, HTTP exception. So just similar way we set this error here, we want to write a custom way to pass down the error message and also the status. So once we try to use this in any of the routes which we're going to create, it's going to always fall back to 500 internal server error HTTP status. We want to have a way to add our custom HTTP status too, and also the custom messages. So to do that, I'm going to go into the utils and let's create the app error. So let's just create app error here, app say dash error.txt. So inside we're going to use the class and we're going to extend it from the error we already used before. So let's just say export class app error extend from error. And here we're going to have the status code and the error code. So I'm going to say public status code, which is going to be of type HTTP. Remember, we added the HTTP. If I search for HTTP, okay, you can see HTTP status here. Remember, we set the type here. So I'm going to copy this and just paste it here. And let me just quickly import this from the HTTP status config. So then we're going to also have the error code, which is optional. I'm just going to say error code, and I'm going to set this to optional. And this we have the status of error code. So I can just quickly go to error code enum and just copy the type, and then come back here and just paste it. And let me import it here. Now once we're done with this, we need to create a constructor. So I'm going to say constructor And inside the constructor, we're going to pass in the message, which is type of string, the status code, which is HTTP. We're going to say default. I'm going to remove this and just set this to it's going to be equals to HTTP internal server error like this. And then we are going to have the error code, which is of type this here. Then I'm going to just open this, and then we're going to have the super is and let me just remove this, and we're going to just have error capture stack trace this and yeah. So this is how we're going to set this. So we are done with this. We've already created a custom app error, a custom error which takes in the message, status code, and the error code. Now we need to create the exceptions. So I'm going to create some custom exception which we can reuse, and instead of using the app error directly in the app, we'll use this custom I call them exceptions, which is an extension which we're going to make use of the app error. So we are going to have the not found exception of not found exception. I'm just going to paste that here. And not found exception is going to extend from app error, and it's going to have the constructor, which is this, and we're going to pass in the message. So I'm going to just put the default message there and the error code. So for the not found exception, we are just only passing the message and the error code. Since we are not found, we are going to set the fixed HTTP status, which is not found, which is a status 404. So I'm going to import this error code from the enum. We are setting is if the user does not pass error code, we just specify a default error code. So that is it for the not found there. We can also have the bad request internal server error, which I'm going. So I've pasted them here. You can see the bad request, which is similar to what we have here. We have the unauthorized, which is HTTP status unauthorized, access unauthorized, which is the error code which we specify here. You can see the error code here. We have the internal server error, and then these are just fixed and they are just only requesting for message and error code. But if you want to make require all of them, both the status code and the error code and this message, we can have a custom HTTP exception, which is this, and the user will be able to pass all of them like this. So that is it for the app error. So I'm just going to copy the bad request, and let's go into index.txt, and let's just change this to bad request, and let's import this. And once we save that, and let's let the server to run. So server is running, so I'm just going to go into my postman here, and let's try to repeat this. And it should give us 500 internal server error. So we need to find a way to catch this error. So let's go into the error handler. And inside the error handler, we need to catch the app error here. To do that, we're going to use an if check. And we're going to say if the error of instance or instead of instance of error, we're going to remove this instance of app error. And let's import this. Then we are going to return let's return response status error status code, and then we're going to just let me just close this, and then let me just close this. So now you can see that there it's also we also forgot the error code here. So now this is it. So if we check this now, the server is still running, and if I click on send, and we can see 400 bad requests with the validation error, I think because I didn't add any error code. So now let's work on the async handler. So to handle async handler, and why do we need it, is if we try to create an async route and we throw an error, it's unable to error handler is unable to catch the error. So unless we wrap this in a try or catch. So once we wrap this in a try or catch and pass this here inside here, Then the error is being sent back. I'll just convert this to async, and then the error is passed down to the error handler. So instead of writing this repeatedly, repeating the same try or catch in all the routes we're going to create a controller, we're going to create a single middleware which we are going to call async handler. So let's go into middleware and let's create a file. So I'm going to say async handler dot middleware dot tx, and then inside here we're going to set the type first. We're going to call this type async controller type. So like this, and let's import all of this from Express. So I'm just going to import next function. I'm going to import the request uh, response. So now here we're going to say export constant async like this. So we're going to also set the type, the response type, the return type to async controller type, and then we're going to return async. Let's say let's pass the response, and next like this. Then inside here we're going to have the try or catch, and then we're going to pass down the error. So I'm just going to copy the async handler, and let's go over to index.tx, and instead of wrapping this, we're just going to wrap this like this. Let's wrap, and we're going to just have it. So let me just import the async handler from the middleware, and I'll just remove this. And I think I need to add async here like this. So this is okay. So I think that is it for the async handler. And we're going to use this in controllers we're going to create. So let's move on to the database setup. So go to Google and search for MongoDB Atlas and click on the first link. And once you click on it, you'll be asked to sign up or sign in. So I've already signed in into my account. So once you are here, just click on this list of projects, and let's go to view all projects. So you can go to view all project, or you can quickly create a new project. So I'm going to click on create a new project. So once I click on create a new project, this will bring me to this page. So I'm going to give this a new project. I'm going to call this Finora AI, and then you can add tag, which is optional. So I'm going to click on next, and this should create the project. So I'm going to specify members, or just click on create a project, create the project, and it should redirect us to the project page. And then let's create a cluster. So I'm going to click on create a cluster, and there we need to give it a cosine. So let's select the free version. So leave it as in cluster 0, leave everything the same, and just click on create deployment. And there you're going to, and this should create a cluster for us. Then make sure to copy the password here and click on choose. Okay, let's click on create database user, and then choose a connection method, and let's select MongoDB for VS Code, and this is provisioning, so I'm just going to cancel this when it is done. So let's go down to, okay, it's already done. You can click on connect, and then if you click on MongoDB for VS Code, you can see the connection string. So I'm just going to close that first, and let's go into the network access, and I'm going to set my to accept the IP address for any location. So I'm just going to click on add new address, IP address, and I'm going to say allow from anywhere, and click on confirm, and this should uh, include that. So I'm just going to go back to clusters, and let me click on connect. And then I'm going to copy the MongoDB VS Code, MongoDB for VS Code. I'm going to copy this. And then that is all. So let me go back to my code. So I'm just going to go back and I'm going to go into my env and let me paste this inside. So I will go into my env and let me just paste this inside here. Then for the password, I'm just going to remove this and let me paste the password which I copied before. So I'm going to just paste this and then save this. Now we've set up our MongoDB URL. Let's create a config to connect our database. So I think we also have it inside the env config already. Yeah. So let's just create a database config .config.txt. And inside here, we're going to set up database config. But before we go, let's go into the env back, and we forgot to add the database name. So I'm just going to call this financial app DB, and I'm going to add retry write to and this. So just save this. And let me go back into the database config. I'm going to create a function constant connect database, and I'm going to say async. And we're going to use try and catch here. So yeah, I'm going to say await and make sure to import mongoose. So let me import mongoose at the top here. And let me just remove this. And this will have .connect. And I'm going to get the env from env config.mongo URI. And then we can also add some parts here. We can say server, you can pass server section, so server selection, timeout. You can increase it to 5,000, 8,000. You can also add the socket and timeout to, and we can also have the connection timeout. Sorry, the connect timeout to let's increase this to like this. You can save that and then let's just add a console here, a log, and let's say console log MongoDB MongoDB connected. Or let me change the message to connected to MongoDB. Then the error, we're going to also have, let's just say, a process exists. And then we're going to also have a log saying error connected to MongoDB database. So save that and let's copy this. So let's first of all export this export default connect database. So save this and let's go into the index.txt and let's add it to, let me add it here. And let's also change it, add async here. I'm going to also add await. And let's call this, let's import this and save this and let's see if we are going to connect to our database and the server is still running. And we should be able to see, yeah, we connected to MongoDB database. So we are done with it. So let's move on to creating our models. So let's go ahead and work on the models. So I'm going to close down my terminal and let's go into models. And let's first of all create a user model. So I'm going to say user.model.txt. And there we're going to import Mongoose. So I'm going to let's say export interface. Let's create the type for the user documents. I'm going to extend that from documents, and let's import documents here from Mongoose. So once you import that, we have the name, which is of type string, email, the user email of type string, password of type string, and then we have picture, profile picture, uh, profile picture, which is let's make this no or no. Then we're going to have created at dates and updated at dates. Then we're also going to implement our function method. We're going to call compare password, which is going to be compare password, or I just call it value, anyone. Then we're going to return a promise boolean. Then we have omit password, which is omit documents and then password here. So we are done with this. So let's create a schema. So I'm going to say constant user schema, which is we're going to say let's just remove this and let's import schema here. And then let's just close. So here we're going to have the name first, and the name is going to have a type of string. I think I made a mistake. So let me just remove this, save this here. So I'm going to also set require true and then trim true here. Then we have the email. The email is going to be of type string, require true. Then we're going to have unique true. We're going to also trim and lowercase true. Then we're going to have the password, and the password is going to be of type string. And we're going to say select true. And we're going to say require true here. Then I think that's all for the user. We can just also have let's also set the timestamp true like this, and that's it. So we need to also create a method. So I'm going to say user omits first, user schema omits method.omit. So we're going to have the omit first. Let me just do the omit first. Is equals to a function, and then like this. And let's open it like this. So we're going to get a user object, and we're going to delete some of the things. So I'm going to say a constant user object, and then we're going to say delete uh, user password, and let's just return this. And just run this. And this should work like this. So let's do for the compare like this. So I'm going to say user schema dot method dot compare password, which is going to be equals to async function. And let me just and inside here we're going to have the password, which is of type string, and then let's just return this. So I'm going to return compare value or compare password. I'm going to pass in the password here and also pass in this dot password. So let's create the compare value. So we're going to make use of bcrypt. So inside the package JSON, we've already installed that here. You can see bcrypt. So inside the utils, I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call this bcrypt.tx, and I'm going to create the function for this. So I'm just going to quickly just paste that here. And this is also hash value, provide the value, and using bcrypt.hash. And then compare value, we just use bcrypt.compare. So inside the user model, I'm going to just import this. And then and that is it. Then lastly, we forgot to also add the we also forgot to add the pre-save. So I'm going to use this user schema dot array. So we're going to use this to transform the user password or hash the user password. So we're going to say uh if user password. So let me fix this. Okay. So I need to close this here like this. So I'm going to say if this is modified password, then we say this or password awaits hash value. So I'm going to provide the password here, and this will update the password. And then we also forgot to pass in the next. Then I also need to also check if this dot password exists. Then I'm going to just let's just put this inside and just save it like this. So that's it. So let's just return the user. So I'm going to say constant user model is equals to Mongo like this. And once you're done, let's export default user model. So we are done with the user model. So let's create the transaction model. So I'm going to create a new file here, and I'm going to call it transaction model.tx. So inside the transaction model, we are going to create the type. So let's create a type. So I'm going to say export interface transaction document extend from document. And let me just close. And we're going to get the user ID. So I'm going to import Mongoose. Then the next thing we're going to have the type of transaction. And for this, we're going to create an enum for this. So I'm going to say type key of transaction type enum. And then let's create this here. So I'm going to create this above here. So I'll copy this, and there let's just create. So I'm going to call this income and expense. So we've created this. So the next thing we're going to create is the title. So I'm going to say title string amount number, then category string. Then we can have the uh receipt URI, the receipt URL which we are going to upload to Cloudinary if we have it already. So it's going to be optional string. Then we're going to have the recurring interval. So I'm going to set the type here, the enum. So let's just let me add it here. So the recurring interval is going to be daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. So I'm going to add that here. So I'm going to just pass in the recurring interval. And this is going to have a key of type of recurring interval enum. Then we need to have the next recurring date. So this will have the dates when we are going to generate or recreate create the transaction which the recurring is set to. which has a recurring internal interval. So we're going to also have last. We're going to also have last recurring process as let's say last process, and I'm going to set this to optional, and this is going to be date. Then last thing we're going to have is recurring to boolean, and boolean is going to be it's not going to be optional. Then description is going to be optional. We have dates. So dates represent the transaction date. Then we have the status. The status is not compulsory like that, but I'm just going to add it here. I'm going to put key off of transaction status, and I'm going to just create that here. So I'm just say export transaction status. I'll just have pending, completed, and sealed here like this. And lastly, we're going to have the payments method, which is not going to be optional, and which is going to be of key of type. Uh, let's have the payments method in here. So I'm just going to copy this, and there's a key of type payments method in. Then we have the created date and updated date, and that is it. So the next thing we are going to do is to create the transaction schema. So I'll just say constant transaction schema. Let me just remove this, and let me import the schema from Mongoose, and then let me just close this. Then we should have the user ID, and the user ID we are going to reference that from the user model. So I'm going to say type of schema type ID, and then require true with reference to user. Then we're going to have the title. The title is going to be of type string, and this is not going to be, let's remove the trim, and we're going to have the type is going to be of type string, and enum is going to be object value transaction type enum, and we're going to have this to require true. So let me just save this, and now we're going to have the amount. So amount is going to be of type number and require true. So we're going to also have set and get. So we're going to convert this amount into cent. So I'm just going to show you how it will do. So we're going to convert the amount into cents because this helps to prevent floating points and rounding error. So this is commonly used in Stripe and other payment processors like Stripe and PayPal. So this is how the formula is going to be. We are going to say cent is equals to dollar amount if dollar amount times 100. So instead of storing the direct 10.99, we are going to convert it into cent, and this is going to be 1099. And when we're converting it back, we're going to divide the cent by 100. So this is better for calculating and to avoid any floating points. So I'm going to create a method for this. So I'm going to go into the utils. So let's create a file. I'm going to call this format currency. Can call it uh, amount. I'm just going to call it format currency.cx. I'm going to just paste the method or the functions here. We can see max round amount times 100, and then amount divided by 100. So basically that is it. So I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to set the value. So I'm going to say value which is of type string. Sorry, not type string, type number. It's going to be convert. We're going to import convert to cent. We're going to pass this, and for the get, we are going to let me just so let's remove this comment here. I'm going to say convert to dollar units. So I'm just passing the value. So I'm just going to remove all of these comments here. Like this is okay. So we're going to have the description. This is just going to be of type string, a category. This is going to be of TypeScript, type string and require true. And we're going to have receipt URL, which is going to be of type string. Then for date, we are going to have type date and then default. I'm going to set default now. Type date, default date now. We're going to have is recurring. This is going to be type boolean. Sorry, type boolean and default to false. Then recurring internal interval. We're going to set this to type string and let me just remove the objects here. We can set it to null or undefined. I can set the default to null. Let's just leave it like that. And then let me save this. Like this. Then the next recurring date is going to be of type date. Last processed date. Last process is going to be of type date. And then we're going to have the status of type string. We can also add this to no, maybe no, we can just leave it like this. Then we're going to have enum, and we're going to just set default to completed. Don't need this don't actually need the status here, but I'm just going to leave it. So we're going to have the payment method too, which is going to be of type string and enum object value, and we're just going to set this to hash. So that is it. So let's also add the timestamp here. So I'm going to set the timestamp, and we're going to also pass in it to JSON and get that true, and to object get that true. So reason why we are passing this is if we don't pass that, when we are retrieving the amount, we are not going to be able to get the converted amount. Instead, we're going to retrieve the cent which we save in the EB. So adding this, we just retrieve it for us. Yeah. You can also add the true and also add it to here. And then this will only the getter true will only be able to retrieve it when we are returning the to JSON, returning the JSON of the object. So that is it. So let's return the transaction model and export it. So we are done with the transaction model. So let's go ahead and create the report. So let's create the report model. So report.model.tx. So for the report model, we are just going to the report model is going to only save when a report is being sent or report history. So I'm just going to extend this from document, and let's also have the user ID, which is of Mongo's of type object ID. So I'm going to import this, and this will just have the period which is string. You're going to have send date, which is date status. You're going to have the status. Let's just create the enum for that. I'll say export enum report status in enum. I'm just going to have sent which is equals to sent. We have pending, we can have field just like this. It's okay. Then you can just set the key of type of report status. Then we have the created it and then updated it. And that is all. So let's just say constant report schema, and let's open this, and let's have the user ID, which will reference the user model. Then the period is going to be a type string and the required true. We have the send date, which is of types dates. Let me just and required true. Then we have the status here, which is let me just open this, and then this is type string object, and then we just set default to pending, and let's save this. So now we are done with it, and let me just return the report. So the report is just to hold on the history of the report sent, and we're going to create a different model now, which is the report setting. So the report setting is what usually hold the next report when the report will be sent. So I'm going to just create this as a report setting dot model dot tx. Save that. So I'm going to just close this, and let me import mongoose from mongoose. Then here we're going to have the frequency. So I'm just going to add frequency. So I'm going to just make this only monthly. So I'm going to have export by frequency. So I'm just going to remove all of this and just set it to monthly. And save this, and let's have the key of type here of monthly. So we're going to also set this have is enabled. So if user enable reports will be sent. If not, reports won't be sent to the user. So I'm going to have the next report date. This is to track the next report date. Is of type date, and is I should set this to optional here. Then we have last sent report date, last sent date. This is optional too. We have the created date and updated date. So we are done with that. So we can have constant report setting schema. I can just set like this. I think this. Let's save this like this. This is okay. We have the user ID and the frequency is enabled, the report date and the last sent date. So let's return the report setting here to save this. So let's also check the report if we didn't added the timestamp here. So I'm going to just add it here. And be sure we added it in the user model and also the transaction model. And that is it for the model. So we are going to go ahead and work on the authentication API. So let's go ahead and work on the authentication controller. So I'm going to go into my controller folder and let's create a file. We want to call this controller.tx. And then inside here, we're going to create a function that uses we're going to call it let's create that. I'll just close this and say export constant register controller. This is going to be equals to, we're going to import the async handler here. And inside the async handler, we're going to have we're going to call async here, and we're going to have the request and response. Sorry, request and response. And then let's just return this. So I'm just going to say return and just save that. So yeah, I'm just going to change the status to HTTP status dot created. So I forgot to also add a type here. So let's import the type for request, import it from Express, and also the response from Express. And that is it. So we are going to also add validation for the register controller. So when user passes the name, email, and password, we are going to validate these that the fields are being passed. So we're going to be using Zod, and if I go over to my package you just seen, we should see we've already installed Zod there. So Zod is going to be used for validating this. So I'm going to create a file to handle the validation. I'm going to create a file inside the validator folder. I'm going to call this auth.validator.txt. And to use Zod, we're going to let's import Z from Zod. Then we're going to, let's say, export constant register schema. And I'm just going to close this object here. So since we're going to also create for the login on, so I'm just going to do that immediately here. I'm going to change this to login schema. So we're going to, instead of writing them the same thing here, I'm going to just create a separate reusable schema for this. I'm going to call this export constant email schema z.string. So I'm going to validate the string here. I'm going to also trim it. I'm going to put email here. I'll just put a message inside the email. So I'm just going to, let me just move my mouse here. I'll just say invalid email format or invalid email address. Then we're going to add a minimum of 1, and let's put maximum of 255. The maximum of 255. So like this. So let me just break this down here. So I'll save this and we can see it here like this. So let's also do for password here. I'll just do the password schema, and then we're going to have set string. Then we're going to also trim it, and then we're going to put let's put minimum of we can put 4, 1 or 4. I'll just leave it to 4 like this. So now to use this, I'll just come inside the object here, and I'll first of all let's set name. So name schema, sorry, not name schema, name have set string. We are going to also trim it. I'm going to also set minimum to 1, and then we're going to say max, let's say max 255. Then we have the email here, and we're going to set email to email schema and password to password schema. Then I forgot to add comma here. So so that is it. So for the login schema, just the same thing, email and password. So we are done with this. So to use this, I'm going to copy the register schema, go into my controller, auth controller, and I'm just going to do that here. So I'm going to say constant body is equals to let's import the register from this. I'm going to say yes request body. Then and then that's it. So we are going to create the service we are going to pass the body into. So let's test this and see if this validation will work. So I'll go to my Postman here. Let me open my Postman. So now I've opened my Postman and this is the register. Okay, we've now added this to the route, so we can't test. So I'll just go ahead and let's create a route to add it so we can test the validation here. So to test the validation, I'm just going to go straight to the route and let's create an auth route quickly. I'll just say auth.route. And let me close this, and inside here we're going to import the router from Express. So I'm going to let's import that. So I'm going to say from Express. Let's import its router. And then I'm just going to say router, and let me just import the register control. Let me import this register controller. So let me go over to register controller and let me save this. Okay. This should be, let me really change this to smaller letter. And let me go back and import this. And then let's export defaults. So we're done with this. Let's quickly go into the index.tx and let's do that here. So I'm going to say app.use. Then we're going to just open Betis and then buy this. So I'm just going to close this and let's import auth route here and save this. So base part is floating from the env. So let's check our server is running. I think let me cancel the server and run it again. And once it runs, we are going to go back and test the validation here. So let's wait for this to server to come up. So now the server the database is connected and the server is up. So I'm just going to come over to the register the Postman. I'm going to remove the email, and once I remove the email and save this, and I click on send, we should see 500 error. That's because if you look here, we see that the error occur and the error is showing validation email, and we can see the message here. So the reason why it's showing like this is because we are not handling sort error. So to handle sort error, we need to catch the sort error and then display it display it here. So if I go over to my let's go over to the middleware where we have the error handler. I think we didn't console the error yet, so I'll just console the error too. Error here and save that. So this will show the sort error showing here. So if the server runs and let's click on send again, this will show so I'll click on it again and then we can preview the error. We can see the error here. And if you scroll to the top, we can see this error occur and we can see the sort error. So we need to catch this error and then we are going to be able to look through this and return the error in a cleaner way. So let's go over to error handler and here I'm just going to let's go down up here and let's say if so we're going to say if error instance of sort error, so import sort error from sort, then we're going to format this. So I'm going to create a method so we're going to return, let's return this first. Return format, sorry, format, format error or formatted error, anyone. Let's call it format sort error. And then we're going to pass in the response here and also the error. So at the top here, I'm going to just paste it here, and let's import the response here and the result. So I'm just going to add it up here. I'm going to move this to the top, and let's also import set. And then we're going to also import response from Express and also the error code. So now we can see that we look through the issues. If we look there, we can see, if we scroll down to issues, we can see the issues. And then we got the field, uh, each of the objects here, we pass it here, we got the error, and we say error parts from the parts array. We just join this and we just render the message. And then we pass in the response here, set it to bad request, which is 400, and validation field. So now if I save this and let me go back to, let's check our server is running, and I'm going to test it out again. We should be able to see a cleaner error message. So I'm going to click on send, and this should return a clean array, and we can see 400 bad requests. So that is it. So this is what I want to show you for the error. So let's go back to the register, and the register controller. I'll go into my auth controller, and then let's say await. Let's create a register service, and pass in the body here. So I'll save it. So let's copy the register service, and let me go into the service, and let's create auth service here. Dot service dot tx, and then I'm going to say export constant register service. Let's add in the async, and let's return this here. Save this. So yeah, we're going to have the body, and let's go over to auth sort validation, and let's add in the type. I'm going to export the type as a type register schema type, and also the login type. You can call this let's call this DTO type. So I'll leave it as type, and let me just copy this, go over to auth service, and then just pass this like this, and import a type from the validator. And now the error should stop. So go into auth controller, and let's import the service here. So now inside the auth service is where we're going to handle so we're going to get the user model here. Check if the user exists. So I'm going to say constant, let's get the email from body. Then I'm going to say constant existing user. Then we're going to import user model dot find one. So we're going to say find one, and let's just say email. Yeah. So now we're going to check if existing user if existing user, we're going to throw the error. So I'm just going to remove all of this here and just say throw new not found or unauthorized. Yeah, we can say unauthorized or not found. Let's use not found here. Not found exception here. So we're going to just say our user. Sorry, not found. This should be unauthorized. We can say user already exists. Like this is okay. So then we need to create a user. So say constant new user is equals to new user model And then I'm just going to set body here. Then I'm going to say await user just save. So you're done with this. I'll just remove this. But we need to handle the report setting. So if a user signs up, we need to create the report setting because the report setting is empty. So this is only the model. So we want to track the next report date, and also set the frequency, and it's enabled for every user. And the only way to do that is when the user register, we create the report setting for each user. So to do that, we're going to do that when we register. So I'm going to go into my auth service, and we're going to do that here. So I'm going to close this. Then below here, we're going to have to create the the report setting. And we want, if a user does not save, we should not create the report setting. And if the user save and the report setting failed, it's going to be an issue. So we're going to be using check transaction here. So if you go over to Google and search for transaction here, we can see Mongo's transaction. So this is going to help us to make sure the two model are commits the two transactions, like the user model and the report setting. So they are both safe. If anyone failed, it rolls back the data, and both of them, the user is not created, and also the report setting is not created. So the user can try again. So that's the reason we are going to be using session and transaction here. So to use session, you can look at Mongo's here, Mongo's transaction, but I'm not going to be using uh the way we normally use it. We just create the transaction, we create the start transaction and stuff. Mongo's also provide with transaction. So this is what I'm going to be using here. So we can just click on with transaction, and we can see how to use with transaction. So the transaction is going to help us start the transaction and also abort the transaction. Or if you use the other way around, you can do that manually. You can control the start and also the abort. I'm going to be using the with transaction here. So I'm going to come up at the top here, and let's get the Mongoose here. So I'm going to call this session is equals to await Mongoose, import Mongoose dot start session. So you can use this method by session dot start transaction, but since we're using with transaction, we don't need to use that. So I'm going to wrap this entire in a trial catch here, and I'm going to move all of this inside the trial catch. Then inside here, we're going to use await session with transaction, and let me close this. Then I'm going to also move all of this inside the session with transaction and save that. And here we're going to add the session here. So I'm going to say session and pass the session to the exist user. Then below here, where we have the new user, we are going to also pass the session inside here. So now we are done with adding the session to both of this. Okay, let's also handle the error here. So I'm going to just throw the error, since the transaction is going to do the aborting for us. I'm just going to throw the error here. Throw error. Then finally, we are going to have end the session. So now let's create the report setting here. So I'm going to say constant report setting. This is going to be equals to new report setting model. We're going to pass in the user ID. So let me close this. And we're going to do report setting save and session. So we need to pass all that information. We're going to pass the frequency, which is going to be report frequency monthly. So I'm going to import that from the report setting model. And we can also pass is enabled true. So I'm going to set it's enabled to true. And then we can have the last sent date to know. So for the next, so to calculate the next report date, we are going to create a function. So I'm going to call this calculate next um, report date. And then we're just going to pass in the let's pass in the reports per monthly year. So save this. So let's go ahead and create this function. So I'm going to open this and go over to my utils and let's create it here. So we don't even need to pass we're not going to pass the reports since it's going to just give us a monthly by default. So I'm going to go over to and let's create a file here. Let's call this helper.txt. And then inside it, I'm going to say export function. I'm going to paste the function name. So this is going to be equals to, sorry, this should be, let's leave it like this. And let's do like this. So we're not going to pass any data, any arguments here. You can pass that if you have different, like frequently last dates, you can pass that if you want. Yeah. You can just say key of types, but since I'm not going to be using any of this, I'm just going to remove this here. So inside here, we're going to also add the type here to return dates or no. Let's just set it to dates. So here we're going to have the constant uh, now, and then we're going to have a new date here. So we want next to calculate the next report date. We want the next report date to always fall, since it's monthly, to always fall at the beginning of next month because of the months currently have in a year are different. So some days are 28, some days are 30, some days are 31. So it will be ideal to, so I will change this to 0. I made a mistake. So I'm going to increase the view. I think this is, let me increase the, let me zoom in. I think this is better like this. So the next thing I'm going to do, I also forgot we need to pass in the last sent date. If I go over to auth service, and remember we have the last sent date. So this is to track when the report was sent. And I'm going to pass it here. And this is going to be optional. I'm going to, let me close this here. And here I'm going to say last sent date. I'm going to just make this optional. Sorry. And this is going to be of type date. And let me save this. So we've gotten the date, the current date here. Now I'm going to say constant last sent. This is going to be equals to the last sent date if we passed it. If not, we just default to now. Then now we're going to calculate the start of the next month. So like I said earlier, we are not going to be using the ending of the month. We're going to be using the first day of the next month. So I'm going to say constant next day, next date is going to be equals to, we're going to be using date function. So I'm going to say start of month, start of month. I'm going to import this from, let's import this. I think we've installed date function here. Let's check. Yeah, we've installed it. So I'm going to just come here and let me drag this down and let's import this date function. So I'm going to get the start of month here. So now I'm going to also add, going to use add month. I'm going to say last sent. Then we're going to add 1 month. Then we've gotten the next date. Then we're going to send a report. So I'm going to default the hour to the middle of the night. So we don't want to have a situation where the cron job the time is far away from the time we are set for the cron job. So I'm going to say next date the set hour. I'm going to just give it 0 and we can give it 0 and under 0 here. So if we hover over this, we can see hour, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds here. So this is going to default the time. So if, for instance, the user registered at let's say 2 or p.m. p.m., the time will be set to 0.00. And we're going to see that in action. So, but for the report, we're going to set the cron job to middle of the 30 minutes, like 12 a.m. 12:30 a.m. It is. You can also change this to 30 hour here to set the minute here to 30. I'll just leave it to 0 like this. So then we are going to just return the uh, next date here. So I'm just going to go back to auth service and let me import this here. And I think this should stop. Can I find report setting model? So let me import it here. I think I didn't import it. Yeah, we didn't import it. So let me import it. And now the error has stopped. So let's return the user. Let's return the user and then reset new user dot omit password. And we should make sure that the sections are being passed of the all of the model here. So we're done with this. So let me just go into the controller, out controller, and then let's make sure this. I'll just set user base successfully. If you want to return the user, you can just get the user from this. And get the user. Let me return the user here. Let's make sure yeah. I'm just going to add that here. Okay. Let's see why this thing show up. User. Let me see. So I'll just change this to result here. Just remove results. Just service. Let me just change it to this. So that is it. So let's confirm our server is running. So I'm just going to run the server again. And I'll just go over to my Postman. I have localhost 8000 API auth register. And I'm going to put in, okay, I think we're waiting for this to connect. The database is not connected. So my database is connected. So let me run this server. Let me run the SC API. So I have name and email and password. So I'm going to click on send. And let's see this. So send the request. And then you can see 201 user register successfully. And they send the user. But that's not a problem. So I'm going to go straight to my env. And I'm just going to, let me close this. Let me copy all of this. I'm going to be using a MongoDB extension. And here I'm going to click on connection. And this will open. So I'm going to connect this string here. I'm going to paste the string, click on connect, and hopefully it should show it should show the connection here. So, yeah. So let me just close this playground. So it's connecting. So I'm having problem connecting it. So I'm just going to close this, and then I'll go ahead and open it in the Mongo Atlas website. So I've opened it, and we can see the report setting users. Yeah. Then and I can see have the this is the report settings. So let's go ahead and work on the login endpoint. So I'll go into my controller, auth controller, and scroll up, and below here we are going to create the function for that. So I'm going to just create that here, and let's import the we're going to also import the login schema. Remember, we've already written this. So I'm just going to go into it, and we can see the login schema here from using Zod. So now below here, we're going to create the await login service, and we're going to pass in the body. Let's also return response.status. And we're going to say http status dot okay, and let's say JSON. For now, I'm going to just set message here and say user logged in successfully. So let's go ahead and create the login service. So I'm going to go into the auth service here, and let me just collapse this here. So below here, I'm going to export constant login service. This is going to be equals to async, and then let me just return this. So here we're going to get the body, and remember we have the login schema type. Sorry, I need to remove this. Okay, now let's go ahead and get this user ID, the user from the body. Sorry, the email and password from the body. So I'm going to just get that, and then we're going to use constant user is equals to await. So import the user model, and we're going to say dot find one. We're going to say email, and then we're going to confirm if user is not, if there's no user found, we're going to say throw new not found exception, and we're going to say email or password not found. Then we're going to also make sure to check if the password is valid, and we go if we let's let's check the user model. We notice that we have the compare password. Yeah, we have the compare password, and we can use this. So I'm just going to go back here, and I'm going to say constant is password valid. Then this is going to be equals to await user dot compare password, and we're going to pass in the password here. So let's save. So the next thing we're going to do is to set up the JW to sign in JW. So I'm going to go ahead and create a file inside the YouTube, and I'm going to say jwt.tx. And then inside here, we're going to be making use of JWT token. And if you go into package.json, you should notice that we've installed JSON web token here. So I'm going to, let me close this. And then we're going to first of all define the payload. So I'm going to call this export type. It's going to be type access token payload. And this is going to We're going to set the user ID here. And then below here, we're going to also have the type for a sign in option. I'm going to say sign option, like this sign opt and then secrets. So we're going to define the secret here. And this is going to be of, we're going to get this from sign option web token. We're going to import this. And we're going to set and secrets, which is of type string, and expire in, which is optional, of number. And this is going to show error because if we go into uh, env, notice that JWT expire in is in string. So we are going to create a type for this. And if I come over here, I'll set a type here. I'm going to say type time units. I'm going to say it's equals to. So I'm going to define this like this: minutes, hour. So let me just write like this. Then I can use this. Yeah, I can just set it to. I'm going to show you if you didn't add this, type switch is going to give error. So then we're going to get a default here. And this default is going to be of type sign option here. And the default is going to be audience, and we're going to set audience to user. And now we're going to, and now this is where we're going to set the secret and the expiring with this type here. So I'm going to say access token sign option. This is going to be of type sign option and secret. So let me get it here. And now we're going to pass in the expire in. And if we get env, so import env JSON expire in, and you should see it's saying, if we over it, you should see the TypeScript error. So I'm just going to say as time string, and the error should stop. Then I'm going to also pass in the secret here and get that from the env. So save this, we are done with this. So let's create the function. So I'm going to call it sign JWT token. And for this, we're going to pass in, let me just return this first. We're going to pass in the payload. And the payload is of type access token payload. And then the option, which is optional, is going to be sign in option and secret here. And here we're going to, let's do some check because I want to make sure, I want to return the expired at, I want to decode the token and get the expired at. So I'm going to say constant is, let's say is access token. This is going to be equal to if not option, sorry, or options is equals to access this. Then we can use this to check if it's an access. So you can make use of this if you want to add refresh token, and refresh token you don't want to get the expired at. This will just go ahead and just return the token for you. So I'm going to say constant, and I'm going to destructure the options. And if option is not being passed, we just default to access access token sign options. And then I'm just going to get the secret and the rest. Now is where we're going to, let's say token is equals to JWT. Sorry. So let's import JWT here. Sorry. So let me add comma here. The error should stop. So we have JWT, the sign, going to pass in the payload, and then the secret. And then we're going to just pass in the default, and the last one is the options. So save this. And then once we are done with this, we can get the expired ads here if you want to use it. I'm just going to say expired ad is equals to if is access token. Then we can just say JWT dot decode token. I'm going to say this as JWT payload. And then we can just get the dot expire. And we can just set like this, convert it to number, and then multiply it by 1000. Then we can say else undefined. Sorry. And like this. So we can return first return the token and the expired ads. Now we can save this. So we are done with the AWT setup. So I'm just going to copy this and let's go straight to auth service and let's use this here. So I'm just going to import this. Let me import this. I think we didn't export this here. Okay, I exported this. So let me import it. I think I'm not able to pick it up. Let me do like this first. Okay, yeah. And then we're going to pass in the user ID. User ID is going to be user dot ID like this. Yeah. So let's get the token and also the refresh. So not the refresh token, the expired at like this. So now we are done with this. We have gotten the token and the expired at. So the next thing we're going to do is I want to also return the report settings because we're not going to make more changes. So I don't want to create a separate endpoint for that. So I'm going to say constant reports settings is going to be equals to await reports setting model dot find one. And we're going to say user ID, match a user ID here. And then we're going to select what we need. I'm just going to say I need ID. I'll set it to 1. Frequency. I'll set it to 1, and then it's enabled. I'll set it to 1. Then to return all this, we're going to say link. And now let's return the user. I'll return an object here. Say user, and let's say user dot omit password. We can pass in the access token. Reset token. And then we can have the passing the expired at, and then the report setting. So we're done with this. I think this we didn't make use of this. Okay, we need to try an error if this is not. So I'm just going to say if not password is valid, then throw new unauthorized exception, invalid email or password. So we are done with this. Let's go ahead and go into the controller and let's import the login service here. And there we can get data here. Then the user, you can get the user access token, expired at, and refresh. So report settings. And then here we can just pass all of this here. User access token, expired at, and then the report setting. And then we are done with this. So let's confirm the server is running so we can test this. So I'll go over to my Postman and let me just copy this email here and go over to login. Let me click on this. Let me click on this login here. And I'm going to change this password, this email to this. And let me get the password too. Go over to login. And then let me paste this. Let me run the server. So my server is connected. My database is connected too. I'm going to try to log in now. I'm going to click on send. And let's see. Okay, not found. I think I didn't add this. Not add the login to the route. So let me add it here. Okay, I have not added it here. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to say login. And then let me import login controller. And then let's check if our server is running now. I'm going to wait for it to run. It's running and on database is connected. So I'm going to click on send now and let's see. We should see the response here. And we're able to get a response here. We got the user name, email, access token, expired, and then the report setting. Basically, that's what we need. So let's go ahead and work on the passport and also the current user. So let's create the configuration for passport here. So I'm going to go into the passport, the configuration folder, and let's create a file. So I'll say passport. Sorry, not inside the route. Let me go back into the config here. New file, passport.config.tx. And then here we're going to import the passport package and also the passport JWT. And you could look at we've already installed that. So I'll go back into the file and then let me just import this also with the env. So now we're going to, first of all, let's create the interface for the JWT payload. Sorry, let me set this to capital letter. Payload. And then we're going to just set this to user ID, which is of type string. And then let's create these options here. This is going to be of type strategy options. And we're going to use JWT from request, and we're using the extract JWT dot from bearer dot bearer token. And then we have the secret key. And we're going to just use the env.jwt secret. Also, the audience is going to be our user. Then the algorithm, we can just set this to HS256 like this. Now we should use passport.use. We create a middleware. And we're going to use new JWT strategy. We are going to pass in the options, async, we pass in the payload, and also the payload is going to be of type JWT payload here. And then we're going to also pass in done. Sorry. And let's return this. And we're going to use try catch here. And then we're going to do a check if not payload.user ID Then we can just return done or false. You can say message invalid, invalid token payload. And then we can get the user. So say constant user is going to be equals to await find 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 by or find user by sorry, let's use find by ID user service. Then let's just say payload dot user ID. And we're going to go ahead and create that. And then we're going to say if not user, let's just return. So this should be inside. Let me close this. Yeah. So I think that was the problem. So I'll say if this is a done, we're going to also say false, null and false. Just leave it like this. And then we're going to just return done. Now, and then the user. And then if there's any error, let me write this. We're going to also return done, error, and false. So let me go ahead and create this service here. I'm going to go into service and let's create a file called user.service.txt. I'm going to export constants, and this is going to be async user ID, which is of type string. And then let's return this. So we're going to say constant user. So I'm just going to just quickly do that here, and let's import the user model. And then let's go ahead and import this. So we are done with this. We are going to add the remaining parts here, which is going to be the passport realized user and also our middleware, which we are going to use, which is passport authenticate UWT, passport authenticate and set session to false. So like this, we are done with the passport configuration. Let's not forget to also add in the index.txt, we are going to import the configuration here and also set the we're going to set the middleware here too. So I'm going to do that here. I'm going to say passport and let's import passport. And then at the top here, I'm going to import config we're going to import passport config, and then we've already initialized passport here. So I think we are done with this. So to test this out, we are going to create the user controller so we can get the current user. So let me just go over to controller and let me create a file called user.controller.txt and also the route um, user.routes.txt. And then let me go into the controller and then let's create. So I'm going to close this and then let me do export. Let me export this. So let me import all of this. So I can do that. Let me just open the auth controller and let me copy this. So I'll go back into the user controller and let me import this here. And there we are just going to say constant user ID is equals to request dot user dot underscore ID. And now TypeScript is going to throw an error. So what we're going to do, we're going to go into type, and let's create a file here. So I'm going to call index dot let's call it index.d.tx, and then we're going to just just import the user document, then declare global next space express, and just interface user extend user document and set the underscore ID, and error should stop. Then we can say constant user is equals to await find user ID service, and we're going to say user ID, and let's just return the response dot status http status dot okay, and just say JSON. Let's set a message user fetch successfully, and then I'm going to just return the user here. I think that's it. So let's go into the route, and let me just quickly copy all of this from here. Go into user route and just modify this. Change this to user routes. I'll just remove this. I'll also change this to user, and also this to user, and then I'll change this to get, and let me just remove all of this. I'm going to say get current current user, and then let me just change this to current user. I think that is what I specify in the postman here. So the last thing we're going to do is we're going to go into the index.tx. I'm going to go below here, and let's add the paths to the user routes. So I'm going to just add it, and let's import the passport authenticate JWT, and let's also import the user routes. And remember that passport authenticate JWT was done here. If I move into here, you can see that inside the passport config. So we are done with this. Let's just restart our server and send user type. So I'm going to cancel this, and let me reload this again. And hopefully the server. So the server is going to start. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go into my env, and let me change this expire to 1 day. And once you've done that, then let me restart the server and run it again. And now the server is running, and the database is also connected. So let's try this now. So I have API user, current user, and this is user, and also the route is current user. So I'm going to click on send. So let me first of all get the token. So I'm going to log in. Let me just copy this one. Okay, this one's already expired because I'm using 15 minutes here. So I'm going to click on login again, and then let me copy this, go over to user, and I'm going to add it to my token. So I'm waiting for this token to load. I'll just remove it and paste it here. And let me see if I click on send, and let's see if this will come up. Yeah, you can see user fetch, the user ID, name, email, and then created that. So basically, we are done with the authentication part, and we're able to get the current user with the error token. And if no auth was passed, you still not authorize here. So it is working. So let's go ahead and work on the next API, which is the transaction APIs. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's create the controller for the transaction. I'm going to come here. I'm going to say transaction dot controller dot tx, and there we're going to create the transaction. So I'm going to close this and let me import the express and async handler. Then I'm going to also let's also create a folder for this. So I'm going to create the function for this. So let me remove this. I think this is wrong. Import, and let me import the async handler here. And now what we are going to do is to constant. We are going to do the validation for this. So body is equals to create transaction schema. We're going to go ahead and create the. We're going to use pass. We're going to pass in the request dot body. Then we're going to get the user ID, which is going to be from the request dot user dot underscore ID. And let's return this. We're going to say response dot status, and we're going to use the HTTP status dot created, and we're going to say dot JSON, and let's just pass the message here for now. So transaction created successfully. And let's go ahead and create a schema. So I'm going to schema. Schema. Okay, we've not sorry, inside the validator here. We're going to create a file here. Transaction dot validator dot tx. And let's import from Zod. And then we are going to create. So let's first of all look at. So I'm going to come over here and let's look at the UI. So for the create and transaction, I'll come over here and we can see some of the fields that we need to validate here. So we have the transaction type, to amount, category, dates, payment method, and we also need to keep track of the recurring, and there is a recurring and frequency. So basically that's what we're going to do now. We're going to go ahead and let's create the type for this. So I'll come over to here and I'm going to create a reusable validator here. I'm going to use for both the create transaction and also the edit transaction. So let's just go ahead and do that here. So I'll go over to my editor now, and I'm going to define a constant. I'm going to call this base transaction schema. So and there we're going to close this. So below here, I'm going to also say constant export constant create transaction schema is going to be equals to the base transaction schema here. So I can duplicate this and change this to updates transaction schema. And then here I'm going to add dot partial like this, and this will validate this here. So this can be used, we use it. So let's go ahead and complete. We're going to have the title, the type, which is it's going to be an enum. So I'm going to say z enum, and here we're going to import transaction type enum from the model dot. We're going to income, and then we're going to also do the same thing dot expense. Yeah. So once we're done with this, we can define the error using error map, and then it's going to be a function. And let's put our message here, and we can say transaction type must be either income or expense here, something like this. Then we're done with these two. So let's go ahead and define the amount too. So the amount is going to be set number, and we're going to also set this to positive here. So I think I made a mistake here. Showing not okay. Yeah, I need to move this down, and then we can just define amount must be positive. We can also add a minimum of 1 year by this year. Then we have the category, and this is going to be string. And let's also set it to 1, and we can just say category is required by this. Then we have the date, and the date I'm going to use the union because I want to add two validator here. So I'm going to say z string first. You're going to say dot date time, and there we're going to have a message here, invalid date string, and then we'll add comma here, and let's put dot date here. Then here we're going to transform this as a file, new dates val here, like this. So we need to also set is recurring, and recurring is going to be z and boolean, and then default is going to be false. Then we have the recurring interval, which is the frequency. You can change it to frequency. So I'm going to just set like this, set enum, and there we're going to import this interval enum dot daily. I'll change this to weekly, and this one to monthly and yearly. And then we can have, and then I'm going to just set this to nullable, and then optional. So we are going to also have, let's just add the receipt. The receipt URL. Then this is going to be z string, string, and also this will be optional too. And lastly, the we have the payment method. So the payments, this is going to be said in and let's say payments method enum dot card, and let me duplicate this. And let me quickly add the other ones here: bank transfer, mobile payments, auto debits, cash, and the last one is orders. Okay, then we can set default here. Just set default to payments method dot card. Let's say cash here. So we are done with it. Then we can make it. So let's also define the type. Yes, I'm going to just paste that here. So we have the create transaction type and update transaction type here. So we can save this and go ahead into the transaction controller, and let's import this. So now we are done with this. What we are going to do now is to create a service. So and we're going to pass in the body and the user ID. So I'm going to say constant. So await create transaction service, and then let's pass in the body and the user ID and save it. So let's go ahead and create the service for the transaction. So I'm going to go into service folder, and let me create a new file, transaction service.txt, and then we're going to say export constant, paste this here, async, and then we're going to have the body. We're going to call the create transaction type from the validator here, and then we're going to have the user ID, which is a string, and then let's return this here IDs, and let's go ahead and import this to stop this error. So save this, and let's go ahead and create the transaction service here. So before we go ahead to create this, we need to know that if we go over to the model, we have the is recurring here. So it's recurring, and then we have the we also have the next recurring date. So we need to consider that if the user set is recurring to true and pass a recurring interval, which is either daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly, then we need to we need to also create the next recurring date, and we need to calculate that. So I'm going to go over to service, and then let's first of all say, okay, let's next recurring dates. This is going to be of type dates or undefined. So if the user didn't set the is recurring, then this will be undefined. Then we are going to get the current date, which is equals to new dates. And then we're going to confirm, we say if body dot is recurring and body dot recurring interval, then that simplifies that amplify that the user passed the recurring and then it's recurring to true and then recurring interval. So now we need to calculate this. So it's a constant calculate calculate calculated dates. This is going to be equals to we are going to call this calculated calculate next occurrence, and we're going to pass in the body dot dates, And then we're going to also pass in the body dot recurring interval. So in the validator, you need to understand that the date here defined here is the date of the transaction and not the date the record was created. So uh, we can have a situation where the user provide the date that is behind the current date. So we're going to factor all of this. So I'm going to pass all of this and then retrieve the dates, the next recurring date, and then the next occurrence or next recurring date. Then we're going to confirm if the next recurring date is behind. Then we are going to then make use of the current date to create the recurring transaction. So let's go ahead and create this calculate transaction and next occurrence. I'll go into helper, that is utils, and let's export constant to the function and paste this here. And then let's just call like this. And then inside the you're going to get the dates and the recurring. So let me just import this first. Save this and let's go over to the helper. Then we're going to pass in the date and the interval. So you can just go ahead and copy recurring interval here. Or we can just say recurring interval. And then let's import the recurring interval and set key of type. So if you hover over this, we should see daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. So then we're going to also set base is equals to new dates. And let's just pass in the dates here. And then we are going to also set the hours here to middle of the night, similar to what we did and we did here. We're going to do the same thing that we did here. And then now we're going to use the switch, and we're going to set recurring interval. And then first we're going to say case recurring interval enum.daily. If the recurring interval is daily, then we're going to just return add the add this. We're going to import that for date function, and we're going to pass in base 1. So now this is going to be if it's set, if the transaction was created today and it's set to daily, then by tomorrow this will be created again. So I'm going to also set case for recurring interval enum dot weekly. And for this, we're going to say return add week base 1, just like that. This recurring interval enum dot monthly return add month base and 1. And lastly, we're going to have recurring interval enum the yearly, and we're going to return add years. We're going to say base and 1, and then default back to, and then we return the base. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead to our transaction service, and then we can see the error has stopped here. So now we need to ensure that the next recurring date is not in the past. So what we are going to do is we're going to just copy this, bring it here, and then we're going to do a check. So I'm going to say if calculated date is less than current date. So the calculated date needs to be in the future. But if it's less than the current date, then we can say we need to just pass in, instead of passing the dates the user passed, we can pass the current dates here. And I'm going to say body dot recurring interval. Then we're going to say else. Then else is going to be the calculated date we just did, and we're going to set the calculated date, the recurring, the next recurring to the calculated date here. So I think it should stop. Okay, we are done with this. But you can also, if you don't want to do this, you can enforce the user to always pass either the current date or the future dates for the transaction. So once we are done with this, now let's create the transaction. So say transaction is equals to await transaction dot create. So let me import the model dot create, and then I'm just going to pass in the body here. And then for the category, I'm going to say body dot category. I'm going to set this to others in case the user don't pass. Okay, I think we enforce this, so there's no point using this. And we're going to have the amount here, and the amount we are going to make sure this is number dot amount. This is positive. And then we're going to pass in the user ID here. You can move this up here. And then it's recurring. Then its recurring is going to be body dot is recurring, and we're going to set this to false. By recurring interval, is going to be body dot recurring interval, and we're going to set it to null. And then we're going to pass in the next I think next recurring dates. And then we're going to add the last process. So let me check inside the model. Yeah. Last process here. And then I'm just going to paste that here and just set this to null for now. Then once we are done, then we have to return the transaction here. I think that is all. So we are done with the create transaction service and controller. So let's go ahead and create the route here. So I'll define the route here, new file, transaction dot route tx, and then I just quickly copy all of this here, paste it here, and I'll change this to transaction, copy this, and then change all of this. And then this is going to be post. And let me remove this. And so create transaction controller. Then we're going to change this to create here. And the last, we're going to go into the index.tx, and let's just copy this, paste it here, change it to transaction, and then we're going to use the transaction route like this. So now let's test this. So I'm going to make sure my server is running. So cd backend npm run dev. Let's wait for this to run. So my server is running now. I forgot we need to let's go into transaction controller here. And we didn't return this. The constant transaction And then let me just paste this here like this. Save this and let's wait for the server to restart. So now the server is running. So I'm just going to go into my Postman. And then let me remove this. Then we're going to go into transaction folders. And then let me get the let me log in here. Let me log in again. And then I'll get the access token here. I'll go into transaction, create transaction. And then I can see I have some test data here, and you can see this. I'll just remove the status here. Then we can see this is expense, this category, dates. You can see date is recurring monthly. And then I'm going to set this to, let's remove this too. Let me remove this. And this to card. So let me quickly add the token here. So I'm going to replace this with this one here. And then let me go over to body and let's try and so I'm going to change this to income. So I've changed it to income. I've set it to freelance web development income, and we can see the dates here. Date 0706. So this date is not in the past yet. So I'm going to click on save and let's see. So we have API transaction quiz, and let's click on the send and let's see. And we can see that we successfully created the transaction, and we can see the next dates here. And because we set this to monthly, then this is set to a month, the next month of that particular day, which is 7 and 05. I remember we're using Mongo is using UTC, so that's why it's setting it behind. Instead of 06, it's set to 05 here, and the time is set to middle of the night. So basically, that's the time. You can still complete bank transfer and everything. So we are done with the create transaction. So let's go ahead and then work on the get all transaction here. So let's go ahead and do that. So if I scroll like this, let me zoom out and go to where we have all transaction here, and we can see this here, like this. We have to consider the filters too. We have the search transaction type, which is either filtered by income and expense. We have the frequency, recurring and non-recurring. So basically, this is the data we're going to fetch, and we're going to consider the filters too. And then we should not forget the pagination too. So let's go ahead and then let me close this. Go into controller, I'll just copy this and then paste it here. And let me just close this. I'll change the name. And then this is just say get all transaction controller. And there we need to also let me get constant user ID and request.user underscore ID. And then we've gotten the user ID. Now we need to define the filters here. So the filters, we're going to have the keyword, which is only search. And this is going to be request query dot keyword. And then we're going to set this to string or undefined. Then we're going to also have the type, which is going to be request dot query and dot type. And this is going to be of key of type, key of and type of, type of. And we're going to get a transaction status enum type. And this is also going to be undefined, if not passed. So the last one is the recurring status. This is going to be request dot query dot recurring, let's just say recurring status here. And then we're going to say as we're going to define this here, recurring non, we're going to have non-recurring too underscore recurring. And this is also going to be undefined. I think I made a mistake here. So yeah, so this is like this. So we've been able to set the filters here. Now we're going to also have the pagination here. And this pagination is we're going to have the page size. We're going to say this, we're going to convert this to make sure it is int. Yes, int. And we're going to say request dot query dot page size as string. And we're going to set default to 20. Then page number is going to be the same. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. And then we're going to just change this to page number here. So we are done with this. Now let's just return status, response.status. I will say http status.ok and JSON. Also the message too. So we're going to also create a service here. I will just say for now await, or let's do constant results is equals to await and get all transaction service. And we're going to pass in the user ID first, then filters, then pagination like this. And then here we're going to just say results here once we return this. So I'm going to copy this and let's go into the service. And I'll collapse this first. Yeah. Then I'll say export constant. We're going to say get all transaction service async. And then we're going to just return this like this. And let me go ahead and import this here. Then we're going to let's go ahead into this transaction service and let's define this user ID, which is of type string. We think we have the filters. And we can say for the filters we have keyword, which is also which can be optional, which can be undefined. We have the let me check this type and the recurring status here. We have the type. This too can be we can use the key of the key of type of transaction type enum, and then the status. This can just be a string like this here. Let's change this from a string to recurring and then non-recurring, similar to what we did here. Then here we're going to have the pagination. This is going to be page size number and page number, which is of type number, just like this. Now let's do constant filters let's get the keyword, the type, and the recurring status here. So now we need to define, set the condition here. It's a filter condition, conditions. This is of type record and string any. And we're going to just pass in the user ID here, first here. Then we're going to, so we're not going to pass in the keyword here. We're going to first of all we're going to check if the keyword was passed. And if the keyword was passed, then we're going to use the filter condition dot, we're going to say or like this. It's an operation. Then we're going to, an array. Then we're going to search by keyword here. By keyword, we're going to search the title. So let's get the title. We're going to have reg like this, and then we're going to say keyword. So we're going to also add this option here, options, and this is used to set to tell MongoDB that this should be case insensitive. So like this. So once we are done with this, we can also if the user search, we can get the category if you want, and we're going to do it like this. So this is it. So the next thing we're going to also check is the type, if the type was passed. And we're going to say filter, and we're going to use the or here. Sorry, not the or type here. And this is going to be equals to type here. Then we are going to also have the recurring status here. So I'm going to pass that here. I'm going to say if recurring status is equals to recurring, then we're going to filter condition dot is recurring. Is recurring, sorry. Let me confirm that is correct. Okay, yeah. It's recurring is equals to true. Then we're going to do else if recurring status is equals to non-recurring. Then we're going to say filter condition dot is recurring, which is this is false. So we've been able to we're going to set the filter condition. Now let's go ahead and implement the pagination. So I'm going to say constant. We're going to the structure from the pagination object, and then we're going to get the page size and page number. And then first we're going to define the skip. A skip is going to be page number -1. So because we're going to set page number to page number to equal 1 by default here. So I'm going to just go back to the transaction service, and then we're going to continue this. So we're going to also multiply this with page size here. Now this is where we're going to use we're going to get the transaction and the total count. So I'm going to use promise all dot all, and this is going to be an array. We're going to transaction model dot find, and we're going to pass in the filter conditions here. And then we're going to also have skip limit, sorry, limit to page size. And then we're going to sort this descending order. Created created at, which is going to be -1 here. This. Then we're going to also have transaction model.count documents. We're going to also pass in the filter conditions here. So now what we're going to get here, we're going to get the transactions, which is going to be the first transactions and then the total counts. And like this. So let's return this. Think I'm correct like this. Oh, sorry, I need to move this inside. Let me move this inside. And like this is correct. And then we're going to calculate the total page here, which is mass the sealed total count divided by page size. And then let's return this. We're going to pass the transaction and also the pagination. Let's pass this. Let's pass this page size, page number, total count, total pages, and then the skip. So we are done with this. So let's go over to controller, and we've already set this already. Okay, so let me go into our route. Okay, let's go into transaction route, and then below here, let's just copy this, paste it here, change this to get, and let me get all transaction controller. Let's set this to all like this. So, and now let's check if our server is running. So I think I need to cancel this and restart the server. And let's wait for the server to run and then the database to connect. So now my server is running and database is connected. So I'm going to go into Postman again. And let's click here and go into get all transaction. And then you can see I have API transaction all. And then I've set keyword page size. So I'm going to get let's find, I think it's only one, we have only one transaction. Let's try and create it let's try and create like 2 or 3 more transaction here. So I'll quickly, so I've done that. I've created at least added 3 more transaction. So I'll just click on get all transaction and let me click on send, and we can see all the transaction I've created here. You can see Netflix subscription, monthly groceries, and then the first one we create income. And then now we can test the keyword now. So I'm going to find for Netflix. So I'll just put let me just copy Netflix here, and let's just add it here, and then let's click on send, and this should return only one, and we can see Netflix here. So I'm going to remove this keyword here, and then for the type I'm going to put income here, and then let's click on send, and we can see only freelance web development is showing here. So we can also try for expense, but let's try for let me remove the income, and let's try for recurring here, and let me click on send, and we can see those of the ones that are recurring, and we can see here we have recurring true, and there we have recurring true. And if you set it to non-recurring, and click on send, then we should see only monthly groceries is non-recurring. So that's it for this. So let's go ahead and work on the next endpoint, which is it gets transaction by ID. So I'm going to let me just copy this here. I'll collapse this, and then let me just paste this here. And save it. So I'll just say get transaction by ID controller here. So yeah, we can just say constants. Let's also, before we do that, let's go into the validator and set the validator for ID. So I'm going to my transaction validator, and here I'm going to define the ID for. So I'm going to do it here. I've done that here, transaction ID schema. So we can copy this, go over to the transaction controller here, and there we can have a constant transaction ID. And this is going to be equals to transaction ID schema dot pairs, and then we're going to pass in the request dot param dot ID. Yeah. So now let's just return response dot status, and then this is we're going to have HTTP status dot OK, and then let's just pass in let's pass a message. I'll just say transaction fetch success fully, and then we're going to create constant. Let's just do constant here. Transaction is equals to await get transaction. Uh, let's just copy this here. I'll just change this to service, and then let's pass in the user ID and the transaction ID here. So we can just return the transaction here. So I'll copy this and go over to my transaction service, and let me collapse this. And then let me do export constant transaction service async. Let me just return this, and user ID, which is of type string, then transaction ID, which is of type string too. And let's go into controller and import this. Save this, let's go back to the service, and then we're going to simply do constant transaction. We're going to find the transaction by ID. Say equals to await transaction or model. Sorry, we did this 2 times. Dot find one. Let's say ID ID transaction ID, and then user ID passes like this. I will say if not transaction, then we can throw an error not found session transaction not found. Then let's just return transaction. So we're done with this. Let me go over to controller, and let's okay, we've already imported this. I'll go into my route, and let's just pass in ID here. And let's get transaction ID controller. And I think let's confirm our server is running. And our postman, I'm going to click here. I'll go into get single transaction, and then we can see this here. So I'll just go over to get all transaction and copy an ID here. So I'll copy this ID, go into get single transaction, and I'll replace this ID with this one here. Save this, and let me also add the bearer token here. Like this. Okay, so I'm going to click on send, and let's see. And then we can get the transaction here. We can see it. Monthly groceries is what I pick here. And if I get to get all transaction, this is the ID I pick here. So we are done with this. Now let's go ahead and then create the duplicate transaction. So I'm going to copy this. Let me copy all of this, both with the ID. Sorry, I'll just duplicate this here. And I'll call this a duplicate transaction. Remove the by ID here. And then basically this is what we're going to do. I'm just going to copy this and change this. And instead of controller, we change it to service. And let's change the message duplicated. And then we can return, let's return the here, transaction here. So this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to copy this, go over to transaction service. And here we're going to just say export constant service async. And let's return this. We're just going to copy the same argument here, paste it here, and let's go into transaction controller and let's import this. And inside the service, we are going to do the same thing here. We're going to just copy the same thing here, paste it here. So now we can just say not found or not authorized, just like this. Then let's do constant duplicated await, or let's say transaction model.create. And then we're going to destructure the transaction which we got there, and then we're going to convert it to objects like this. Then we can just set this ID to undefined. So while we're setting this, MongoDB is going to recreate the ID for us. We're going to set the title. I can just put this as duplicates. And then the transaction dot title. And we can also have the description here. I'll just say if transaction dot description, then we can just say let's pass in the transaction dot description here. And I'll just say duplicates. Else I'll just say duplicated transaction like this. Then if we're duplicating recurring transaction, duplicate should be set to false. So we're going to set is recurring to false. And we're going to say is recurring interval. We're going to set that to undefined. Next, recurring date to undefined. Created at undefined. And then updated at. So this is it. We're going to just return duplicates. duplicated here. So we are done with this. I'll just go over to controller, make sure we already passing the transaction, the duplicate transaction here, returning it here. So let's go into the route and let's just let's copy and paste this. I'll say duplicate um control light. Then I'm going to move this up and let's add and duplicate. Yeah. So let me just update this like this. So let's confirm our server is running. So let me go to my Postman and I'll just copy this. I'll just copy a transaction ID here. So let me remove this non recurring so I can get all the transaction here. So let's say we have another monthly Netflix subscription, or let's just copy this ID of monthly groceries and then let's go into duplicate transaction. So I forgot to also change this to put here. And let's wait for the server to run. So now the server is running. So I'll click on duplicate transaction. Then I'll just replace this ID I added here and replace it with the one we got from here and confirm that the auth is set to the bearer token. So I'm going to click on send. And then we can see that it said duplicate monthly groceries, expense, duplicate transaction, groceries, and the other ones are set to false. And if you look, I think groceries is recurring is set to false. If I go ahead and copy anyone that is set to true, let's say monthly, like Netflix subscription. So I'll copy this, go over to duplicate. Let's change this to, click on send. And we can see that this is also set to false too. Set to false. And we can see the created ads and updated ads. So we are done with this. So the next thing we are going to do is to work on the update transaction. So let's go ahead and go to controller. And I'll just copy, let me just copy all of this at once here. Paste it here, and then let's change this to update transaction controller. And then we're going to get the ID. We're going to also get the body. We're going to get the body. Let me remove this. So I'm just going to say updated transaction schema. Let's import that. And we're going to say pass, and we're going to pass in the request dot body. Save like this. So now let me just change this to updated transaction, and let's also change this to update transaction, passing the user ID transaction ID, and we need to also pass in the body like this. And then I'll just return this here and just a transaction updated successfully. So let's quickly create the service for this. Let's go into this. I'll just say export constant and let's set async and return this. So I'm just going to copy this too and let's paste it here. And then we're going to also add the body, which is we're going to do update. I think it's update. Let's go into the validator. I think I've forgotten what I used here. The type. Okay, update transaction type. And let's import this. So now let's get the transaction ID. Let's get transaction by transaction ID and also check if the transaction is found. So we're going to check for existing transaction here. And we're going to say find one ID, user ID, and if no transaction not found, then we are going to say constant now is equals to new dates. We need to consider the recurring too when updating. So I'll say constant is recurring is equals to body dot is recurring. Then we're going to set this to existing, or just set it existing recurring. Let's recurring like this. So now let's handle the date too. Date is equals to if body dot date is not equals to undefined, then we're going to say new date body dot date. Else we're going to just use the existing date. Then now you're going to also the recurring interval. And this is going to be if body dot a recurring interval. Else, if it's not defined, then we check if we have an existing transaction recurring interval like this. And now let's do the same thing we did for the create transaction. We're going to say let next recurring dates be of type dates or undefined. And if it's recurring and the recurring interval, then let me just quickly go up to this and let's just copy the same thing here. Let's just copy everything like this here. Let's come down to this if and let's just paste it here. So we have the calculated dates, and then we're going to remove the body and set dates. And then here we're going to have the recurring interval. Then now we're going to see if this is less than now. Then calculate next recurring, then let's set this to now. And let's remove this by this. And there we're going to we can set like this to anyone. Calculated dates here. Then now we are going to update this. We're going to say existing transaction dot set. Now I want to make sure the body is being set, so we're going to handle like this. Body dot title. Title body dot title. So I'm going to do it for almost everything. Let me change this to description. So we didn't have description here. Okay, we don't have description here. Okay, let me check the let's check the validator here. I'll just go into transaction validator. Oh, we didn't define the description here. So let me just quickly do that here. Description set dot string dot optional. Let me move this up to the title here. By this, it's okay. So let me go into service and then let me scroll down here. So we have the description now. And I will change this to description. Then we should have the category. And then if the category is being passed, then we set it by this. Then we have the type. If it's being passed, then we set the type like this. Then also the payment method, if it's updated, then pass, we make sure we check that and then pass it like this. Then lastly, we also have the amount. Uh, if amount is not uh, sorry, if amount is not equals to undefined, then we can set amount, and let's just change this to a number, or let's add number there and set amount by this. So we are done with this. So let's pass in the dates. This is going to be the dates being passed. Remember, we checked this and we're going to pass in the dates. It's recurring interval, and next recurring dates. So like this. So it depends. If you want to check if you already have a recurring transaction, you can avoid doing this. But I just want to make sure that if you whether in recurring or uh not recurring, if as long as you update, you're going to recalculate the next occurrence, that is the next recurring date. So we are done with this. Let's just say await as this transaction does save, and then we just say return. We're not going to return anything here. So we're done with this. I'm just going to go over to controller, and let's remove all of this, and let's import this. So now we are done. Let's check our server is running, and let's test this out. So I'll go into let me copy an ID here. I'll copy this. Let me call this, and let's find for the duplicates. Okay, server is not yet running. So let me wait for this. So the server is running now. So I'll click on send, and we can see the duplicate transactions here. We can see that we're going to update that. So before we do that, let's create the route for this. So I'm going to just create a route here, put update ID, and let's import the update transaction controller. And then I'm going to copy this ID, go straight to update transaction. And there we're going to, this is put, so I'm going to change the ID here. And then we can see that the data here is different. So I've changed the title to, let me remove the title, yeah. So we have the type, we have the title, we have the amount, we have description, we have category, and we have the date. And we are setting this to recurring true. And I think this is set to recurring false here. So let's just test it out and see. Let's make this first too. Or basically we can remove this and let's test it out and see. And then let me modify the date too. So 7 6. Save this and let's click on send. Transaction updated. Let's see if this works. So I'm going to click on this again, and we can see that this has next recurring to null. This has next recurring to null ID. User ID title is name is the title has changed. Entertainment, the date has changed too. Do we change the date? Yeah, we change the date. Uh, also recurrent false. Recurrent interval null, last process null, and payment method card. So this work. So this works. So let me go over to my service again and let's confirm that this works properly. So and the price, we change the price is 19. We updated the price to 19.9 here. So let's try it again. I'll remove personal and let me try and remove everything and see only title work. I'll click on send and I think okay, let's remove this error. Click on send and it's updated. So let me click on get all transaction, click on send, and we can see Netflix subscription personal is being removed and every other thing is there. So great. So now let's go ahead and work on the next one, which is the delete transaction. So I'll go into my controller and let me just copy this, paste it here, and change this to delete transaction. The delete transaction, we just need only the ID, we don't need body. So I remove this. I'll change this to delete transaction. And then let me remove this body here. And then we're going to change it to transaction deleted successfully. So I'll go over to my service and let's create this here. So have exports constant async and we can I'll just get these two user ID and transaction ID here, paste it here. And let's go into my transaction controller and let me import the delete transaction service here. So inside the service, we're going to just paste it. So we're going to do the same thing we did here. Let me scroll up. I'll just copy all of this here and just scroll back down and just paste it here. And I'll change this to, let's change this to deleted. And then instead of find one, we say find one and delete. And then I'll just say deleted. Then let's just return like this. I'll just say transaction not found. Like this is okay. So I'll save this and I think we are done with this. So let's test it. Make sure our server is running. Server is not running. I'll just run this again. npm run dev. And then we're going to, let's also define the route here. So I'll just copy this, set this to delete ID and let's say delete transaction controller. Like this is okay. So let me wait for our server to run. So our server is running now. I'll close this and let me delete this transaction. So I'll just go over to get uh, get all transaction and let me copy this one we duplicated here. I'll copy the ID and let's go into delete transaction here. Here, delete transaction. And I've set the token already. I'll just change the ID to the one we created now and set it to delete. And you can see here it's set to delete here. So I'll click on send and then you should see success. And if I go over to get all transaction and I'll click on send and then the duplicate Netflix has been removed. So you can also if you want to delete this, you can go ahead and copy this one too. Paste it, save it, click on send, deleted, come over here and then let's click on send and we should see that one has gone. So now let's go ahead and work on the bulk delete transaction. So I just copy this and set this here and I'm going to set this to bulk delete. Then we're going to also modify this. Instead of using ID, we're going to have list of ID. So I'm going to update like this and I'm going to change this. We're going to change this. can name this to bulk delete transaction schema. So I'm going to just remove this. And then we're going to just pass him instead of params, we're going to pass in the body. And now we're going to get the transaction IDs like this. And then I'm just going to change this to bulk and delete transaction service. And there we're going to just set this to transaction IDs. Sorry, IDs like this. And I think that is it. So let me just go into the validator and let's create this here. So below here, I'm going to create this here. I'm just going to bulk delete transaction IDs. It's going to be an array of string length, invalid transaction ID, and at least one transaction ID must be provided. And then we can just duplicate this one here. And then let's set this to type of bulk delete transaction type. And I'll just copy the schema and then pass it here too. So now we are done with this. Let me just go over to my controller and let's import this. So now let's create a service. I'll just create a service. So let's export constant bulk delete service async. And then we can have the user ID, which is of type string, and also the transaction IDs, which is of bulk. I think let me make sure. Okay, I just have this a string of array. It's not point. Let's just do a string of array like this. And let's go into controller and import this. So inside my service now, we can delete. So we're going to use the delete many. So I'm going to say constant result await transaction model dot delete many. And here we're going to set the ID. We're going to say we should delete this in transaction IDs. And then we're going to also pass the user ID. So now we're going to say if result dot delete count is equals to 0, then we're going to just throw a new not found exception. We're going to say no transaction found by this. And then we're going to just say results return. It's going to be success true. And then we're going to have deleted counts is going to be equals to results dot deleted counts like this. So we're done with this. Let me go into my controller and let me just say constant results. And let me just return let me just do like this results. Sorry, let me add so now let's define it in the route. So I'm just going to say delete bulk delete, and then we're going to import this here. So make sure the server is running. So I'll wait for my server is running and make sure everything is defined here. So in the postman, I'm going to take about, let's say, all of the expense. I'm going to delete them. I'm going to copy this ID for subscription here. Let me go into the bulk delete request here. Let me remove this here. So inside the API transaction bulk delete, I'm going to just remove all of this ID like this. And I'm going to just paste this one here, this one. Then I can go over to this and let me copy the last, this one, this ID here. Bulk delete again and just paste this here like this. Then save this. So let's make sure server is already running and it's connected. And then let me click on send. And if I open this, we can see transaction deleted successfully true and deleted count 2. So if I go over here and then click on send, and we should see only one is left in the database. So we are done with this. Now the next thing we are going to work on, we're going to work on the bulk transaction. So let me just copy all of this again. And then let me just paste it here. I'll have bulk transaction. And then we are going to remove this here. I'll just remove all of this. And then we're going to go ahead and create the validator for bulk transaction. So let me save this and go into to the validator. And below here, we're going to have that here. So let me just copy this as the same thing, bring it here. But instead of ID, we are going to change this to only transactions. Then I'm going to change this to bulk transaction schema. And then instead of string, we're going to remove all of this and just set the base transaction schema. So scroll down, paste it here. Then we have at least one transaction is required. Let's say like this is required. And we can give, let's duplicate this. Sorry. And let's use maximum here and set maximum to 300. And then you can define the message cannot, we can say must not be more than 300 transaction. So basically that is it here. And then we can also let's also validate this again. Let's say refine. So we want to make sure the amount most of the amount are positive. So we can go through all of them by, let's say, transaction here. Then we say every transaction dot every cxx, and we just say constant amount is equals to number txx. Sorry, let's set it to s here. Dot amount. So this is transactions, and this is a single transaction. Then we're going to just return. We're going to say if not, it's not a number amount, and amount is greater than 0, and amount is less than equals to we can just say 1 million. Like this, yeah. So we can define a message here if you want. You can say amount must be positive, and number must be less than, must be positive, and and we can say must positive and positive, sorry, must be a positive number. Yeah, like this, we can leave it like it must be a positive number. And we can also add should not be less than should be less than 1m. But we can leave it like this. This is just to define that the number is positive. So we are done with it. So I'll just copy this same bulk transaction. And then we go into the controller here and let's say constant, open this and let's paste it here. Import this .ps and then let's pass the request body. And then let's get the transactions here. So we have constant is equals to, let's say, transactions is equal, sorry, uh what will I give this? Let's say fork. Okay, transactions data lists is equals to await bulk transaction service, and then we're going to pass in the user ID and also the list of transactions passed. Sorry, this should be a very mistake here. Transaction service. So I'm just going to copy this and let me go into service and let's create this export constant bulk transaction service async, and let me just import this. So I'll just go back into my service and let's define the user ID to string, type string, and the transaction. This can be, we can use the base. Sorry, we can go over to validator here. Or let me use the create transaction type and list like this. And let's see, I think the error has stopped. So now to handle bulk transaction here, we are going to make use of the bulk creates. Sorry, I'll just say MongoDB bulk write. I mean, and you can go over here and see how to make use of it. If I click on bulk write operation here, we can see some example here. So we can see example of using this for a following bulk write example run like this. So we can define this like this. The reason why we're using bulk writes, you can use bulk writes to do multiple operations like insert, updates, delete, replace. So we are going to use bulk writes to insert list of transactions being sent out, and the output will look like this. So this is just to insert large data. So I'm going to use that. So let's just go ahead and do that here. So what we are going to do is we're going to simply do the same thing here. We are going to create a list of these inserts. You can see they have multiple insert one, insert one. And that way we're going to, if we have like 10 transactions here, we are going to have 10 of these inserts here. So, and then we're going to pass it into the bulk write. So let's define that. So let me just add try back here. And there we're going to say constant bulk operations. I'm going to say transaction list dot map. And we're going to say tx with transaction, and then we're going to create, going to get, okay. So we're going to we're going to use map so we can have the total number of transactions. We'll have the total number of the document, insert document here. So I'm going to say insert insert one, and then we're going to do like this. Then we're going to have the documents, and here I'm going to just say tx here. I'm going to pass the user ID. I'm going to say it's recurring first, next recurring, next recurring dates, no recurring, uh, recurring interval, no, and then we're going to have the last process, no. Then we're going to also add a created at to new dates, and also the updated ads. Yeah. So save that, and if you look at what I did here, okay. So I've defined my own like this. So this should work. This should work like this. We've passed in all of the transaction, and then we don't want bulk transaction to have. We don't want to allow recurring in a bulk transaction. So basically, we're going to just set recurring to false by default. Yeah. So once we are done with that, we can just do constant results is equals to await transaction model dot bulk, right, and let's pass in the bulk. Let's pass in the bulk here. Remember that this will return a list. This will return a list. And if I scroll up, you can see a list here. It's going to return a list. So I'm going to just fix this. And then here we are going to set ordered true. So once you set order true, once order is set to true, this is going to if one fails, like the list of transaction, if it fails, then the operation the bulk that is going to throw an error. But if it's set to false, then it will continue to insert, and it's going, anyone that fail is just going to omit that, but it's going to return success when we insert the transaction. But once we set this to and true, if anyone fails, it stops the insert. It just throws an error immediately. So I'm just going to just do throw error, yeah, and then let's do return. We're going to say inserted count. This is going to be results dot inserted count success true, like this. I think this is okay like this. Let me look at the documents. Let's look at here. We have insert count, and there's no way to get the errors here. So I'm just going to leave it like this, and then I think we are done like this. So I'm going to go over to my transaction controller, and then let me just remove this and set this to results. And then I'm just going to do like this. I think this is okay like this. And then let's change this to transaction inserted, or let's say inserted bulk transaction. Okay. Inserted successfully. Yeah. So now let me go into my routes, and then let me just create the route here. So I'll just define it here. post, I'll say bulk uh, transaction controller. I'll just remove this access to bulk, let's call it bulk transaction here. I'll just move this to the top here. And then let's make sure our server is running. And then the server is running, so I'm going to just go into my Postman, and then let's go into my Postman here, and I'll go here and let's click on add block transaction, and there define API transaction block transaction. Then like you can see I have some block transaction here. I'm going to use it here, so you can just go ahead and create uh this. So you see transactions, the income, uh, income. So these are incomes here. These are expenses here. And then let me just try it here. So I'm going to click on send now. And let's see. So you see bulk transaction inserted successfully. So we have inserted count 15. So if I go over to get or transaction, and if I click on send here, we can see that we have total of this is 10, but total count is 16. We can update this pagination here or change this to 20. Send, and then we can see all of the transaction here we've created. So that is it. So the next thing we are going to do now is to go ahead and work on the so let me look for that here. Okay, yeah, this scan receipts. So we're going to upload receipts, and then we're going to scan the receipt using Gemini AI. So we're going to upload the receipt we're going to be using Cloudinary to Malta Cloudinary and then Gemini AI. So, and this is the receipt I'm going to use here. If I scroll up here, I'll use this receipt here. So let's go ahead and then work on that here. So let me go back to this place and let's see how it works. So the first thing we are going to do is we're going to set up the configuration for the Malta and Cloudinary. So I'm going to make sure we've already installed this. So go into my package.json, and you see we've installed Cloudinary and we've installed Malta. And for Malta, we are using Malta Storage Cloudinary to install the file into Cloudinary. And here we're using Google Gen AI, which is the AI we're going to use, AI model we're going to use to scan the receipt. So let me scroll back up and let me create a file. I'll create two files. One is for Cloudinary, config.txt, and inside here we're going to define the config for this. So what we're going to do here is go into your env, and we're going to have the Gemini API key and also the Cloudinary. So what we're going to do is to go over to Cloudinary. I already opened Cloudinary here, and once you sign up, this is what you're going to see. So we have to install Cloudinary. We've done that, and then we are going to have to define the cloud name, API key, and API secrets. And that's what I'm going to define there. So I'm going to just like this. So make sure in your env, you should define it like Cloudinary cloud name, API key, and API secrets. And then we're going to just copy this. So let me go over to let me just go over to view API key. We can just click here and click on view API. And then we can copy this. So let me just zoom this thing out so we can see this clearly. Sorry, let me just. So let me click on this, and then we can see the cloud name, API key, API secrets. And then what I'm going to do is to copy the cloud name, paste it here. I'll copy the API key, paste it here, and I'll copy the API secret. And uh, I'm going to paste it here. So once you are done with this, let's go into the Cloudinary env config, and we're going to define it. So let me just go back and copy all of this here. Let me go back into the config env, and here we need to define that here. So I'm just going to say, let me quickly paste this here, and I'm going to just remove this here. So we have the cloud name, and I'll remove all these comments here. So I'm going to just copy this, paste this like this, like this, like this. So I'll change this to cloud name, Cloudinary cloud name, API key, Cloudinary API secret. Save that. So we are done with this. So the next thing we are going to do is let's look at let's go back up, and we can see how to define this. You can define like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the Cloudinary config here, and then I'm going to import this. So let me import this. Let me zoom this 100% back, and I'm going to just copy this line first and paste it here. And then we're going to also get the Malta. We can look at Malta here, npm package, and then we can also open Malta um, Cloudinary storage, and you click on this here. And there you can see how it was defined. The storage is defined here, and this will give us defining part and size. So let me go over to Malta here, and we can see how to use Malta here. So basically this is it, I think. Okay, yeah, Malta is defined there. We can see that, yeah. So let me just go ahead and do that here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the env for the Cloudinary name, cloud name API key. So let me just define that here. So we can see the cloud name, API key, API key and API secret. Save that here. And then we're going to also define the storage, which we are seeing in a Malta storage Cloudinary. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to import that. We're going to import that. So, but first of all, let's define the storage here. This is going to be equals to. So I'm going to just export this. I don't think we need this, so I'll just leave it like this. And I'm going to say is equals to new Cloudinary storage. And let me just define this up here. So I'm going to import from Malta storage Cloudinary, and import the Cloudinary storage. And there we're going to define, we're going to pass in the Cloudinary here, which is this. And then we're going to pass in the param. And this param is going to give us the request and file. And then we're going to return this. And we're going to let's define the folder. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to structure this and call this storage param. And then I'm going to define this at the top here. I'll say constant storage param is equals to an object. And now I can set folder. I'll set this to images. Then allowed formats. I would say JPG, PNG, and JPEG. Then we can add the resource type, image as constant, and then you can also define the quality. Now your set is to auto good size. You can define transformation. If you want, just set the width, a crop and limit. So if I will just remove this like this, set it like this, and now we're done setting up Cloudinary and also setting up the storage. Now is how to define the Malta. If you go over to Malta, we can see how it sets upload and Malta and destination. So I'm just going to we're going to do that. So let me go over to okay, let me come down here and let's say constant upload and make sure we export this. This is going to be equals to Malta and let's import Malta here. And then I'll just put in the is valid here. You can define this if you want like this and just check if it's valid. If it's not, it's valid. Then you can do this. So I'll just put CB null and true like this. So basically, Malta is going to give us some it's going to throw some error if we didn't pass any. It's going to handle the validation for us. So there's not much in doing this. I'll just put return error and what and stuff like that. But Malta is going to do all the handling for us. So what I'm going to do also is I'll go into my error handler and let's define a Malta errors here. So below here, I'm going to catch any Malta error here. And if set this like this also, if error instance of Malta error, we can see Malta error from Malta. And then if you hover over Malta error, you can go over and look at the pass. So what we're going to do here, we're going to return, let's return response.status. And we're going to define the status. We're concentrating here, and then let's update this. So what I'm going to do here, I want to be able to get the define the status because Malta will give us some error code, and this error code we can also specify the status for it. So I'm just going to do that here. I'm just going to paste that here, and you can see the message for error limit unexpected file, limit file size, limit file count equal to file upload error. And then I'm going to just do it like this. I'm going to set the status to bad request and the message. So I'm going to define it properly when Malta throws an error. And we're going to see that in action. So I'm just going to say handle Malta error. And I'm going to pass in the error here. And then I'm going to get the status, which I've defined, the message, and the error. So I'm just going to pass in the status here, the message, error, and I'm going to use error code, error the message. Okay, I'm going to put let me put error code in the file upload error like this, something like this. So now we are done with this. I'm going to comment this later on when we want to test it. So now we are done with this. So the next thing we are going to handle now is we are going to go ahead and create the config for Google ai.config.tx. So now let's go to Google. Let's go over to AI Studio Google.com. And if you go over here, you can click here to see document code. And if I click on this option and select TypeScript, and we should see we need to install Google Gemini and Gemini AI, Gen AI. We've already done that inside the package.json. So the next thing we're going to do is to specify the Google Gemini AI API key. So I'm going to just add the model, and there we can see the model. So that's what I'm going to do here. So I'm just going to use the new, and let me import this. I'll import this, and let me import the env, but we've not added the API key yet. And I'm using the 2.0 Flash. You can see they're using 2.5. This is Pro. But I'm just going to stick to the 2.0, which works well too. So basically, this one is just for text, but I'm just going to define it and make use of this. So now, how to get the API key? So just close this and make sure if you want to get the API key, you can just come over here. I think, let me see. Okay, yeah, I'll click here and I'll click on get API key. And you can create your API key. So this project specifier, you can see you need to create a project in Google Cloud Service before you can be able to create the API key. So I'll just click on create here. And this will say I should select a project. I'll just select any project here. And I'll say create key in existing project. And this will generate API key for me. And now I can copy this API, go into my env, and I'll paste it here. So let me just paste it here and save this. So now we are done with everything here. We're done with the configuration. So what I'm going to do now is to go ahead and let's create the controller for the uh, AI scan received. So I'll go below here and let's do export constant. Let's do export constant. So I'll just copy all of this first. And then I'll change this from transaction controller to scan receive controller. And then what we're going to do, we're going to get the files. We're going to say constant file is equals to request dot file yeah. And let's also get the user ID. And then I'm just going to return response here, return status HTTP dot okay. And then we have the JSON. And for message, we're going to say received scan successfully. And let's say that here. And then let's create a service here. Constant result is equals to await let's say service. I'll replay the controller and change this to service. And let's pass in the user ID. Okay, we don't need to pass the user ID here. I will just say let's pass in the file here. So we don't need the user ID. We're just only retrieving the data from the receipt. and we're not actually creating the data that inside this receipt scan receipt controller or service. So I'll just remove the user ID here. So now let me just return this here. I'll just say data dot results here. Or you can just put results here like this. So let me copy this and let's go into service here. And let me collapse this here. I say export constant service. And then let me just return this. And then we're going to pass in the file here. So let me go over to controller and let me import this. And then we are going to go over to the service. So I just go over to my transaction service here. And let's add a type for this. So the type for this is going to be express and dot multi dot file or undefined. Then now we need to check if file is not defined. I'll just throw a new bad request exception. I'll say no file uploaded, even though Malta is going to handle that for us. Then we're going to use try patch here. So now if we go over to the Malta storage, we notice that this is Malta storage. Let me open, if I think I've closed that, let me open the Malta storage. And if you look at the output here, they said they gave us the file name, path, and size. So we are going to try and check if a path is being whether and the path is a URL fetching the file. That means it's fetching it from Cloudinary. So let's go ahead and do that here. So I'm just going to say if not file dot, and we can see path here, then throw new bad request exception. It's a failed to upload which was all my something like this. Then now how do we and now to add, if we go over to Google Gemini AI and let's see how to handle image here. So I'll go over to their documentation, and if I scroll down, let me click on text. Okay, yeah, I think this is it. Let me scroll down to, okay, this is an AI model. Let's click on text generation. And then let's scroll down to where we have image. And we can see there, yeah, to upload file. So you can use this flow, but I don't want to use this upload the image again to Google. So I'm going to instead use buffer. So I'm going to get the buffer from the URL and then pass it into Google generate content here. So that's what I'm going to do. So how to get this? I'm going to use Asios to get it from the path. And you know that this path, if I console log dot log the path file dot path, then when we see that we can see the path is a Cloudinary URL. So I'm going to say constant response data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use await Asios. So I think they will install Asios. We installed Asios. So let me import it here. import as used from as used. So I'm going to use this and say dot get file paths dot paths. And then we're going to say a response type. Response type is going to be an array of buffer like this. Then we're going to say constant base 64 string. This is going to be equals to buffer dot from response data dot data. And then we're going to say to string base 64 like this. And now we can just say if not base 64 string, then we can also throw an error. Bad requests exception could not process file like this. So now we can use the Gemini AI. So I'll say results is equals to await gen. So import gen AI from the config. So I've imported it here. So once you import it, we can just say dot models dot generate content, and we'll pass in the model. We can import model gen model. We've defined it inside the, you can see gen model here. And then we are going to also define others here. So now we're going to also have the contents here. So the contents, we are going to have a list of array. And then we're going to say create. We're going to use the create user content. And then we're going to pass in the prompt and also the base string and the file main type. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import create user content from Google Gemini AI. And I'm going to open a list. And then now I'm going to pass in the prompt. So let's go ahead and create the prompt here. So I'm going to just define a file here. I'm going to call this prompt.txt. And I'm going to paste the prompt here. So the prompt is simply telling Gemini AI that you're a financial assistant, extract the data, and then return this detail matching this exact JSON format here. And then I'm going to also give it the payment method we have. And then this is the rules. And then this is the example of valid response here. So you can just pause and then copy this, write this out. So I'll go over to my service now and let me import receipts prompt here. And now to add the base 64 string, I'm going to say create parts from base 64. And then I'm going to pass in the base 64 string here. And then we're going to pass in file dot the main type here. So we are done with this. Now we can just add in the we can add in the config here. Just set temperature to 0, and all of this just set this to 1. And then we're going to have response mail type. I'm going to use application JSON. Like this is okay. So now we've been able to we're able to get the results now. So we're going to make use of the results. So below here, we're going to say constant response is going to be equals to results dot, you're going to get the text. And this is going to, output is going to return as string. So we need to get the JSON out of the string. So I'm going to say constant clean text is equals to response dot replace one, two, three. So I'm going to say I'm going to do it like this. Question mark chasing. Then I'm going to do question mark. Then we're going to question mark again and like this. So I'm going to just do dot stream like this. So now if not clean, if clean text return error, we just say error could not read receipts, or we could not process receipts contents like this. So now after we've done this now let's use constant the data, and then we're able to extract the JSON from the text. Now we need to convert it to PS stats. Say JSON dot PS plain text, and then we're going to say if we're going to make sure that if data dot amount from the text, let me just make this option like this. Okay, if not data dot amount or not data dot date, then we can return error to again received missing required information. Now let's return title data dot title, and I just put default to received. I will set amount dot amount, and the last ones we're going to have date, description, category, payment method, and type. Then we return the receipt URL, and then we can just return error if anything occur, if an error occur. I'll just say receive scanning service. You can just say receive scanning receipt and scanning service unavailable. Like this. So we are done with this. So let's test it out. I'll just copy this, go over to transaction controller, and I think we've able to complete it. So what we're going to do next is to go over to route, then inside the transaction route, and inside there we are going to set the route here. So I'm just going to say transaction route scan received. Then we're going to import upload the single receipt. So I'm going to import upload from Cloudinary config. If you go over to Cloudinary from config, remember we exported the upload here, and we're going to use this. Yeah, so I'm going to import the scan receive controller, and now we are done with everything. So let's make sure our server is running. So my server has stopped. I'm going to rerun this again, and then let's wait for this to run. So now the server is running and the database is connected. So now let's try and test this out. So I'm going to go over to Postman, and then Let me go over to receipts, AI receipt scanner. So I'm using the Postman web to upload the files. And if you try to add files here and it didn't work, you can go over to, you can just quickly search it on Google and then it will show you how to add files to your machine here. So I've been able to do that, or you can use the desktop version. So to test our errors, I'm going to remove this file here like this for now. Then I'm going to save it and let's see transaction scan received. So I'm going to click on send and let's see if a Malta is handling our error. And we can see that Malta is handling our error. If I go over to error handler and let me comment that out. And let me comment this out here. If I comment this out and save and wait for the server to load again. And then let me click on send again and let's see. You should see that the error, okay, it's showing bad request here. I think, okay, I think the Async handler is catching it already for us. So, and we're able to set, okay, we are setting the default here, no file uploaded. Okay, it's able to catch the error. The app error is able to catch this error. It's able to catch the error. So I'm just going to leave it like this, yeah. I think you can test out other errors and see if it's able to catch this smaller error here. So currently we have no file uploaded. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on select a new file here. And then I'm going to select the file. So now I've selected the file and the file is this particular file that I've showed you before. This receipt. And let's see if it will work. So I'll go over to my Postman and let me click on send. Send. And let's see. Okay, we can see the file part is console here. And then if I go over to my service, remember we console the file part here. This file part, and you can see that this is already installed in Cloudinary. And now we can see the image is showing the file name, that is the title, the amount, the date, the description, the category, and the payment method, and also the receipt. And if you look the receipt, we can see the total amount here is 52.47, and here we can see 52.47. And then the title was gotten from the name of the receipt. So basically that is it. And if you check our Cloudinary, you should be able to see the file stored there. So I'll load my Cloudinary. And then if I go over to files, media library, and then we can see the file already inside the Cloudinary. So basically that is it. So we are done with the transaction. So we are going to go ahead and work on the transaction cron job. So the cron job that handles the recurring transaction for us. So let's go ahead and work on. So let's go ahead and work on the transaction cron job. So I'm going to quickly we're going to make use of Node cron. So I've already installed that inside our package. If you look inside our package.json, we have the Node cron here. So I'm going to go over to the package and you can go over here and look for it. So basically this is how to use Node cron to run a job. So I'm just going to show an example. So let me just come into my index. I'll create a sample. Okay, let me go into my cron. Sorry, I have a folder already here. I'll create a scheduler here. .tx, and inside here we're going to do the same thing. So I'm just going to copy all of this and we can see the ESCs here. I'll copy the ESCs and I'll paste it here. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say constant tax is equals to, and I'm going to move in the console log inside this function. and then I'm just going to paste it here. Then let me just quickly export this constant start job is equals to, and I'll move this cron job here. Let me move it up. So I'll save this, and basically I'll just copy this start job, and I'll just go down to index.tx, close this. I'll just paste it anywhere around here. So let me just paste it here. And then I'm going to import this. So let me import start job. And then if you open our terminal, so I'll go over to scheduler.tx, and this should run every minute. So if you scroll down and you should understand how cron syntax is. So we need to understand that these are the allow field here. There are about 5 asterisk here. But we can also have sys. I mean, we have sys here, but second here is optional. So if I add one more asterisk, this is 5 asterisk. So let me add one more here, and this will run every second. And we should wait for this to load, and we should be able to see running tags every minute. It should be every second. So let's wait for this to load, and then we can see that this tax is running every, but it's consoling it out here. So now we need to understand how this works. So I have a diagram which explains everything here. So I'll just go into my doc, and then let's see it here. So basically, each of the asterisk here, having 5 here, and this is 6. So I'm just going to remove this one to stop running. So you need to understand that the first asterisk here is minute, and which start from 0 to 59, which means minute of the hour. So this, once you set this minute, it means this will run. For instance, for an example here, we can see run every hour at minute 0. So once we set 0 here, this means the cron job will run every 0 minutes in every hour. Then we have hour, which is 0 to 23, which it means run hour of the day. That is the hour of the day. So we also have day of the month, which is 1 to 31st, means day of the month. We also have the month, which is 1 to 12, which means month of the year. And lastly, we have day of the week, which is 0 to 7, which is Sunday 0 or 7. Yeah. So basically, this is how to describe it. And here is more example. And if we specify 00 here, which means midnight, which means 12 o'clock a.m. So this will run every midnight. Then we have a cron job that runs every month on the first day of at 3:30. So remember this, the first asterisk here means minute. So this is 30 minutes, and 15, which is the hour, means 3. And this is the day of the month, which is first day in every month. So this is every month. If I'm to edit this and add and change this to 8 here, add 8, this means run every first day of August at 3:30 p.m. So basically that is it. So then cron job also has its own symbols. We have the asterisk, which means every possible value. Then we have the so if I want to allow this job to run every 5 minutes, then I have to put over here and put 1 here. If I do that, this will run every 1 minute. And then we can see that this, if I save this, you see this will start running every 1 minute. Basically, this is it. So we also have the range. You can specify 1 to 5. So it's run between from 1 minute to 5 minutes. Then for here we have range, like if you want Monday to Friday, you can specify that in the weekdays. Yeah. So we also have a specific value. If I want this to run 1 minute and then 5 minutes, and then 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 7 minutes or 6 minutes. This is how you will specify it. So, and this is some example here of this running every 5 minutes. And for weekdays range, we have um, zero. This is 0 minutes, 9 a.m. Then we have 1 to 5 days. That's from Monday to Friday. So this run every weekday, only on Monday to Friday. Then we have specific days. We have by 12 o'clock, um, 12 p.m. This is not zero. This is 12. If you specify 12 here, it means 12 p.m. Then we have it should run only on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And that is how Cron Job works. And to practice more about it, you can go over to this website, fronttab.guru. And there, if I let me let's restart everything. Let me change this to asterisk here, an asterisk here, and you see around every minute. If I put over 5, you should see one at every fifth minute. Then for midnight, I'm just going to put so, and we can see this will run um midnight. And if I put 1, you see run midnight on the day of the first month, which is 1. Then if I put 8 here, you can see run first in August. And you can also look at the symbols here too. So that is it for the Cron explanation. So let's go ahead and implement this. So basically, I'm going to go over to my index and I'm going to remove this because I'm not going to actually set it here because we're going to actually um, run the cron job for transaction, and this transaction we use the database. So it's going to be after we connect to the database. So we are going to initialize it. We're going to initialize the cron job here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just remove this start job here. I'll scroll up and just remove all of this. Then go to the top and let's where we have schedule. I'm going to create index.tx here. And then I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call these jobs. And there I'll just have transaction.job.txt. So inside here, I'm going to, so let me first of all go into transaction job. So let me create a function here. So I'm going to say export constant process recurring transaction. And this is going to be async. And like this. So what I'm going to do, I'll go into my let's go into scheduler first. And there I'm going to change this to jobs. And then I want to remove this and just set let return. And because we're going to return list of jobs, so I'm going to set this to return an array. And there, instead of me defining the cron schedule, I can create a helper function at the top here to handle that. So I'll just come over and remove this tags. Instead of tags, I'll just say schedule job. And there I'm going to provide the name of the job and also the time, which is of type string. Then I'll provide a function which is the actual job. And then inside here, I can just console, let's remove running and let's just say, so let me remove let me just say schedule or scheduling, or just show the name of the job and at and the time. Then let's return cron the schedule. We're going to pass the time. I will say async, and there we're going to use try and catch here. And what we're going to do is we're going to say await job. So yeah, let me just console. So I'm going to just log this console.log. I'll just say name completed, and then we have the error. I'll just console.log name field, and then I'll just pass in the error here. So, and then we need to also specify the options here. So if I draw this, we can see name, scheduled, and we can see time zone. So scheduled is going to be true, which will run by itself, and the time zone, I'm going to set this to UTC like this. So now we are done with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say schedule job, and I'm going to say transaction, or you can call it recurring transaction, but I'll leave it transaction. And then I'm going to specify the time. So I'm going to create the 5 asterisk 1 2. Sorry, 5 here. So I'm going to then I'm going to bring in the function, which is process recurring uh transaction. And then I want this transaction to always, the recurring transaction to always run by midnight. Let's say this is going to be, I just want to give some time. I'm going to say 12:05 here, 12:05 a.m. So this is going to run by 12:05 a.m. So we're going to test it out with some of the time, like every minute. We're going to specify there to test it out. So we are done with this. Now let's go ahead inside index.tx, and we are going to let's initialize this here. So I'm going to import this from the scheduler, and I'm going to say constant jobs start job. Then I'm going to say job.length cron job running, return the jobs, and then if we have any error, then we can return an empty array here. So now I'm going to use this initialize cron, go over to index.tx, and then I'm going to scroll down to where we have the database here. So what we're going to say await page start here, and let's call initialize import that. But here I want to make sure this only run in development. So I'm going to say env node dev is equals to development, and then run this. So we're not going to run this on production. So once you deploy your server, you also deploy the script. We're going to create a script later on for production, where you can host it in any Cron Job service. So we're done with it. So let me just log, and then we should see we have one Cron Job running. I'll just say no, instead of one Cron Job running, let's just say one Cron Job initialize like this. So now let's go ahead and work on the transaction, the recurring transaction here. So let me just bring this down, and inside here we're going to get the dates here. So I'll say now this is going to be equals to new dates, and then we're going to have a try catch here. And what we're going to do is we're going to get all of the transaction. So I'm going to say constant transaction, and we're going to return them in batches. So we're going to be using in MongoDB to return data, the list of data in batches, and not getting all of the data into the memory. So I'm going to say transaction model dot find, and here we're going to say if it's recurring, true, and also if next recurring date, and we're going to say if it's less than equals to now. And that's it. Then we're going to just add cursor here. So if you go back to MongoDB, you know the cursor releases return in batches. I think 101 documents per. So I'm just going to, let's say, just console or let's say starting console log. Sorry, console log. So I want to make sure we're able to starting recurring process, something like this. Then now we need to look through the transaction cursor. So I'm going to say for, and we're going to use we're going to say we're going to set await here and constant tx of transaction cursor. And if you try to remove the s, it will throw an error. And we can see the error there. So we need to put the await here. So now we need to get the next date. We need to get the next date or next recurring. We need to calculate that. I'll say calculate next occurrence here. And in this next occurrence, we're adding only one. I think we're passing dates. Okay, so 2 agreement over 0. Okay, yeah. We pass dates and the recurring interval. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to just say tx dot next recurring date. And then we're going to say recurring sorry, tx dot recurring interval by this. And this is daily. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do it like this. So now we've set this. Now let's create a session or a transaction. So this is going to be equal to await mongo the start session. And there we're going to have try. So we want a situation where if this returns like 20 transaction, if one fails, uh, the session will roll back that specific transaction that fails, because we're going to be creating a new transaction similar to the one that's already existing in the database, and then we're going to update the existing transaction. So with this, we're going to say await session dot with transaction, and then we're going to call say async. Sorry, async. Then we're going to return this. So now let's say await transaction model dot create, and there we're going to just open it like this, because we're going to create this. We're going to get the transaction from the T. Yeah. So let's just put this down. And what we're going to do, yeah, we're going to destructure this tx dot object to object like this. And then I'm going to get the ID and set the ID to Mongo type ID like this. And then I'm going to set the type and the date to the next recurring date. That is the date we are actually creating the new transaction. And we're going to set recurring to false, next recurring dates, and all of this to null. Then once we've created the transaction, now we need to update the existing transaction. So I'm going to say await transaction model dot update one. And here we're going to set the ID. So I'll say ID is cx dot underscore ID. And then we're going to set next recurring date to next date, and then last process to now. And let's not forget to add a session to all of this. So I'm going to add a session here, and then here I'm going to also add session here. So let me just add command by this. So we are done with this, and for this, I think we are done with this. For this with section session with transaction, I think we're going to add. Let me add this here. Let me extend the commit time. I'll just set it to either 3 or 1. So we'll set it once, extend it to 1, or let me just change it to 2 here. So it depends on what you want. So I think we are done with this. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to try to return this return, or also track if the transaction went through, how many transactions that went through and the ones that failed. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over to the top here, and I'm going to say constant process count and field count. So I'm just going to come down where we have the before the catch, and then I'm just going to say process count. I'm just going to put plus plus here like this. Then for the catch, I'll just set this to any here. I'm going to put field count. I'm going to set this to plus plus here. And then we can just console log if error occur. It's a failed recurring transaction, which is the X, and we can just specify the ID here, tx underscore ID dot underscore ID. Then we can set the error dot message. So we're done with this. Then finally, we're going to end the sorry, we're going to end the section. Session dot end session. So now we are done with this. So what we're going to do, let's just return let's say success, true, or we can leave that. This is optional. And then we're going to just return the process count and the field count like this. So just like this. I don't think we're going to even need the return. Yeah. But let's just leave it. And then let me also console log. Or just a process. And I'll pass in the process counts transaction. So let me add a check here. It's a process count transaction, and I'm going to do the same thing for failed transaction. Let's add failed count here. So something like this is okay. And then here we're going to just say console log dot console log, and then we're going to just say error occurred processing transaction, and then we can just return the error here. And then we just simply just say return success was and error and error can be just error dot message. Let me just add any here. And basically we are done with it. So now if I save this, we are totally done. So let me go through everything again and make sure that we set everything correctly. So now to test it out, let's go over to um index.tx scheduling. So this is set to 5. So let me go back to my Postman and let's get all of the recurring transactions. I'm just going to log in again. I'll copy the access token and let me go and get all of the recurring transactions. And we can modify the I'll go over to my database and modify it. So let me just go to get all transactions here. And let me paste this. Click on send. And let's see which one has recurring to true. I think I'll have to filter this. So I think let me just find another one. Or let me just filter this recurring. And yeah, we're able to find the recurring transaction here. Monthly. So what I'll do is I'll copy this ID of this recurring transaction, go over to my database. So let me go over to my database and I'm going to modify this. So let me check if we can be able to connect with this. So let me go index. Let me copy this like this. Click on MongoDB again. Connect with string. Let me paste it and see if we can connect. And we're able to connect here. It's able to connect to the database. So let me just open this here. And let me close all of these. So inside the we are going to go over to transaction document and let's search for this let me look for freelance here. And I think it should be the first one I added here. And there we can see it. You can see the freelance. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify the next recurring date. So instead of 8, I'm going to bring it behind the date. So I'm going to set this to let me set this to 7, and I'm going to set this to first. And I'm going to save this. So now once I save this, let's go ahead into our Cron Job, the scheduler, and let's change this time to let's change this to from this. I'll change it to I'll put to every 1 minute here. Now let's see this and save. And let's see this work action. Let's wait for this to okay. I've not been able to save this. Let me save this. So let's wait for this to run. So now we can see that server is already running. So let's wait for the cron job to run. So we set this to 1 minute. So one cron job initialized and reset. So we're waiting for it to run every 1 minute. And let's wait for this to load to run. And okay, or it said failed. One transaction failed. We're going to undefined. So the transaction did go through and we didn't even see the error. So let me go back to transaction again. One job. And let's look at why it failed. So it didn't We could have just returned the error message like this. I'll save that and let's run again. Let's see. So let me try and click on let me try and remove the recurring, and let's click on send again, and let's see if it's free. It didn't create any transaction yet. So now we can see the error. Let me see the error. Transaction validation failed. User ID is required. Oh, I think we made a mistake here. We didn't specify the user ID, but we passed in the TX. So I've been able to try something. I think if you notice, I moved the session up here and just try and bring it down here. And then if you do that, I think that is all. So let's test it out because I tried to console the transaction and I'm able to see the user ID. So it's supposed to make a copy of this inside this create, uh, inside this new transaction. So let me go ahead because I made the changes here. Let me revert this back to asterisk and asterisk over one and save this, and let's see if this will actually create it because I've moved this session out of the array, and I think that should fix the error. So let me drag this up here and let's see. So this should run by now. Hopefully it should pass because you also have console this and I've set everything here. Move this session down. Oh yeah, it's passed, yeah. So it's passed. So the issue was because of the session I put inside the array, and we can see that this passed. So if I go ahead and look at, let's go into this and let's click on this MongoDB data document here, and we should see that the next occurrence has changed. We can see that it has changed back to 0801 here. So what I'm going to do is if I reload this is 16. If I reload this now, we should see 17. Okay. Okay, just 23. So let me check again. Freelance web. Let's try the last one and see. And then we can see the recurring transaction. Let me click on this. Wow, this has created multiple times. So it's actually creating, but it was failing. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all of this. So let me go and then change this back to 5. And I'll click on this. Let's click on this, yeah. And then I'm going to go ahead and delete all those new multiple recurring transaction. And I can see that here. I think we're even having some issue fetching this. This is not coming down in descending order. So let me go straight to get all transaction. Created at -1. So I think it should be. I'll just try and try and remove all of uh the ones that was created before. So I've deleted them, and we can see that there's only one that left here. So I've noticed why this recurring trans, the one we created, is showing at the bottom instead of at the top. I think it's because if you go over to the cron job, it both copying both the created dates of the previous recurring transaction. Let me click on send and let's see. I think it's still there. So I've removed them. So it's only one left now. And we can see only one. So I noticed why this is showing down here instead of at the top is because we are copying both the created ads. So what I did here now is if we go over, we can just set created date undefined and then updated as undefined. So MongoDB will create the we create the created date for us. So I'll save that and let's go ahead and test it again. So I'm going to let me reload this and let me click here and let's change this the dates again, the recurring. Okay, this is not it. So let me click on this one. So I noticed I deleted it, so I've created it again. So I'm going to reload this. I'm going to click on the first one. But sorry, it should be the one down here. And then this is the recurring transaction. So let's modify this. So let me change this to 7 and today's let me say 5 here. And I will save this and let's go over to scheduler. So we're going to make sure this stays at the top like this newly one I created. So I'm going to change this back to asterisk over 1 and then here asterisk here and save this and let's wait for this to run. So now this has generated the has created the recurring transaction. So now if I reload this, we should see now it's then is the first one we can see here because MongoDB has created the uh, a new created date and updated date instead of using the one from this transaction. So basically that is it. So now let's go ahead and work on the report API. So now let's work on the report API. So I'm going to close my terminal here and let's close all of this. I'll go into controller and I'm going to create a new file with the report.controller.txt. So here I'm going to first of all create the get all reports. But even though we don't have any data yet, until we implement the report cron job, I'm going to implement the API first. So I'm going to say export constant, and we're going to say get all reports controller. We're going to use async handler, async, and then request. It's of type of request, response, type of response, sorry, of type of response, and let's return this. So we're going to get a user ID here from request dot user dot underscore ID. And there we're going to set the pagination. And I'm going to call this pagination page size is going to be yes int request dot query dot page size and as string else or just give 20, set default to 20, page number as int. And we're going to also do the same thing, request the query, the page number. Let's also set it to string and give it 1. Let me just first of all return status http status.ok, the JSON, and here we just say message report fetch successfully. Just say report history or something like that. So now let's create the service here. So I'll say constant results is equals to await get. Let me just quickly copy this, paste it here, and change it to service, and then pass the user ID and the pagination. And we're going to just output the results here like this. So let me just copy this and let's go and create the service. So I'm going to create a file here, report.service.tx, and let's say export constant get report service async, and let's call the function. Let's get the user ID, which is of type string, pagination, which is of type page size number, and page number. And let me go ahead and then import this. So let me just remove this for now. And let me go into the service. And I'm going to come inside here and let's set the query first. So I'm going to set the query constant query and also the structure, the pagination. So I'm going to say record string any. I'll pass the user ID. Then now we have the structure, the page size and page number from the pagination. Now let's use promise all. So we're going to get the reports, which is total count, and it's going to be await promise dot all. And let's make use of a report model dot find query, then dot skip the limits and page size, then the sort created at -1. So, and then we are going to also get the report model dot count documents and pass in the query too. So now let's get the total pages, which is going to be equals to math plus cell total count divided by page size. And now let's just say return the report pagination, page size, page number, total count, total page, and then skip. And if we go over to the report, the controller, let's just destructure this here. So we are done with this now. So we're not going to go ahead and retest this until we do the cron job. So I'm just going to copy it and let's work on the updates setting. So remember we have two models. One is for settings and one is for report. So the report saves the history, while the setting is is the actual one that we use to run the cron job, and also the user can update the model here, set it to enable or disabled. I mean enable true or enable false. So I'm just going to change this to update report setting controller. So then I'm going to get the user ID. I'm going to remove all of this. So let me remove this first here. And then let me just remove this. For now, let me just comment this out. And then we're going to say constant body. We're going to pass the body and we're going to use update report setting, which we've now created here. Schema. I will say dot pass and the request dot body. So let me go ahead and create the validator for that. I'll create a new file here. I'll call this report dot validator dot tx. I'm just going to just paste this like this. So I should just set this. It's just only one field. It's enabled, and there we use the update settings. You can just set this to sorry, not sure like this. So this is update. So let's import this. And let me fix this error. So now we're done with this. Now the next thing we're going to do is to create the service. So I'm just going to copy this here. And let me just enable this. Replace this with this and change this to body. And I'm going to remove the result here. Then here I'm just going to say report setting updated successfully. So sorry, it should be service. And let me create this inside the report service. So export constants. And let me just paste that async. And let's also pass the user ID of type string. And then the body, which is going to be updates reports. Let me change this. This should not be detail. It should be type. Let me paste that here. And let's import this. I will go back to my report settings, report controller, and let's import this and save this. So now inside the service, now we are going to just say constant. Let's get the data is enabled from this. Then we are going to say next report date. So similar to what we did in when we register, if we go over to auth service, remember we created these settings here, and we can see we passed all of this. So we want to make sure the frequency and all of these are set. So we're going to also make changes to them. Not actually making changes, but we are going to make sure if the user enable it or set it to false, we are going to make them null, and if it's set to true, we're going to calculate the next report date. So let's say constant existing report setting await report setting model dot find one user ID. And then let's say if not existing report setting, let's just throw an error. not found exception. Then we have report settings not found like this. So now let's get the frequency, which is going to be equals to existing reports of frequency. Or we just set it, or we just go to reports setting, report frequency enum dot monthly. Now we say if is enabled, then we need to calculate, let's calculate current next report date. It's going to be equals to existing report dot next report date. So we're going to get this here. If this is true, then we're going to say constant now is equals to new date. So if the user set it to true, that means we need to calculate the report date. So we're going to get two of them and we're going to check both of them. So I'm going to say if not current report date or current next report date is less than equals to now, then let's say next report date, which is this year, is going to be equals to calculate the next report date from the helper function, and then we are going to pass the existing setting dot last sent date. So then I think that's it. So now we're going to have else. Let's just say next report date is equals to current next report date. So we want to check this. If this is not let's say this is not defined already, or it's less than current time, we can pass the last sent dates. Now remember, in the last sent dates, if you look at the next report date, we also check if the last sent date is not defined, then we use now. Basically, that's it. But if this is already existing in the database, then we just set it with it. Just set it like that, and then we are done with everything. So now let's just say existing report setting dot set dot body and next report date like this, and then let's save this. Await existing report dot save, just like this. We didn't use this frequency, yeah. Okay, I think we don't need it because we're not passing it here in the calculate next. So let me just remove this out. So we now did it. So basically that is it. So if I collapse this, let's go into the controller and then let me go into inside the reports controller here, and let me save this. Okay. So let's go to the route and let's create a route for two of them, for the get all reports controller and the update settings here. So I'm just going to go into the route and let's create a file here. Reports.routes.txt. And let me just quickly copy the auth. And let me change this to report report route, and this will be get, why this will be put. And let me remove all of this. Get all report controller. Let's set this to all and update report setting controller, and we set update setting. And then let me just copy this. Just go over to index.tx, and there we're going to just let me just copy this below here and change this to reports, and then change this to reports route, and save it and make sure our server is running. So now let's test the update settings. So I'll just go into, let me just go into, so let me click on reports and update settings, update report settings here. And let me set this to false. And let's see, make sure we add the token, and I'll click on send. And if I click on send, we see reports update successfully. So to test that out, okay, let me also let me look at login here. So I'll click on login, and if I look at reports here, settings, you can see enable is set to false. So if you update that to true, it will set to true. So now the next thing we are going to do is to work on the generate user report. So we are going to do that inside the service, and majorly we're just going to create a request for that, a controller for that, just for testing purpose. But the service will be used inside the Cron Job to send to the user email. So let's go ahead and create a controller for that. So below here, let me just copy all of this here, paste it here, and let me say generate report, and I'm going to remove this. And then for the report, I'm going to be able to set a specific date I want to generate a report for. So I'm just going to say from to request query from date and to date. So let me just change this reports generated successfully. Then I'm going to just change this to, let's just copy this, or let me just change this to generate report service. And then I'm just going to pass the from dates and then to dates. And then we're going to later get the return value. So I'm just going to copy this, go over to the report service here, and then let me collapse all of this. And let's say export constant report service is going to be equals to async. And let me just return this here. So inside here, I'm just going to import. And what I'll do is I'll just copy all of this. Sorry. Let me copy all of this and go straight to the service, and let me just paste them here and set the type to string, set here to date, set it to date like this. So let's look at how the report will look like. So I'm just going to open this, and let me go to where I have the screenshot. And basically this is how we are going to return the data for the report. So we are going to have the total income, total expense, available balance, saving rate. Then we are going to have the top spending category. We're going to list about 5 top spending category. And then we can use the AI to generate the insight. And also, you can also have the default if AI. So we're going to use AI for that, Gemini AI. So let's just go ahead and so we are going to be using MongoDB. If you scroll up, we're going to be using MongoDB aggregation to do that. And this has different stages. We have the first stage we're going to use right now. We're going to use the match first to match the ID and then to filter the from date and the to date. And then we're going to use the group to group the total amount, total income, and also the total expense. So we're going to see that in action. So let me just come over here and then let's do that here. So I'm going to say constant results. This is going to be equals to array transaction model dot aggregate, and then we are going to create the pipeline. Now we're going to use the match stage. So we're going to get the match to match the user ID. And this is we're going to use the new mongos dot type. This is important dot object, unless if you add the string directly like that, it won't work. So I'm going to put the user ID here. Then we're going to use the transaction date, not the created date. So I'm going to say greater than equals to from, and also less than equals to 2. Sorry, let me set this to, sorry, to date. Yeah. You can also check if this is okay. It's going to be passed by default. So, and then now the next stage we're going to do. So this is going to filter and give us the list of um, transaction. So now what we want to do, we want to get the total income, and total expense. So we can run we can use the uh, facet to do that. We can use this. Let's go back to this. So this is to run multiple aggregation pipeline within a single stage on the same input document. So we're going to use this to run the group stage inside it, and this is going to give us the output we need. So I'm going to come down here and let's open this. So we're going to say we're going to get it, and then we want to get this summary. So what we're going to do is we're going to say summary. We're going to define summary here, and this summary, inside the summary, is where we're going to handle the group stage here. And for the group stage, we are going to group all of the documents that are filtered by this match stage. And we're going to first of all set the ID. So we're not going to group by any key. So we're going to say total income. Then we're going to sum this. So now, once we sum this, we're going to define a condition, and this condition is to check if the amount is of the income of the total of the income has an amount or is set to. If not, we just set it to 0 if it's not defined. So we're going to say condition is more like an if check. So I'm just going to say so we're going to first of all say get this with a type of let's say this like this type. So this is the type here. That is the field. Is equal to this transaction in type. Sorry, not transaction type. Okay, yeah. Transaction type dot income. If this match, then let me open this. Sorry, by this. So if this match, then we are going to use this Astra to make sure the amounts are in positive. And then we're going to also do the amount like this. So this is going to include the amount if the condition is true. Then otherwise it's just going to, we're going to set this to 0 here like this. So now we've been able to calculate the income. So if I come down here, we can do the same for total expenses. We can just repeat the same thing we did here. And here we're going to just set this to expense. So now we've grouped this and been able to, so let me look at where we have a summary. Now let's also do for the category. So remember we have to get the top 5 expense category. So I'm going to say categories. Remember the operation, we are doing this operation inside this multi pipeline and sub pipeline. So this can run multiple operation inside it. So I'm just going to save this and then I'll open this, and then the first thing we're going to do, we're going to use the match. Let's match want to make sure we fetch only the expense transaction. So I'm going to say type is transaction, type in dot expense, and then now we need to group. Let's group this. So now we are going to specify a key, and this key we are going to call the key which is the field category. And then we're going to also calculate the total, sum the total. So we're going to use sum, sorry, and we need to make sure the amounts are positive, order to are positive here. So I said the amount. So this is going to be this is going to actually be the name of the group, and then this is total. So it's going to give us uh underscore ID, which is going to be, sorry, the name of the category, which is going to be the category food, and then we have the total too. So let me remove that. Now we are done with this. So what we are going to do, we're going to sort a category by the total amount in descending order. So the top one, the highest amount should be at the top. So let me go out of this group, and let's also do the same for sort here. And then we're going to say total minus 1 like this. And then remember we want to limit this to 5. So we're going to say limit 5. So now we are done with this stage. So the next thing we are going to do is the project, and the project is just to reshape the document. You can check that out in the MongoDB documentation. So this is going to reshape how the output is going to be like. So I'm going to come down after this, and let me just projects. Then we're going to flatten the result. Remember that this is an array. This is going to give us a summary is in an array, the category is in an array. So, sorry, the summary is in an array. So we are going to first of all get the output first for the summary. We're going to reshape the summary and just preserve the same way the category, which is a list. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say total income. This is going to be, we're going to get here. The same thing for total expenses, and then category, which is this. going to just reserve this. We're going to include it in the output here. So what I'm going to use, I'm going to use the array at, and then I'm going to get the summary here, and then I'm going to do dot total income. Then I'm going to also set 0 here. So we're going to do the same thing for the expense. So yeah, I'm going to open this and just get the expenses here. Scroll down and then place it here. So now we are done. We are done with everything. So now what we are going to do now is to let me collapse this. Is to check. We need to check if the results, if not result or length, or we check if the results index 0 dot total income is equals to 0, and also for the expense is equals to 0, then there's no point uh generating any report for the user. So I'll just say and let me just copy all of this here, paste it here, and let's change this to expenses. So now we just say let me say return more like this. Then let's just set a constant like this. Is equals to results like this. And else we're just going to just give an object. And inside here we can just get the total income. And this is 0. Total expenses is going to be default to 0. And then the category, and we just set it to an empty array. So now we have done with this, we are able to get the output from the results. Now we need to get the available balance. So I'll say constant dot available balance, and it's equals to total income minus total expenses. And then we need to calculate the saving rate. This is going to be, we're going to create a function for that, calculate saving rates. And this we're going to pass in the total income and also the total expenses. And let's just quickly create a function here. And let me copy this, paste it here, number, and the total expenses. And we should not forget that the transaction, when using the MongoDB aggregate, the amount which we are using and to calculate the total income and the expenses. Remember, we set this as if you look at it, we set this as cent. So we should only know that this we know the this to JSON here where we set the get to convert it back to dollar unit won't affect the aggregate, the amount in the aggregate pipeline. So it's going to still use the cent there. So anything we are getting here is the cent. So I'm just going to come down below here and we're going to check if income, if total income, sorry, that income is less than equals to 0. So let's just return by 0 here. So we're going to say constant saving rate is equals to we're going to subtract income minus sorry, total income minus total expenses, and then we're going to divide this by income, total income. And let me just wrap this with this, and then we're going to multiply this by 100. And then once we are done with this, we are going to say return part float saving rate dot to fix to. So now we've gotten a saving rate. Now it's time to return the data. So before we return the data, remember the category is going to be as an object. So we need to convert it into an object with key. Convert the array by of objects with key with the category name and this and the total amount. So we are going to remember this is set with underscore ID. So what we're going to do, we're going to say constant by category is equals to categories. And then we're going to reduce this. And we're going to also convert the amount to from cents to the dollar unit. So I'm just going to open a bracket here, and then we're going to set this to any. And what we have here is the underscore ID and total. And let's set this to any too. So let's return this. And then I'm going to pick the underscore ID. And then inside here, we're going to say amount. Amount. And this is going to be, we're going to use the convert dollar units, which is going to set to total. And then we can also have the percentage too. And we can say percentage is equals to total expenses. If it's greater than 0, then we can say math dot round total divided by total expenses times 100. And else we just set this to 0 like this. So then once we are done, we're just going to return. Let's return this. I think I need to put it down. Sorry, should be bring it down here. Like this. Sorry, it's this. Fix it like this. And then once we are done, we just have to set object here. So we can set this as record string amount number and percentage number. So now this is going to be like this. We're going to have um, food with an object of amount. We're going to convert it, so it's going to be like $sign 105, and the percentage is going to be let's say two to like this. So we're going to, this is how the output is going to be. So once we are done with this, now let's get the period label. So I want to determine at what the from and to. So want to, if it's from 1st of April to 31st, we want to define that. So we're going to make use of the from date and to date to do that. And we're going to make use of date function. So I'm going to say constant period label is going to be equals to, let's open this. Let's get format from date function. And we're going to specify from dates, and then we're going to use uh this. I'll specify the date like this, and then just put hyphen here, and let's put hyphen. Sorry, I think I'm making a mistake. So let me just, I think I'm supposed to wrap this like this. Then I'm going to let me close this. Okay. So I think I'm just making a mistake here. I'm supposed to put hyphen here, and then like this. Formats, and then we're going to also do to dates for, and the let's use the day and y like this. So then we are going to convert this. So this is going to be like this, May 1 to 31st. Then we're going to say 2000, and let me add comma here, 2000 and or 2023 or 2025. So I'm just going to remove this. So now we got the period label, we got the available balance, we got the saving rate, and we also got the by categories here. Then I think what we need next is to generate the insight. So we're going to use Gemini AI to do that. So I'm going to say constant insights is going to be equals to generate insights AI like this. And we're going to just create that function here. And then let's set the objects here. And we're going to pass all of the data here. I'm going to pass total income, expenses, available and saving rates, category, and then the period label. So let's also do the same thing here. And I'm going to set the type here. So total income. So I'm just going to copy all of this here. The category, sorry, savings rate, and the categories and the period label. And then I'm just going to copy all of this again paste it here, and set the type to number. Then we're going to use, number 2. All of this is going to be number. This is going to be string. And then why this is going to be this type. So now let's use try and catch. And there we're going to get constant prompt we're going to create a function for that. Let's just leave that for now. We're going to come back to that. So we're going to say constant results is equals to await gen AI from Google AI config dot models dot generate content. Then we need to specify the model and get that gen AI model. And then we're going to define the contents. And inside here, we're going to say create user content from Google, and we're going to pass in the prompt. Then let's add config, and let's say response main type application JSON like this. So I didn't add async here, so let me add async. So below here, we're going to say constant response is equals to result.text. And then we're going to clean the text and also check if the text is if there's no data there, we're going to just return an error. And also if we confirm that there's the data, then we're going to pierce the data. So I'm just going to do that here. So we can see the response replace, and we just replace it with this regular expression and trim it. Then we check if not text and return fail to generate insight. And then we just get the data. So let's return data here. So if there's an error, we just return empty array. So I think we need to return empty array to here because that is what we're going to be getting here. So I think if not this, let's just return an empty array like this. So now let's define the prompt here. So I'm going to call this report insights and prompts. And there we're going to pass all of the data there. I'm just going to copy all of this again, paste it here. And there we need to use convert to dollar unit total amount, total income. We have to do the same thing with total expense. Total expenses. Let me copy this and do the same for available balance. And then for the saving rate, we are just going to say number saving rate dot to 1 like this. So, and this is okay like this. So let's go ahead and create the prompt. So I'm just going to my utils. I'm going to prompt, and here I'm just going to collapse this. And the export constant generate inside prompts. And then let me just quickly copy all of this from the report set service. Let me copy all of this. Just type. And let me paste it here. I think I then add object to that. Report service. Yeah. So let me add object here and paste it like this. So let me remove all of this. So I've been able to fix the error. I just had to do this like this. So let me save it and let's go ahead and import it. And inside the prompts, what we're going to do, we're going to convert the category into an array. So I say constant category category. Let's say category list is equals to object dot entry categories. I will say dot map. And inside here, we are going to the name, the amount, and the percentage. So then we are going to then return this. So let me return. So let me return this. What we're going to do, we're going to just say string like this. And we're going to just put name, amount, amount. I think I'm making a mistake here. So just like this, just set the name and get the amount and then the percentage, and then we just return a string, which is the name, amount, and the percentage. And then I'm just going to say join. We're going to join this. By this. So let's console. We're going to console.log category lists. So now let's return the actual prompt here. So I'm going to paste that here. And I've pasted it here. So you can see the prompts I gave and the report, the period label, the total income, expenses, saving rates. I think we've done this already in we've done that, so I'll just remove it. Saving rates and then the category list. And then this is a guideline, so it's going to give us like 3 insights. And then these are the examples, and then we have the trim. So we are done with everything. So now we are done with the generate insights, AI insights. So now it's time to return all of this here. So I'm going to That's the period label here. I'll set this to period and then period label. And then the summary is going to be income. And let's convert this dollar unit to total amount, total income, expenses, convert dollar unit, total expenses, balance, convert it to dollar unit, and then available balance. Now saving rates, we just set the number again. Saving rates to fix one. And then for the top category, we're going to just map to and then get the name. We're going to return this as an object name, amount, category, the amount and percentage. And once we are done with this, we just pass in the insights. So we are done with this. So let's go into our controller, report controller, and I think we're done with it. So what I'm going to do is inside the route, we're going to create a route for that. So I'll just duplicate this, and I will say generate um, let's what do we export this? Yeah, generate report controller, and let me import this. And let's just say generate, and let's save this, and let's the server. Let's see. Let's wait for the server to load. So now the server is running. Let's go into our Postman, and let's go over to generate user report, and then I'm going to modify the date. So I'm going to set this to 7. Let me say 7:01 and then 7:29. So now let's click on send and let's see if this works. Oh, I think we didn't return the response here. So constant results, and let's just say results, and let's save it and let's wait for the server to load again. So my server is loading now, so I'll click on send and let's see. And this didn't give any insights, so we don't have any top category. So let me look at all transactions. Okay, I think some of the transactions are okay. Let me look at the dates for. So let me change this to generate report from January to and now. So I'll just say 2025-01 to 7/29. So let's see. Send. And this didn't generate anything here. And the amount thing converts to dollar units. Okay, it's converted it. The saving rates total category. So let me check this thing. The inside is not working. So let me go into service, report service. And let me scroll down to where we have top category. We have the categories, expense category. So let me quickly check the model. Category. And the amount. The categories. And then we have empty category. And this inside in console, we didn't get any console from this. So something is wrong here. We are able to get the top category. So let me click on, let's go over to, come over to service here. And let me find the issue. So let me quickly, I'll also, let me console see if categories is coming out here. Or let me just console the result itself and save this. And let's wait for the server to load. So my server is running. Let me click on send again. Let me see. So we have category object here. Okay. So let me say 0. Okay, I think I know the issue. I'm seeing wrong spelling here, category. Yeah, so let me, okay, yeah, this is it. So let me correct the spelling. Categories, 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 yeah. So now this should work. So let's wait for the server to load. So now the server is running. Let me click on send. And then we can see the top category and the percentage they come out. So I think there's a mistake in the percentage here. So let me ask, please. Let's see. This is a category. And then let me console this by category. So my server should be running now. So let me test it again. Click on send. And let me see the output here. So this is still falling back to 0 from here. So total expenses, if total expenses is 0, then it's greater than 0, so amount of total expenses. And in the rest one, we have total expenses here. So I think I've seen the issue. So I'm supposed to have wrapped this by this. So let me save it and let's try it again. And before we go ahead and check why the insights didn't work. So let's wait for this to load. And now if I click on send, we should see the percentage is showing now. we have 13%, 23, 44%, 4% here. So now let's look at the insights, why the insights didn't work. So I'm going to, I think this is loading from the, this is loading from the prompt. And here we should, let me console log the text. The response. Let's see. So let's wait for this to run. So the server is running, so let me just click on send here. Sorry. Okay, we can see the insight is returning. I think it's not able to, we're not able to see the data here. So return data. Oh, we didn't add await here. So let me just remove all of this. Remove all of these comments. So let's wait for the server to run so we can be able to see everything here. So now the server is running, so let me click on send. And then now we can see balance. I think it's thinking that this is for a month, but this is not actually for the month. The date is showing. Let's look at the period. I'm saying January 2 to 30, 2025. Or should we pass the actual date to Gemini AI, the from and to? Let me look at this prompt here. Period level. Yeah. We can try and change this to taking the from and to the from date and the to date, so it doesn't specify month. But we are going to leave it like this. So you can go ahead and modify that. So I'm going to change it back to a month. So let me just say from 1st of 7 to let's say 30, and save this. And let me click on send. And now we don't have any top um top categories. Let's check. Income. Sorry, the dates. So I think we don't have any expenses. So I think all the expenses are 4th of 24th, that's April. But the one for 7, we don't have any expenses in 7. So that's why we are having zero. That's why we're having zero expenses, and balance is 100% saving rate. And so that is it. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and then work on the reports cron job. Let's go ahead and work on the reports cron job. So I'm going to go into the cron folder here, and I'm going to create a file. I'm going to inside the job. I'm going to create a new file, and I'll call it reports.job.txt. And inside here, we're going to export, let's export this. Let's save it. So we're going to say process reports job. And then let's go into the scheduler, and let's also set the scheduler the for the reports. So I'm going to schedule job, I'm going to call this report, and then we're going to set the time, and we can give this let's give it 30 to that is 2:30 a.m. And then we're going to make this to run every first day of the month. And then I'm going to also paste the process report job. So this will run by 2:30 a.m. every first of the month. So this will run every Tuesday of the month. You can change it and modify it the way you want it. You can put it as 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. or just leave it like this. So let's go back into the process job, into the reports job here. And inside here, we are going to first of all get the dates, which is now. This is going to be equals to new dates. And then we are going to define the from and also the to. Remember, we are going to use this from and to pass into the generate report service here, this function here. So I'm going to define this like this. And there we're going to get the start of month from date function. And then we're going to get the sub month, that is the previous month. So let me like this. And I'm going to set 1. Then so this simply means if currently if the current month is July 1st, this from we'll be able to get the data from June 1st to June if 30 or 31st. And this is the report we are going to send to the user on July 1st. So we're going to get the end of the month. And we're going to say sub month 2. And also now 1. So now we've gotten this. Now what we're going to do, we're going to use the try catch here. And we're going to get the report settings. So I'm going to say report cursor is equals to report settings model dot find. And we're going to find for the reports I set to enable true. And also the next report date, which is going to be less than, we're going to fetch one less than now. So then we are going to we'll go into the report settings model. Remember, we have the user ID here, the user ID, and we need the user ID to pass into the generate report settings, and also some of the data from it. We're going to send to the email. We also need the user email to send to the to pass to the function we are going to create for sending the email. So what we're going to do is we're going to do dot populate. We're going to populate that. Sorry, dot populate, and then I'm going to just set the type like this, or say user ID, and we're going to set a type of user document. And then let's just open this and set user ID here. And then let's set cursor like this. So we are done with it. So we can just console log to identify this is running. So running reports. Then we need to use the for loop, and let's set this to await here. And here we're going to say constant settings of reports. Let's change this to report setting cursor. And let's set it here like this. So now let's get the user. Let's say user is equals to settings dot user ID as user documents like this. Then if I say that, we can also do a check if you want, if the user is defined. So if the user is not defined, if not user, we can just continue. And you can also just we can also console log. But this should not be we are not going to be able to pass through this check because every user must have a setting that is a report setting model or document. We have a user ID. So console dot log user not found. User not found for settings. And we can just define the setting ID dot underscore ID. Yeah. So now we are done with it. So now let's start the session here. So I'm going to say session Mongoose start session. So let me import Mongoose here. And then below here we're going to use try catch here. So we are going to use try catch to handle to wrap the generate report service and also the send email. So I'm going to say constant report is equals to await generate. So generate report service, and there we're going to pass in the user dot id, or let's just pass in the user id here. User id settings dot user id, and then we're going to pass in the from and to here, and the error should stop. Okay, so we need to use the user dot underscore id by this. I think TypeScript will stop now. Yeah. So now we need to set the email. So we need to say let email sent is equals to false. Then we need to check if report report is true, then we set the email. So I'll use try or catch here, and I'm going to say for now I'm going to just say send email. We've not defined that, so we're going to come over and do that here. So this will handle the send email, and then we can also console. And then we can also console, and here we're going to set email to true if we're able to send that. Else we're just going to say console log uh, email email failed for the user. We're just going to set the user ID. Console log like this. Okay. So here we can also define we can also define a console here to say that the email was sent. So now once we are done with this, before we go ahead and do this, let me go out of this block. And then below here we are going to say await section dot with transaction async, and here we're going to use the bulk write. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to define bulk reports is of type any, which is equal to an empty array. I'll duplicate this, and there we're going to have the box settings. So once we are able to pass through this place, we're going to be able to create the report and then update the report settings, the next date for the report settings. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do a check. I'm going to check if there's a report and an email sent, then we're going to use the POC report here, and then we're going to put, and let's open it. We're going to use the insert one document. We're going to pass the user ID, which is user.id, send date, which is of, we're going to set that to now, then period, sorry, period, we're going to send that to reports dot period. So we're going to get the period from the report here, this report, generated report here. And then we're going to also set the sent report and the status and also the created ads. So we've been able to, this will create a new document for in the report model. And now we need to update the settings. So let me import the report status in, and then let me just copy all of this here and paste it here. And I'll change this to report box settings. And then what we're going to do, I'm going to remove this. Let me remove all of this. I'm going to say update one, and let's filter by ID, settings dot underscore ID, and then we're going to say update. We're going to set the last sent date, which is now, and then we're going to say next report it. We're going to use the calculate next reports. Okay, I think let me head over to YouTube. And inside the helper, I'm just going to get the next calculate next report date. I'll paste it here. And then I'm just going to pass now. And let me import this. And once that is done, we're just going to below here, I'm just going to pass updated ads now. So that is it. We're able to we're able to do this. So I'm just going to copy the same thing. Sorry, not all of this. Just the same box settings. And let's come down below this and let's say else and paste it. And we're going to make changes to this. So instead of so now we're going to check, we're going to use, because this is on possible now. So we're going to say if report dot period else, if this is not there, we're going to just define it by ourselves here. we're going to format this the same way we used to get the period. We're going to also get the date here. And there, instead of status, we're going to say, let me import this format from date function. And there we're going to say if report, then we're going to say report status dot field else. So let's go ahead and add no activities. So I'm going to add another enum here. I'm going to call it no underscore activities. Let me just copy this and paste it here. Sorry. And save it. So I'll go over back to, let me go back to the report job, and then I'm going to just change this to no activity. So if there's a report, then that means it failed. It was unable to send the report to the user email. But if there is no report, then it said no activity. So um, so now here we're going to just set this to no. And then we're going to calculate the next occurrence time to send, next report date to send the report again. So basically that is all. So let's just come down below here and let's end here. And let's pass all of the arrays, the bulk reports and bulk settings inside the. So I'm going to say await promise dot all, and we are going to open an array here. I'm going to say report model dot bulk rights. I'm going to pass in the bulk report. I'm going to set this to other false. And then I'm going to also do the same thing for settings. So this is let's change this to report setting model dot bulk right, and this will be bulk setting. Bulk settings. So let me change this. So we're done with this. So here we can set the timeout. We can just set it to like this. And now we can track this similar to what we did in transaction. So I'll just open transaction and I'll just copy this here, process count and field count. See, I'm just going to paste this here. So let me just paste it here. And there we're going to track this. I'm just going to come down below where we're able to add this. I'm just going to, so sorry, it should be outside here. I'll say process count plus. And then here we can just say field count plus like this. And let's console the error here. .log. I'll say failed to process reports. And let's just set the error. Save this. And then below here we can just we can do like this. So I'm just going to say process count and let's just say report here. And then we change this to reports. And then we're able to return this. So, sorry, I also forget to add final. Finally, we are going to end await the session dot end session. And then here below here, we're going to return a success course. And then error, is going to say, let's just say error, a report process failed. And then let me just console log this. Error processing, sorry, reports. And then we pass in the error. And then let's save this. So we are done with this. So I'll save this, and now we've been able to save this. So let's go ahead and configure our email with resend. Yeah. So let's go over to resend. So you can go over to resend.com. So, but this is a documentation here. And if you go over, you can sign up with resend. So if you click on quick start, Node.js quick start, this should open. So now it should ask you to create your API. You can click here to take you to the website, and we have to install Resend. So I think we've already installed Resend already. If I go over to package.json, and we should see we've already installed the Resend. But you can also install it if you want. So now, and these are the examples we can use here. So let's get the API key. So I'm going to click on Create API key, and this will take me to Resend API key. And I'm already logged in. So you can see I have some API key here. So I'm going to click on Create API key. I'm going to say Finora and give it full access. And then I can click on Add. And this will create the API key for me. And here I can copy the API key. And once I copy it, I say done. So that is all. So I'll go into my ENV and I'll close this. And below here, let me define resend underscore API key. And this is going to be equals to, and I'm going to paste it here. And I'm going to also define resend mailer underscore sender, or yeah. And here I'm going to define the email. So with resend, if you don't add domain, you won't be able to send to any other email except the email you use to sign in with this account. And now I'm going to paste the email here, and this is what we're going to use. You can use that email to send, or you can use you can go back to the documentation, and if you scroll down here, you can see we have the unbundle resend. So we can use this, and let me paste it here. And we can use this to send the email, and then you can define your email, which is the same email you use to sign up. So let's go ahead and then go into our get EFN config, and there let's use this. We send API key and then we send mailer sender. So once we are done with this, let's go ahead and create the config file for resend config. I'll say resend dot config, mail.txt. And there we just say export constant resend is going to be equals to a new resend. And let's get the env from config.resend API key, just like this. So we are done with the configuration. And now let's set up the mail. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a folder. So let me collapse all of this. Now let me create a folder here. And I'll call it mailers. And inside here, I'll just create a folder, call it templates. And inside here, we're going to create a file, and we are going to call this mailer.cx. So inside here, we're going to set this. So we're going to create a function called constant send email. And this is going to be async. And there we're going to pass. And let's return this. So let's define the params. And there we're going to say this is going to be equals to 2, which is either string or string of array. And we're going to pass the subject, which is of type string. We're going to pass text, which is of type string, HTML, which is of type string, and lastly, we're going to have from, which is of type string. And I'm setting it's optional because we can define it here. From, yeah. So let's get the mailer sender underscore sender. This can be equals to let's say Finora and let's say env. Let's open this like this. env dot resend mailer sender like this. So we've gotten this, so now let's define all of this here. So I'll say 2, and let me just set the type here. So I'll say 2 from. So from by default is going to be mailer sender. And then we're going to have subjects, get the subject text, text and HTML, just like this. So now what we're going to do is just say await resend. So import that from config.emails.send, and we're going to define the from. Then for two, we're going to say if we're going to check if this is an array is array. We're going to just set this to like this. Else we're just going to define two like this. And then we're going to pass the text, subject, and HTML. So we are done with the send email function, and we're going to create a report mail. So and we're going to make use of this inside the report mail. So let's create. So I'm going to call this report mailer, reports.mailer.txt. And then inside here, we're going to define the params we're going to pass. So I'm just going to paste that here. We're going to be passing the email, the username of the user, or the first name, the reports, which is the period, total income, total expenses, available balance, saving rates, and top category. top category, and then the insights, and then the frequency, which is actually the monthly. Then we're going to say export constant, send report email is going to equal to async pass the params, and we're going to define the type to report email params here. And now let's we're going to get the HTML. Instead of generate, say get report email template, and here we're going to pass in the username. So let me just destructure this first. I'm going to get the email first, the username, and the report, and also the frequency. And we'll say from params here. And let me just pass the username and then pass in the reports like this. And then I'll pass in the frequency here, just like this. So we're going to define it. Let's go ahead and create the template. So I'm going to go inside template. I'm going to report the template.tx, and here I'm just going to copy this, going to report template, export constant, and inside here we're going to just import this. So, and there we're going to set the type for this here, and I'm going to say and then I'm going to say username string, and the error should stop. Yeah, the error stop. So we're done with it. So now let's get this. It's a constant username period total income. So I'm just going to and just copy all of this. Total income, available balance, and then the insight. Let me just remove all of this and the type. So I'll remove everything. And then this is going to come from report data. So now say constant category list is equals to top spending category dot map. We're going to map this, and we're going to say cat slash to any, and then we are going to open this, and let's define the name of the category, and then also the let's do amount or percentage. Let's do amount first. So we need to create to convert, to handle the amount here, we need to convert it, we need to create a format currency. So because if we did, the amount might be instead of 7,000 like this, it will set to 7,000 like this. So we need to format this so we can add the comma there. So let me go ahead and create that inside the utils here. So inside the utils, I'll create okay, we have format currency here, and there we can just and there we're just going to create like format currency amount number and the format like this. Yeah. So if we go over, let me go back to, let's go back here and let's say format format currency, and let's put CAT dot amount. And then once we are done with this, we can also give the percentage here. So I'll just open this like this and say cat dot percent, and just add the percentage like this. And once we are done, we can just close this. And then we can say dot join empty string. So similarly, for the insight list, this is going to be insight dot map, and then we're going to say insights. Let's say it's to string, and here we just say we're going to define this. And let me close this. And there we just have the insights here, like this. And then let's set dot join empty string. So also we also need to convert the report. We're going to set the report title to the frequency. And remember, the frequency monthly is in capital letter uppercase, so we're going to convert it to lowercase here. We're going to say so we're going to create a function and just let me add report here. We're going to create a function to lowercase the frequency, and then only capitalize only the first character. So I'm just going to go into helper, and let me define that here. Let me define that here. And this is how we're going to do it. We're going to get the first character dot plus string slice one dot lowercase. So now I'm just going to capitalize only first letter or first character, and then I'm just going to paste this here and import it. I'm going to pass the frequency here. So now let's say constant current year is equals to new dates dot get full year. And now let's return the template. So let me paste that. So I've pasted that, and we can see that we pass in the report title. We're using HTML, we're using Google Fonts here. And here we have the styles, and there we have the report title. We have the username, and there is your financial summary for the period. And then we have the total income. We are using the format currency for that too, which we use for the category. So we're using it for the total amount and also for the expenses. We're also using it for the available balance. And here we have the saving rate, which is in percentage. Then we pass the category list, which is under a URL, a list, and also the insights here. Then the current year has been set here. So basically that is it. So we are done with the get report email template, and let's go back to the reports mailer, and then I think we are done with this. So we are going to define the text here, the text version of the email, and I'm going to just paste that here. So let me import the currency format currency, and then we just pass in your frequency, that is the monthly financial report, income expense rates, and then the insight. So once we are done with this, I can console this here if I want, or let's just leave it. I'll just say constant send email. Let's take the send email um from the mailer, and then we're going to just set to, and this too is going to be the user email, and then the subject. This is going to be we're going to say dollar, let's say frequency, financial report. And then I'm just going to set an hyphen here and then say report dot period. And there we're going to pass in the text and the HTML. And the HTML. And okay, sorry. This should not be constant, it should be returned like this. Then I also want to update this. So I'm going to copy this and let's create a type for that. So I'm going to say report dot type dot tx and I'll paste it here, export it. So I'll go over to my report mail and I'm going to remove this. And let me import it. Then inside the report template, I'm just going to remove this. And then I'm going to import this from the type folder. And that is it. So let's go ahead. I think we're done with the report, send report email. Let me just console the text so we can see that. And then let me just copy the send report and let's go over to our Cron Job. So I'll just open Cron and let me go into report job. And here we're going to define that. I'm just going to say, let's paste this here. And let's import this. Let me import this. And inside here, we're going to pass in the values. We're going to pass in the email. We're going to get that from user.email, the username, user.name, and then we're going to pass in the report. So I'm just going to paste that here and the frequency. So let's add a weight here. So that is it. I've been able to set the report here. So I think we need to also confirm if, let me console this so we can see this. So reports data. So that is everything we have done. We are done with everything now. So it's also for us to test this now. So let me just clear everything here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my MongoDB and I'm going to go over to the user first. Let me go over to users. And inside this document, what I'm going to do, I'm going to update the email. So I'm going to change this email to the email I'm using in recent here. So let me go into my account and I'm going to copy the email here. So let me just quickly do that. So I've copied it and I'm going to update it. Reason why is because recent will only send to this email because I've not added any domain. So I'm going to use the email I used to sign up in recent. So once I save this now, the next thing we're going to do is to go over to recent, let's go over to report settings, and inside here, I'm going to click on this and we can see the user ID. And here we can see, so not created it. I think we didn't set any report date for this user. Let me reload this. Let me close this. This that this user does not have any next report date. Let's look at why this didn't work. So I'll go into auth service. And here we have calculated next report dates. So let me be sure that next report date is exactly what I set in the model. And I'm going to copy, okay, let's report it. Let me go back to service, paste it again. And let me go into this. Able to get this. So let me console log next it and see why it didn't return. So what I'm going to do, let me call this. Let me go into my index.tx and let's call this and see if this will return any date for us. So let me save this and let's see. So I'll save this. And we can see the date is showing up here. Well, there's a reason why it didn't show. I think maybe it's because let's try and go and check the updates here. So I'll go into transaction report service. Now close this and I'll go into update report and let's see why it is there. So I'm going to copy this here. I'm going to console.log and let me go over to my Postman and try to update the or let's check if I set this to false. Oh, I think the reason why this happened is because I set this to false. Let me go over to the document again, click on it, and we can see it's enabled is false. So that's the reason why the next report date is null. So I'm just going to remove everything I added here. So I'll just go and update it again. And let me just go over to update. Update reports. Yeah, update report settings. And then let me go over to body and let me set this to true. Save. And let's click on send. And we can see date is updated. So I just go ahead and just let me go ahead and check this now. So let me just reload this. Click on this. And then we can see the next report date is being set here. So we're having 0731st. 0731st and then a middle of night. So this is going to be it's supposed to, this is UTC, so it's supposed to be 0831st. So that is it. So let me just go over to all transaction and let's look at this. So if you look at the transaction, we have our data, all our transactions, most of the transaction we have here is April 0404. Okay, 03. Most of them is 04. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to we're going to update this, change this, let me change this to let's say behind, let's say 4 and 03 like this. I'll save this. So then I'm just going to go into my report. So we are trying to test it. I'll go into my Cron Job and I'm going to try to change the date. So I'm going to just duplicate this and just comment this one out. I'm just going to comment this one out here. And I'm going to use, let me set this as string like this. And then I'm going to provide the dates here. So I'm just going to copy. So I've set the dates here. So we're going to make use of April. So I'm just going to, let me uncomment this back. And let's use the date function here. So I made a mistake here. So I'm going to the sub month. And I'm going to remove the sub minute here. And since we are in July, I'm going to replace this to 3 here and save this. So this is going to give us the report for April. So it's going to give us a report for April, just the same way like this. Just the same way like this. So let's go over to the Cron Job, the scheduler, and then let's change this to, so I'm just going to change this. Let's change this to 1 minute. After every 1 minute, save this and let's see. So I'm going to wait for the server to load. So the server is running now. So let's see. We're going to wait for this to run in the report. So this should run every 1 minute. So let's wait for this to load. So we should see running reports, and then we should be able to see the reports generated. So let me wait for this. So now you can see the report is it has say running report, and we can see the report here. We can see this is the report. Then your monthly reports, this is the email, the text mail, and we can see it's processed. So let me go over to resend. If I go over to resend, and we can see a mail has been sent to us. So I'm just going to click on this here. So let me view this 1 minute ago. Okay, yeah, we can see, and we can look at the name first April to 30th of April, and we can see the income expenses, and we can see the total amount rent, shopping meal, utilities, and then transport. I see great job, the inside, great job, you saved this, uh, and all of this. So basically, that is it. You're able to send the mail to the user, and it tries to run the cron job again, and we're able to have process 0 and field 0 because we have already updated the if we go back to the report settings here. Okay, if I click on it now, you should see the next state has changed back to 8th of 31st. So I'm going to open my Gmail and let's see it. And this is it in my Gmail, and we can see monthly report, financial report, April 30. This one we can see the same thing we saw in recent. Basically, that is it. We are done with the reports. Now let's go ahead and work on the updates user profile. So let me go over to let's go back to the controller. So first of all, let me create the route first. Sorry, let's just go here. So if we look at the design for updates uh, user, we can see the design requires us for profile image and the name. So the user can update the profile picture and the name. So and that's what we're going to do. So we're going to make use of Malta and Cloudinary for the uploading of the file. So let me first of all come into inside the route here. And below here, I'm going to use the same thing we use for transaction route is upload single, and we're going to define the name. So I'm going to do that here. I'm going to call this put, and let me upload. Let me import the upload, and I'm going to call this profile picture. Then this, I'm just going to go ahead and create the controller. So I'm just going to go inside my controller, user controller, and I'm going to close this. And here I'm just going to say export constant update user controller async handler. And we're going to just define all of this response. And let me return status HTTP. Okay. I will say message user profile updated successfully. So let me go into the route and let me import this. And the error has stopped. So let me go over to the controller and let's get the file and also the body. So what we're going to do first, we're going to try and validate the body. So this is going to be equals to, let's create the validator here. So I'll go straight inside my validator and let me create a file. We'll call this user.validator.txt. I'm going to just paste that here. So this is just update user schema. And let me just set this to type. And then we can just, just only passing the name in the validator. So I'm just going to copy the user, update user, schema. We're going to say PS, and let me import this first. And then we just pass the request.body. And then we can get the user ID, which is equals to request.user underscore ID. And then we can get the file, we can profile photo of profile picture pics. And this is going to be equals to request.file. So let me change this like this. And now let's say let's get user. Now let me do await updates user service. I will pass in the user ID, body, and then profile pics. So now let me copy this and let's go over to user service. So scroll down inside the user service, click on user. And here we're just going to say export constant user service is going to be equals to async. And we're going to say the user ID is of type string. Then we have the body, which is of type updates user type, and the profile is, which is of type express dot multa dot file or no. And let me return this. And let me go over and import this. And inside the service, we are going to, so this is let me remove the none. And the error should stop. So undefined. Okay, let me go ahead and set it to undefined here. Like this. So now let's get the user. User is equals to await user model dot find by ID, user ID. And then we say if not user, let's throw a not found exception. I will say user, sorry, User not found. Then we're going to check if profile pics. Then we're going to say user dot profile picture is equals to profile pics dot path. And we can say user dot set name body dot name. And then we just save this user dot save. And this we won't be able to, so let's just return user like this. But omit password. And let's see if this will give us return the data for us. So inside a controller, I'll just say user constant user is equals to this and data is let's see if this will work. So I'm just going to run my server again. And if I go over to my route, before it sets the route already, and I think we've already done that for the index.tx. We've added the user and the passport auth. So let's wait for the server to run. So the server is running now. So let me go into my Postman, and then let me go over to user, click on update user. And there I'm using form data for this instead of JSON. I'm using form data to pass both of them. So I have the profile picture, which is the image I'm using, and the name I'm going to change it to Tech with Ima. And we know the previous name we had here was Festus, so I'm just going to change it now. So let me click on send and let's see. And now we can see the data Tech with Ima here. And this is the email ID and we created that and updated that. So we're not able to see the profile pics here. So let's check our model if we set profile. We didn't set profile pics here. So I think we didn't add that. So let me add it here. Profile picture, type string, and default no. So let me save this and let's this thing run and let's try and update and see if this will update. So I'll wait for the server to load. So now the server is running. So I'm just going to update this. Let me change this, remove the S at the end. And let me click on send again. And now we can see the profile picture here. So that is it. So the next thing we are going to work on is the analytics and the chat API. So let's just go ahead and work on them. So for us to go ahead and work on the first one, which is the summary analytics here, we need to also put in mind that we have the filter by dates here, date range, which we have the last 30 days, and we have some other ones which we are going to look at. And then the available balance for the last 30 days, total income and saving rate. And then this will be the previous available balance for the previous or the previous last 30 days. So we are going to put in mind that the user can pass in the 30 days or also pass in a custom date. And that's how we're going to be able to achieve that. So I'm just going to close my terminal here. And let's go and let me clear all of this here. And let me collapse this. Open backend and SRC again. And inside the controller, let's just create a file, analytic.controller.txt. And there we are going to, let's just go ahead. Let me go into user and let me just copy this. Let me just copy this and also copy the express. So below here, I'm just going to paste what I copied from the user controller. And let me import this. Let me import the HTTP status here. Let me just comment this out here. So I'm going to change the heading here, the name of the function or the method to Summary Analytics Controller. We've gotten the user ID. So now we need to get the presets. So from the request.query, we are going to get the presets, and then we're going to get it from and then to. So this is, you can either pass the presets or you pass the from and to. And then we're going to do a constant filter. This is going to be equals to dates range presets, which is presets. We have custom from, which is it's a from. If from is being passed, new dates, and from a string, and then instead we say undefined. And we have custom to, if to is passed, new date, a string, undefined. So now let's go ahead and set the presets. We're going to get that, we're going to create an enum, and let's say dates, uh, dates, let's put date range dot enum dot txt. Then I'm going to paste the preset here. So this is going to be last 30 days, last month, last 3 months, last year, this month, this year, all time, and custom. And there's the type. So I'm going to also create, let's go into types, and let's create analytics dot type dot txt. And then I'm just going to export type dates, date range presets. This is going to be equals to, let's open this, and let's say dates. Let me import. Let's go into the date range. So basically, okay, we can use this. Let me use this here instead of this one here. So let me just remove this, or let me just copy this, or let's leave it like this here. So I'm just going to the controller and let me just say as date range preset. So now if you look at it now, the user can either pass 30 days, last month, last 3 months, or like this. So now we are done with this. Let's define the service. So I'm going to say constant start is equals to await summary analytics service. We're going to pass in the user ID. We're going to say filter.date range preset, filter.custom from, and filter.custom to. So now let's just return the and data. We can just change this to summary fetch successfully. Let me remove this. So now let me go ahead and create the service. So let me collapse this. So inside the service, I'll create the analytics service here. .service.tx. And let's say export constant. And let me just collapse this here. So here we just have the user ID of type string. We have the date range presets. Um, it's going to give us, it's going to be of type date range presets. Let me import this. And we're going to also say custom from of type dates or undefined. Custom, and we're going to set it to undefined too. And let me go and import the summary analytics service here. So yeah, and let's also set this to optional too. Now let's create a function to get if the user passed the date range preset, we get the range. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just say a range is equals to get date range preset. We pass in a custom form and a custom to. So let's go ahead and create this function. So inside the utils, I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call this dates.tx. And here I'm just going to say export constant and date, you set the date range. And then we're going to just say presets, which is going to be optional. Date range presets, a custom to a custom form first, which is optional. I'm going to set this to type dates and the custom to, which is of type dates. So now we need to make sure if the user pass the custom to and um, the custom form and the custom to, then let's return from the custom form to and the custom to, and the value we just say date range and we just set this to custom by this. But if not, then we just get the constant now is equals to new date. And now we need to get the last 30 days. So we're going to say constant yesterday is going to be equals to sub days. We're going to set hours. I'm going to set 1. So why are we getting yesterday? So we need to understand that last 30 days is not actually similar to what last month. Last 30 days is like if today is July, if today is let's say today is July okay, today is July 8th. So we start counting from the last 30 days from July and 7 backward to let's say June June something. So this will just give us the last to calculate. This will give us the last 30 days. So we are going to start from yesterday to count backward to where we get the last 30 days here. So basically, this is what we're going to do. So so this is an example here. So I'm going to say, okay, last 30 days here, we say April 12th and then May 11. So now you see that if it's current day, if today is May 12th, so it's going to be from May 11 to April 12th, and this is going to give us um 30 days. So it's going to give us 30 days. So we're going to start from yesterday, count backward to give us the remaining days. So this is going to, we're going to subtract to get one out of it. So we're going to do like this. So now let's say constant last 30 days. It's going to be equals to, we're going to say from, and we're going to sub days, and we're going to say yesterday and 29. So we got yesterday plus 29 is going to give us 30 days in total. So now we are going to say until, and we're going to say this is yesterday. So we're going to try to get the from. So from one point to this point. So we say, okay, remember we said from April 12th to May 11. So this is how it's going to be defined here. So now we're going to say value is going to give us its range dot last 30 days. Now we're going to set the label the last 30 days. So we can console this and let's see this last 30 days. And then let me try and then run this. So I'll just quickly, let me go ahead and just comment this out first. And let me come over to my index so we can see this. I'll just pass this here. And then I'll just pass in 30 days. And let's see the output. So let's wait for the server to load. Now you can see from we are having the current date we are here is this is using UTC, so you need to understand this is going to be behind. So our current date is 8/7, that is July 8th, and this is going to give us, this is supposed to be July 7. Then if you look at the form, this is June uh June 8th. So this is July 7 and June 8th. So we are having the previous, and we are having we're having the current. So we are going to filter the data from June 8th to July 7. So basically that is how it's going to be. So let me just remove this and let's go ahead and continue. So let me go into my dates. And now let's use the switch. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass in the presets here, and I'm going to say case date range in dot all time. So I'm going to set all time first. Let's return sorry, remove this. Let's return from null, and to null, and value dates which all time, and label I just set it to all time like this. Then we're going to do for last 30 days. So I'm just going to paste it like this. So we're going to make use of the last 30 days here. Reason why I set it here is because we're going to use this as default, AC. So the next one we're going to do is we're going to do for dates which last month, and let's return this. And we're going to have the from, which is going to be the stats. So for last month, we're going to say start of month, and we're going to sub month. Going to pass now and subtract one or remove one. This is going to be the previous month. So and then we're going to say 2. This is going to be the start of month now. So let me remove this. And then let's sorry, we didn't add the label value. Data in dot last month, and label last month. So I've copied it, and let's use the set the last 3 months. And then we're just going to set this to 3 and set this into last month. To set start of month. And let's say last 3 months. And then we can do the same thing for last year. And for last year, we're going to say last start of, so let me remove this. Instead of start of month, start of year. And this is going to be sub year. And let me remove 1. And this is going to be start of year. And let me change this to last year. And then let's have this month. And for this month, we just say start of month now, and end of day now. And then I'm going to also pass and this is I think this month. And the last we're going to have this year. And for default, we're going to return last 30 days. So basically that is it. So if we go over to index.txt and test it out again, And if I set it to let's try last month, and let's wait for this to, and we should see okay, this is saying last 30 days. So let me define it again. This is not returning anything based on this. Okay, I think it's because of this. Okay, let me remove this. Okay, let me console log. Let's see. Okay, so let me remove this. So I think this is not actually working. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to okay, I think I know how we can be able to fix that. So let me do constant date is equals to this, and let's see console.log date, and let's wait for this to load, and then we can see the last month now. We can see two, which is 6. This is actually 6 of 30th, and this is 31st, which is first. This should be 1st of June, 1st of June, and then 30th of June. I think so. 30th of June or 31st of June. Sorry. So this is working. So let me just remove all of this, and let's go back to our service, and let me collapse this, and let's uncomment this, and let me import this. So now let's destructure and get the form to and value. And now we're going to be using MongoDB pipeline. So we're going to let's do constant, and where's this? Let's import this. And for now, I'm just going to put empty array. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to define the pipeline here. I'm going to say current. So the current period pipeline. This is going to be of type any. Let's put like this and like this here. So I'm just going to pass this inside the aggregate like this. So now let's first of all get the match up. Let's set the match stage. So for the match stage, we're going to set the user ID. User ID is going to be new of type. We can import types for Mongoose, or let's just define Mongoose dot type dot objects ID and then user ID. And then because remember form might be null, so what we're going to do, we are going to do a check. So I'm just going to destructure this. I'm going to say from and to, and then we're going to say dates. We're going to say if this is greater equals to from is a start date, And we're going to say less than equals to 2, just like this. So we're going to define from and this. If this and this is defined, then let's do this. So so remember, if from and to is null, or we might not be able to have null. So let me check. Okay, we have null in all time here. So that is it. So we might pass all time, and this might be null. And we don't want to set dates for null. So now we've been able to uh, complete the match stage. Let's also handle the group stage. So for the group stage, sorry, for the group stage, it's a group. We are going to group the total income and the total expenses. So we want to get the total income and total expenses. And there we're going to set the group key to null. So we are not we're not grouping by any field. So we are going to group this into one single object. So we're going to have total income, and we're going to sum them, and then we're going to check if, which is the condition, which is more like a if this is let's open this. Then we're going to say if this is equals to, if the type is equals to income, then we're going to get the amount, we're going to sum the amount. But if not, we're going to just return 0. So we're going to say if this is equal, we're going to use equal, and we're going to say type field that is from the data, and I'm going to say transaction transaction type enum dot income. If this is income, then we're going to um, sum the amount, and we want to make sure we set absolute, so we don't calculate for negative income. So I'm going to set it to positive. Then if this does not meet, we're going to fall back to 0. So now the same thing is what we're going to do for the expense. So I'll change this to total expenses. And here I'm going to just change this income to expense. So now we're able to calculate total income and the total expense. And now we're going to also calculate the total amount of transaction. So total count, we're going to sum. So we're going to count all transactions. So now we are done with this. Let me collapse this. Now we want to shape want to define how the output will look like, the return from this. So we're going to use projects, and then we're going to remove the ID field because the group is going to return null. So we want to remove the field from the output. So I'm going to set it to 0. And then we want the income and expenses. So I'm just going to copy income, and I'm going to set that to 1. We want the total expenses. I'm going to set that to 1. We want the total count too. I'll set that to 1. And then this is it. So, but we still need to get the available balance and the saving rate, also with the expense ratio. So for the available balance, we're just going to say available balance. we're just going to say subtract total income we're going to subtract the expense, total expense from the income, sorry. Total, so we're going to say total income minus total expenses. And that will give us the available balance. So now how can we save this, calculate the saving rate? So we've done that before in the report service. We have a function where we use to calculate the saving rate here, which is going to be similar to what we are going to do here. We are going to check if the total income is less than 0, return 0. Then we are going to do the saving rate. We're going to say total income minus total expense divided by total income multiplied by 100. But we're going to do this in a MongoDB aggregate. So let me save this. And what we're going to do, we're going to say, okay, let's call this saving data. Because I want to also get the, okay, let's say we want to get the saving data. So what we're going to do, we're going to set let here. So let is going to allow us to set the variables. So I'm going to say variables. So the variables we have is income, or we can set that to total income. So this is just simply telling us that like this, income is equals to if null, if total income is not null, if total income is not null, then we put total income. If it's null, just set it to 0. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to say if null. So we're going to set total income like this. So let's duplicate it. And let me change this to expense. And let me just change the expenses here. So now we've gotten the variables. Now we need to make use of this variable to calculate the saving rate. So we have the income and we have the expense. So now let's calculate the saving rate here. So MongoDB, to use to do the calculation, we are going to define in. So this is a place where we can make use of these variables. So now to do that, we're going to get saving percentage. And I also want to get not only the saving percentage, like the saving rates, also the expense ratio. So for here, we're going to use the condition. So the condition is going to be an array here. And we're going to first of all check, just think of it like this. We're going to first of all check if total income is less than 0. So we're going to say, let's open this to say less than equals to, and to use this variable income, right, we are going to define it like this, double of this dollar sign. So let me add double of dollar sign. And we're going to say default to 0. So if less than 0, if this is less than 0, then we are going to return 0. So let me open this. And I'm going to add comma, return 0. Then we're going to say else. If this is not, let me open this back. We're going to say else. Let's do a multiplication. We're going to route this to multiply or multiply. And then before the multiply, we're going to divide. and then we're going to have to subtract. So we're going to subtract, this is basically where first we're going to subtract the income, the expenses from the income. Then we're going to then divide by we're going to divide by the total income. Then we're going to multiply by 100. So it's just simply the same thing. So here we're going to say, let's provide the variable field, the variable which is income, and then the expenses. And then now this operation will happen first. Then after this operation, we're going to say divide by 100. Sorry, divide by income. So I'm just going to pass income here. I think I'm making a mistake here. Yeah. Okay. Let me arrange this well so don't get confused. This object is for this. Then I'm going to pass the income here like this, and the error should stop. Then for this, we're going to also add 100 here. So now subtract income and also subtract expense from income. Then divide by the total income. Then after dividing, they will multiply by 100. So now we are done with the saving rate, which I call the saving percentage. Now let's look at the let's look at so this is, I'm just going to copy this so you can see the formula here. Just like this. So now for the saving rate, we are going to basically to get the expense ratio is going to be equals to, going to say expenses divided by income times 100, just like this. So we're going to use the condition again to first of all check if the income. So we want to make sure the income is not less than 0. So we're going to say we're going to use the variable income. If this is not less than 0, then we just return 0. Then if it's not less, then if this went true, you're just going to like if the income is not less than 0 or equal to 0, then we're going to do the multiplication again. We're going to say multiply, which is this outer one here we have here. And there we're going to have the object. We're going to multiply anything inside this object by 100. And then inside this object, we're going to divide. So let me say divide. And then we're going to divide. We're not going to do any other subtraction like the one we did here. We're just going to do only division here. So we're going to copy the field, which is expenses. I mean, not the field, the variable, and then the income. And we are done. We are done with the current we are done with the current period pipeline. So this is for the last 30 days. Now we are going to also do a different pipeline for the past or the previous last 30 days. So let me just collapse this. And here, let me just get the current. And here, so let's get the output from the current. And if you look at it, we output we have here, we have total income, expenses, total count, and saving rate, which is an object. So I'm just going to just a constant, or just a constant total income, total available balance, saving data, which is expense ratio, saving ratio, and transaction count, just like this. So now we've been able to get the current now. So we need to get the percentage changes. So that is going to be getting a different pipeline for that. But before we do that, let's first of all, because remember, percentage changes is not going to occur for all time, because all time is going to be null, and we don't have percentage change for that. So we're not going to have anything like previous all time. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to set this percentage changes. Change. I'll just set this to any. And then I'm just going to set the income, the percentage change for income, that income, the percentage change for expenses, the percentage change for available balance. You can define it as total income like that, but I just want to leave it like this so we know the differences. Then I can just say the previous period from, so we can see the previous period, and then I'm just going to set this to null, and we have the previous period. So, or we can call this previous date range or dates here. And now the previous uh, values. So let's see. Let me just define like this first. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say if from and to and range value, which is on the value itself. If we scroll up this pipeline, we can see the range value here. If it's not equals to date range enum.allTime, then now let's start calculating the differences. So what we're going to do is so now let's get the period. So in order to get a period, so for example, we have last 30 days. Last 30 days. So now we want to get the this should be last 30, not last year. We want to get the previous last 30 days to calculate the percentage changes. So we need to get the date. So what we're going to do now is we are going to try to get the differences from the from and differences from and to determine the period, and that's how we're going to subtract the dates from. We're going to subtract it from subtract the date from the from and also the to. To do that, we're going to be using the differences dates from differences in dates from date function, and we're going to pass in to and from. So we want to know the differences for to and from. But here's the problem. If this current from we have, for instance, is June 7, and the total is July 6 for last 30 days. Then the date in calculate the date in difference, we give us 29, which is not the exact number for calendar. So we're going to add +1 to get the actual period, the actual differences. So with this, we can use this to subtract like this. We're going to say subtract days. We're going to pass in from, and we're going to pass in the period. So this is just similar to what we did in the dates. If you go over to let me dates, you see how we're able to subtract. We're able to get the current yesterday. So if today is, like I said, if today is 7th of July, so we subtracted one to get yesterday, which is 6th of July. Now, now, how do we get the from? So this is we have gotten this to where we want to get the filter the data. So how do we get the 30 days? So we had to subtract 6th of July, and we're going to, instead of 30, because we subtracted one, we're going to subtract 29 days from the 6th of July, and which will give us it should give us June. It's supposed to give us June, something like that, if you calculate it. So that's what we were able to get the to and the from. So similarly is what we're going to do for the let me go over back to analytics. So this similar is what we're going to do for the previous. So like I said, if the 30 days we have the full is July 6th, and then the from is June 7th. Then to get the previous, we are going to subtract this with 30 days and subtract this with 30 days. So after adding 1 year, and this will give us the previous from and to, and that's what we're going to use to filter the database. So let me remove this here. So the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to say constant is yearly. So I'm going to check if this is yearly. So I'm going to say date range enum dot last year and date range enum dot this year. If dot include range value, then instead of using subtract days, we're going to subtract here. So what we're going to do, we're going to say to get the previous period from. So we're going to say if this is yearly, then we're going to use sub years from, and we're going to sub one. So if this is 2025, we are going to get 2024. That will be the previous. So then we're going to say else, we're going to subtract days from, and we're going to set the period here. So we're going to console log, let's console log all of them. We'll console log the, let's console log the differences in dates and the period. And also let's console log the period here. So now we've gotten the form, let's also get the tool. So now we're going to say if yearly, let's change this to 2 and 2. So now this is how we're going to get it, and this is what we're going to use to filter the dates in the previous pipeline. So let's go ahead and do. So below here, I'm just going to define an array here, and we're going to use the match stage. So let me just quickly copy this. I'll just copy everything here. I'll scroll down to where we have the previous, and I'm going to just paste that here. So I'm just going to remove this if check here. And then I'm just going to change this to previous from and previous to. And like this, we'll be able to filter the previous bits. So let's also console log this too. The previous from and the previous to. So now we need to also do the grouping. So I'm just going to say $group. You're going to set the group key to null. And we're going to exactly do the same thing we did here. So I'll just copy all of this. Let me copy all of the group. So it's just the same thing what we're going to do here. So we have the total income and total expenses. So I'm just going to remove the transaction count from this. So we are done with this. Now we're going to set this inside the aggregate. We're going to pass the pipeline. Then we're going to say if previous, which I'm also going to console log the previous. And then we are going to say constant previous income is equals to previous dot and total income say it's 0. And then we say previous expenses is going to be previous total expenses. And then for the balance, we're going to just say previous balance is going to be let's remove this. Say previous income minus previous expenses. So now we're going to update our percentage change. We are going to say income, and this is going to be previous income. So now to calculate the percentage, we are going to create a function that we are going to use. So I'm just going to say calculate percentage change. And I will pass it and also pass the total income. So let's go ahead and just quickly create the calculate function here. So I'll just come down here and just say function, pass this. And there we're going to just say previous we're going to say total something like this. Number, or we just say current. So to avoid confusion, let's change this to instead of total income, we can set this to current income. So maybe I'll just define it here. I'll say constant current income is equals to total income like this. So now instead of we just say current income like this. And then let me just change this to previous and current. So yeah, we're going to say if previous is equals to 0 and current. So I want to check if current 2 is equals to 0, return 0, else we just say 100. Then to calculate the changes, this is going to be equals to and let's say current minus previous. Then we're going to divide it by, let's make sure this is positive, dot abs absolute minus previous. And then we're going to multiply this by 100. So let me just wrap all of this. And then what we can do is we can just return float, and we can use changes dot to fix to. We can also set a cap changes, so we can see 100 or 1000 percentage. We can say max dot minimum, then max dot maximum changes 200. I'll say 200, yeah. So we can set it to 200 as the maximum, or we can set 500 if you want. So it depends on you. So I'm just going to copy this and just change it here. So this is optional if you want to add that. So now we've calculated the percentage change. So now let's make use of it here. So now what we're going to do, we're going to copy this income, paste it again, change it to expenses. I think that's what we define here, expenses. And we're going to say total current expenses is equals to total expenses. And the next thing we're going to copy is the balance. So for the balance, we are going to do the same thing. There's a balance, calculate a state change. I would say previous balance. And let me just change this to current balance here. We just change this to available balance. And let me pass that here. So now we are done with this. So what we're going to do is to copy the remaining part, which is the previous. And there we can just get the previous value if you want. When I mean by previous value, I mean the actual income amount. I say income amount 0, expense amount 0. And we can just say the balance amount 0, yeah. So I'll just copy all of this. Let's come down here. Let's paste it here, and let's just set this to previous period from previous period 2. And there we can just get the previous income, set it here, previous expenses, set it here. So this is optional if you want, if you don't want to add that, and the previous balance, you can set it here. So now we are done with this. Now let's return all of the data. So first I'm going to say available balance, the user available balance. We're going to convert this to dollar unit, the available balance for the current last 30 days, the total amount, total income, convert that to total expenses, and now the saving rates, which is going to be expense ratio. We're going to pass float for saving data dot expense ratio. So let me scroll up and get that here. Expense ratio and the percentage. You're going to say PS float. Saving data dot saving percentage dot to fix. So let me copy this and also add it here too. So we are done with it. So let me just say transaction count. So now for the percentage changes, I'll just say percentage changes. I'll come down here and then I'm just going to say dot 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 percentage changes and then the previous values. I want to update this. You're going to say the income. Or do we say income? Okay. The income amount. Let's convert that to dollar units and the income amount. Percentage changes dot previous values dot amount, income amount. Let's just copy that and paste it here. And let's get the expense amount. So let me just change this to income. But let's leave it like this. Let's also do for balance amount. We convert it to balance amount. So lastly, we can just after the objects here, after this object, we can just say the presets, the range value, or page range all time, and the value. And the label. Something like this. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and test this out. So I'll just copy the service. Okay, I think we've done that already. Yeah. So let's go ahead and create a route for this. So I'll just go into my route and let me create a new file, analytics. Route.txt. And let's copy, let me copy this. Let me copy the auth. And let me just change this to analytics. And then replace all of this here. I'll change this to get. Let me change this to summary, analytics controller. So let's add summary here. And then inside, I'll go into my index.txt. And let me collapse this. Here I can add the analytics here. Let me import analytics routes. So let's make sure our server is running. So our server is running. And then let me go ahead and then test this out. So I'll just go to analytics and summary API. And there we can just say, let's go ahead and look at the preset here. It's range. So I'll go into my enum. And I think for last 30 days, do we have data for that? So I'm going to try to add data for In order for us to see the percentage changes, I'm going to add the data for the previous 30 days and the current 30 days. But for now, let's just pick a preset. Let's say this year, or let's say all time. But this won't give us any percentage changes unauthorized. Okay, let me try and log in. So yeah, I need to change this email because I changed this email. So I've done that. Let me click on send, and then I will get the access token. And let's go over to the summary API, and let me add that here. So I've pasted it. And then we can see the available balance 11,200, total income, and then total expenses for the past for all time, and we can see all time. So there's no amount for previous. So let's try last 3 months. So now this is last 3 months, and we can see uh, last 3 months is giving us available about 7,450, total income 16,500. Saving rates, there's no percentage and expense ratio. Okay, let me check. Let's check its expense ratio. Okay, saving data is not giving us any expense ratio, any percentage changes. So for the current saving data, it should at least give us some data. Let me console or current. And let's look at we have total count, dimensional count 14. Then we can see percentage change is 500. So this is using the cap here, 500, the balance 396. This is a previous from, we're having 20, 2024, 12, 2029 to 29 to 2025, 03, 30. Okay. And then this is the amount. Then the current one we have 0630, 0630 to 03 31st. So this should be 1st of April, and this should be the 1st of April, and this should be 31st. So let's see, 1st of April, and then 1st of April, and then this is June. So that's for 3 months. So getting the difference on 3 months again is from this should be March, and this is taking us to 2024. So this is 3 months. So let me remove for 3 months. And then let me try and send this again. So I'll go into my data. Let's go into date range and let's look for. So we need to try 30 days. And this is going to give us, we don't have any data for 30 days. Let's see. We have data for 30 days, but we don't have any percentage changes. We have only two data. So we don't have any data for previous so I'm just going to check. This is giving me 7 weight is giving me undefined. So let me look why it's not returning data here. Okay, you can see 7 weight 100% and the expense ratio 0. So it's working. So let me check. Why is it not working? It's not returning the percentage, even though we are seeing it in the console log. Savings percentage suffix. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is saving data, not savings data. Saving data, not savings data. And that is the reason. So I just change it to saving data, yeah. And let's save that. Yeah. So let's wait for this to reset. Will just start. So the server is running. So I'm just going to click on send. Now we should see the percentage changes here. 100. So we don't have any previous. We have 8 OCs here. The previous. Okay, this is the previous date, but there's no data for the previous date. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to populate this with some data here. Currently, we have only 2 transactions in the last 30 days. So I'm going to add some data so we can see the percentage changes for the previous last 30 days. So now I've added the data and I noticed I made some mistake here, which we should change it. So in the expense here, I use previous income instead of previous expenses. So change that, and also in the cap, I change that to 100 instead of that 500 there. So I've added some data. If I go over to bulk transaction, I added this data. You can see the previous 30 days was May 8th to June 6th. So I added data from May 8th to June 6th. And then I added like 2 extra for the current 30 days, which is June 7 to July 6. And we can see that. So we had more income. I had more income in the past 30 days, as the previous 30 days, than the income we had in the current 30 days. So if I go over to all transaction and I click on everything here, we can let's filter. If you filter it, we can see total number of income. And because of that, so total count we had 25 transaction here. So because of that, if I go over to my Swami API, here we can see we have available balance for the last 30 days, 1931. We had total income 1950. Yeah, 1950, and total expenses 18.99. So we had 7 rates, total expenses 18.99. So let me confirm that from the get all transaction. I'll look at some of the expenses here. We had 32 here. Okay, these are not 30 days. Okay, this is 4. So this one's here is not 30 days. So the 30 days is counting from July to I think to June. let's look at it in the bulk. Let's go over to bulk. We added it here. So we're counting from June 7 to July 6, and the expenses we had in the data are April. So that's why it didn't come up. So we had only 18.99 expenses in the in the in the last 30 days. So and this gave us saving rate of 99% with expense ratio of 0.97. So we didn't make much expenses. And then we had transaction count 4. Then our income decreases because we had more income. We had more income in the previous 30 days, and our expenses decreases. Yeah, so we had more expenses than the one we had in the current one. And the uh, balance here is 17%. So and the balance we had more balance here, I think, than this here. So that's why we're having positive balance here. So we can see the dates and the value. So basically that is it. So we are going to go ahead and then work on the next one, which is the chart itself. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's go ahead and work on the chart endpoint. So I'll go into my controller, analytics controller, and we're just going to basically do the same thing we did here. I'm just going to collapse this. Or let me just scroll down, and then I'm going to copy that and paste it here. So we're going to change this to chart analytics controller. And there we have the filter and the user ID. So I'm just going to copy this here. And I'm going to paste it here. So yeah, I'm just going to call this chart data. I'm going to pass it here. I'm going to change this to chart analytics service. Just like this. So inside the service, I'm going to um, just copy what we had here. And let me scroll down and then paste it here. And let me change this to chat service. And let me import this. So now let's go over to service and let's work on the chat analytics service here. So I'm going to paste the same thing we did here in the summary analytics service, which is to play the range, get the range, and also the structure it. Then we have the filter here, which is the match stage. I'm just going to make use of it. So I'm just going to import Mongoose here. Let's import mongoose.types. And this will convert the string UID to a Mongo object ID. Then we pass in the from and the to, and this is just similar to what we did here. So I'm going to collapse this, and then what we are going to do, we are going to group the transaction by date and calculate the total income and expenses for each day. So I'm going to say constant result. This is going to be equals to await transaction model dot aggregate. I'll have an empty array. Then we can just use the match here, and let's set filter here, just like this. So now we just have comma, and now let's group the transaction by date. So we're going to group the transaction by date, and this is going to be in the format of year, monthly, and date, just like this. So let's see how this works. We're going to open an object, and then we're going to use the group stage here. And now to group by a particular by the date, we're going to use the underscore ID, and then we're going to open this. So we're going to define date string here. So date to string. So date to string. So now we're going to format the date, how we want the date to be. So I'm going to set it to year, monthly, and also daily, day. And we're going to say dates and the date field, just like this. So now if we're able to group this, now let's go ahead and get the income. So we say we're going to calculate the total, we're going to sum the total income, then total income and expenses for each day. So I'm going to create an object for this now. And inside the income, we're going to sum, just similar to what we have done before. We're going to sum the total income. So I'm going to use the condition. This is going to be an array. Then in the condition, we are going to check equals if this is an income, if the type is an income. So I'll say transaction enum type for type enum dot income. And then we're going to use the absolute and the amount here. If not, we're just going to set this to 0. So we're going to just copy the same thing here and just do the same for expenses. So I'll change this to expenses. And let's change this to expenses here. Expense. So we are done with the income and the expenses in the groups. So now we need to get the count. If you look at the design we had where we showed the number of income and the number of expenses. So this total number of income, total number of expenses here. So we need to get the count for each of them because it's going to return in the amount. Then we need to count each the count for each of the day. Then we're going to then calculate the total count for each of the transaction. So I'm going to come down here and let's name this income count. Let's open this here. And we're going to also sum this. This is going to say sum. We're going to make use of the condition. And now we are going to use we're going to open an object here. Here I say equal to, just similar to what we did here. I'll just copy this. I'll paste it here and I'll change this to income. So now instead of counts, instead of the amount we did here, what we are going to do now is let me break this back. So if this is an income, we are going to count it as 1. Else we're just going to say this is 0. Then the same thing with expense here. I will copy this and just say expense count. Let me make sure this is in the same position. And I'm going to say expense count, and let's change this to expense here. So now we are done with this. Now what we're going to do, let me collapse this. We are going to sort this. We're going to sort the results by date in ascending order. So I'm just going to say sort underscore ID. Remember, underscore ID is the date. We're going to sort this by ascending order. Then we're going to reshape the data. So I'm going to open an object here, and I'm going to call project. And then I'm going to tell Mongoose to remove this underscore ID here. And I'm going to just replace it with dates. So I'm just going to say, I'm going to point the underscore ID, which is date, when we're calculating to dates. And then we're going to remove the underscore ID from the object that is going to return. And then we're going to say we want the income too, by setting it to 1 to keep the income, to also keep the expenses set to 1, then also the income count is set it to 1, and the expense count So out of all of them, only the ID will not be in the output. So once we are done with this, now we need to group this again. So now the reason why we want to group this is to get the total count. So we want to sum the income count and also the expense count to give us the total number of income counts and expense counts. Then what we're going to do now, we're now going to group this we're going to set this to null, and then we're going to push all of this data inside a particular object called chat data. And then I'm just going to say push, and it's going to push the roots. Let's say roots. Yeah. So it's going to push all of this inside this object. Then we can have the total income count, and this will be sum of the income counts here. We can duplicate this and change this to expense. And let me copy this expense count. Let me be sure I didn't make any mistake here. Yes. Expense count. And now we are done with this. So now we need to also lastly reshape the output. Remove the ID from the output. So I'm just going to remove the ID, change it to 0. And then we're going to also we're going to return all of this. We're going to keep the chat data, total income count. So reshaping this is not a must. You can still go on with this, but the null will be in the data. So I just want to remove the null from the data there. So I'm just going to copy this and also paste it here. And now let's set this to 1. So now we are done with the pipeline. So let's just say constant. We can transform this data. We say results. We can say results. We open the index here, and we can get the chart data. So we want if we want to check, we say if there's no chart data, we can default to empty array. Then we can map this data and set item. You can just set item to any for now. And then let's return an object now. So what we're going to do, I want to convert the amount to you understand that the amount here, the amount in the pipeline is still going to be in cents. So I want to convert it to dollar units. So I'm just going to say dates, item dates, dot dates, then income. We're going to say convert to dollar units, and this is going to be item dot income. Then the expense, we can call it expenses. It's going to convert dollar units, item dot expensive. Let me be sure what I put here. Okay, item dot expenses. So we can also sort this if you want. We can sort this, or you can sort it by the date, but let's just leave this part yet. And then let's just return our data. We say chart data is going to be the transform data, the total income. Let me just copy this total income count and total expense count. it's going to be let's just copy this and say what we're going to call this now. Okay, I can just say results data is equals to results empty array, and we can just set this to object like this. So I'll just replace this to result data, and then I'll just say result data dot total income count and results data dot total expense count. And lastly, you can just return the preset here, just similar to what we did in the summary. So that is it, and you can go ahead and test this. So I'll just open my just go into the controller first and make sure we've imported this. Then we should go over to route, and then let me copy this, duplicate this here. I'm going to change this to I'm going to change this to charts analytics controller, and there I'll just call it charts. So basically that is it, and let's go to Postman and test this. So I'm just going to click here and then go into charts API. Let me confirm my server is running. So my server is running. Now I'm going to pick 30 days, and let me click on send here, and let's see. And we can see that this gives the charts data, and we have the 06, 07, 07, 05. So everything is formatted well. Then we have the preset here, and the total number of total income count is 3, total expense count is 0 for 30 days. So total expense count. So let me confirm this here. Let me go into my analytics service, and let me look at this. The expense count is supposed to be more than 0. So let's check this. Expense count. Having expense count. Do we have an expense? We have no expenses here. So we have no expense. So let me try and console this, console log results. Let me inspect this. So I've consoled this. Let me open this now. We should see we have total expenses 0. So basically that is it for the last 30 days here. So let's check. Let me go into my preset and check for last month. Let me go into the enum, and let's pick for last month, and let's see. We're going to check for all time too. For now, we have some expenses here, and we can see we have total expenses count 2, total income count 2 for last month. So last month is June. Okay. Then for all time, let's try this year. I'll save this and send. And now we can see some data here. And we have 13 income count and 12 expense count here. So basically that is it. So let's go ahead and work on the last endpoint, which is the pie chart. So I'm just going to close this and then let's remove these comments here. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's go into the controller, analytics controller, and let's create the controller for the expense pie chart. So I'm just going to paste that here. So I've copied this and rename it here like this. And it's just the same to the one above. So I'm just going to go ahead and create the expense pie chart breakdown. So let's go ahead and create that. So I'll save this, go into my analytics here, and let me collapse this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say async, constant export constant async, and let's just return this. So I'll just go at the top and copy this, all of this, and then collapse this. And let me move this to the top. And then let me inside the, and let's paste it here. So I'll go into my controller and let me import this. So once we are done now, we are done with it. So let's go into the analytics service, and there we're going to just let's just copy the same thing we did here, and let me paste it here. So then we're going to get the match stage with a filter. You can just set it to any. We can have the user ID. There's no point right. Let me just copy this here. Let's just copy everything from here. And let me collapse this. And let me just paste this. So the only difference between this and the previous one is the expense pie chart. We're going to only filter by type here. What's in expense here. So now let's create a stage. So I'll say constant pipeline. So I noticed in the export here summary pipeline we use any, but we can use the pipeline from for Mongo's here. You can see pipeline stage and you can use that here. So I'll just collapse this. And then let's use that here too. So now we can be able to get the match here, all of this match. You also set it to filter. Then we want to go over the transaction by category and then sum the amount. So you're going to use the group, and then the group key is going to be the category field. And we know the category field is a string. So I'm just going to say category is the name of the category. And also the value. We want to sum the values in that category. So I'll say sum, which is the amount. And we're going to use absolute for this. Like this. Then once we are done, we want to sort this by descending order. So we're going to sort the value, which is the amount, by -1, which is the descending order. So now we are done with filtering this and getting the category and each value. Now we want to create a multi-stage, and this is just to split because we want to have the top three category, and then the others, the remaining ones will fall under others. So we're going to like get the top highest amount of the category to be at the top three, and then the remaining ones will be in the others. So I'm just going to come here and let's open this. So we're going to use Facet here. And with this, we're going to do multiple operation here, it's a multi stage inside this pipeline, sub pipeline inside the pipeline. So I'm going to say top three. So this we get the top three from the categories here. And then we're going to say, we're going to limit them to three. Then once we get the top three, then we're going to say others. Sorry. And we're going to skip the top three. Remember, we've sort this by descending order. So the highest amount sort by descending order, the highest amount will be at the top because we are filtering by descending order by the value. So I'm just going to say skip the tree, and then let's group again. Sorry, let's group it. And the key here will be others. So now we can sum the values of the remaining ones here. And this is going to be value. Remember, we are using value here as the field here. So once we are done with this, we are going to reshape the data. And this is going to give us this is going to be an array. This is going to be an array. So what we're going to do, we're going to combine them into one array. So we're inside we're going to call the name of the few categories. So we're going to combine them. Say we're going to use the concat array. And then here we're going to define the top three and the others here. So I'll copy others and let's add comma here and paste it here. So now once we are done with this, we are going to flatten the category into a single document. So I'm just going to open this here, and I'm going to define on wine. I'm going to say categories. So once that is, we are then going to group this. So let's look at before we go ahead, let's look at the design. So if you look at, we have the total amounts here, total spent, and we still have this is the top three and the others and the amount. So what we want to do, we want to group again to get the total spent for the categories. So we're going to we're going to use the group again to group this, and then all of the remaining ones, the categories, we're going to push that into the breakdown name. So I'm going to say group, and here we're going to set this to null ID. So underscore ID, and then we're going to say total spent. We're going to sum the categories. So now we can get the categories dot value. Now let's push the categories into the breakdown. So let me copy these categories and paste it here. So we are done with this. Now we want to reshape the output. So we remove the null from the object. So I'm just going to say project, and we're going to remove the null, which is the ID. Then we're going to keep the total spent, which is 1. And now we need the breakdown. So I'm going to copy the breakdown. And now for the breakdown, we want to we want to add the percentage. So in the design, you can see okay, we didn't add the design didn't carry the percentage, but we wanted to add the percentage for each of the category, similar to the amount we have here. So I'm just going to do that. So how are we going to achieve that? We're going to map this, and once we map this, we're going to um, set the input, and the input is a string of breakdown. That is, we want to loop through this, and then we're going to set the aliases to cards. So this is just similar to your map. You can the cards will be just like dot map cards type any. Then we can use the cards to get the voice inside the breakdown. So this is just similar to this. So I'm just going to say in. So it's inside this block, you're going to do necessary stuff. So I'm just going to say the name is going to be, we're going to define cards dot underscore ID. Underscore ID is still inside the breakdown. So I'm just going to rename that to name. Then we're going to also get the values, which is still cards dot values value. And now we can calculate the percentage. So percentage of the percentage. Then firstly, before we calculate percentage, we need to check if the uh, total spent is greater than 0. So we're going to use the condition before we do the calculation. So I'm going to say, let's open an object and say equals, we're going to check total spent. Then if it's equal to 0, we'll just return this as 0. So the percentage will be equal to 0. Else, you're going to, first of all, round this. So round is going to be at top. Then we're going to add the multiply. So first, we're going to divide the value we're going to divide the value, each of the value by total spent, then multiply it by 100, then round them off to a 0 decimal places. So I'm just going to, let's say, let's also add the divide here. And let's the cat dot value, which is going to divide and total spent, which is this at the top here. And then we are going to add 100 here. Then we're going to round this um, by 0. So I'm just going to add 0 here. So we are done with this. Now we can get the data. So I'll just close the pipeline here. And let's get a result equals to await transaction model dot aggregate. And we're going to just pass the pipeline here. So now we're going to have to transform the data and convert the value to dollar units. So before that, let's just get the data out, which is equals to result MC array or total spent is 0 and breakdown is empty array. So now let's get the transform. Sorry, let's move this down here. Transform data is equals to an object. Then we just get the data here. Now we need to convert the total spent, which is going to be convert $unit data dot total spent. Then we have the breakdown. So I'll copy this, paste it here. And for the breakdown, you're going to say data dot breakdown. I'm going to set this to empty array dot map. But this is we've already set empty array to this. So I just say dot map item, set it to any. Then let's return object. Just set the items here. Then convert the values to $unit. Say item dot value. And we're done with this. So now let's return. So we're going to just return the transform data here. And then I'll just go ahead and just click copy. Let's copy the preset again and pass it here. So we're done with this. So now let's go ahead and test this out. So I'll go into my controller into the route. And then let me duplicate this, change this to expense pie charts control. Then we're going to change this to expense breakdown. So let's confirm our server is running. So let me wait for this to run. So now the server is running. Let me go into my Postman and let's test this API. So I'll just go into pie charts breakdown API. And the preset here, we set it to all time. So let me just click on send. And let's see. And we can see total breakdown. First payment is 9,423. And the highest amount is rent, shopping, mail, and others. We can also change this to also change the others to capital letter. And there we have null. So if I change the start, I think 30 days we don't have any data, any expense. So 30 days we can enter and it should be empty here. But if I set last month, and we can see we have mail is the highest, while hosting is the second highest. We don't have others, only two expenses. So basically that is it for the API. So let's go ahead and set up the client side of the app. So before we go ahead and work on the client side, so I want to make some few changes here. So inside the date, I'll scroll down to where we have date in the utils here, where we had the range for the analytics. So I want to modify these to allow today, because using the yesterday here won't add. If a transaction is created today, you won't be able to see any you won't be able to see the amount, the available amount, and also the income on the analytics till tomorrow. So I've decided to remove this part and let's add today on here. So I'll say constant today, which is going to be end of day, and we're going to send this to now. So now this will give us the end of today, and then we can replace yesterday with this, and then replace the sub days with this, and this should give us the right data. So I'm going to we're going to comment. Let me console log this. We're going to see this last 30 days. And then I want to also update these parts of this part. So instead of starting from the next starting of the month, we can get the end of the month and also get. So we're going to use the sub. Let's put it here. Sub month from now, which is the last month, and then we're going to set this to end of the month. So this is going to give us like the accurate last month ending and also the beginning of the last month. We can also do that for, and also the last 3 months. We need to get the actual ending of the last 3 months. So I'm going to copy this, and instead of now, I'm going to swap months and remove the last month. This will be the last month. And I'm going to get the end of the month. So now instead of getting the beginning of the fourth month, we are getting the last month. We're trying to get the last 3 months. Instead of getting the beginning of the fourth month, which is now, we sub that we subtract now and get the last month and then get the end of that month. So like same thing we do for the year. We are going to copy the same thing, come over here, paste it, and then we can get the end of the year, end of that year. And that is it, we are done with it. So now if we create a new transaction, we should be able to see that display on the analytics page. So now we are done with this. So let's go ahead and set up the client side. So I'll just collapse all of this. I'll remove everything from here. And inside my client folder, um, I'm going to navigate there. I've already done that. So what I'm going to do next is to go over to the GitHub. The link will be in the description. And then you should see a starter front end here. So this is what we're going to clone. We're going to clone the starter front end here. So I'm just going to come over here. So I'm going to say git clone, and then let's pass branch here. And then I'm going to type the name of the branch underscore starter front end. And I'm going to get the repo. So I'm just going to click on it, copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to click on enter, and this should clone the repo for me. So now I'm going to wait for this. Okay, so it is done now. And then I'm going to just close this, open this, and inside here I should see. So I'm just going to copy all of the items inside and move them inside clients. So I've done that. So what I'm going to do is to install all of this. So I'm going to clear my terminal, and I'm going to say npm install, and I'm going to use force because some of the packages I use, some of the packages are not updated with React 19. So I'm going to click on install. So, and I'm going to wait for this to install all of the packages. So now I've installed all of the packages. So I'm just going to write npm run dev, and this should load up our Vite server. And then I'm going to just copy this, come over here, and I'm going to paste it here. And this should load up the interface, the user interface, and this should take us to the login screen. And now this is it. We are in the login screen. So let me go ahead and explain everything in the app. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and I'm going to click on the first thing we're going to do is the env. So in the env, I have this localhost 3000. So I'm just going to change this to localhost 8000 API. So just change that. So this will use our backend API. If you scroll back down, you should see localhost. I think this will be running in localhost 8000. I think I can see it here. Okay, yeah, we can see 8000. And then this project, the client side where we're using Vite and then Reader's Toolkit. So you can just quickly search for Reader's Toolkit here. So Reader's Toolkits provide us with Redux as usual, and also ability to call endpoints. So just like your apps use. So it gives us the opportunity like create API to able to create our API. So if you come over to the source directory, you can click here and just come over to the main TX. So inside the main TX, what we have here, we can see we have the provider from the store, which we are going to look at, and the persist gate. Then we have Nox adapter. So Nox adapter is just to get is a state management on the browser URL. You can just search for Nox, and you see we can see it. This is a way to type save search params. So how to get the search params, and then I'm using Shanty UI, and this is to start from Shanty UI. So if we go into the app, so let me navigate to the app. We are using the theme provider here. This is using dark mode from Shanty UI. So if you go over to Shanty UI, you can Shanty UI and see how to set up Shanty UI with Vite. If I scroll down to installation, and if you click on Vite, you can see the process here. And we create a file theme provider, which I follow the instruction here, and to wrap the application with the theme provider. So inside the app router, this is where we set up the app router for the app. So the first one here is the authentication page, authentication route. And if you see, we have two components here at the top of the route. And there, this is where we define the actual route part. So if I go into authentication route part, we can see inside the route here, we have route, and we have the route part. So inside the route part, this is where we define the auth route, sign in and sign up, and the protected route. Then inside the route, this is where we define the arrays, and we sign the auth route or sign in with the elements, which is sign in components, sign up components. And same thing we did for the protected route, the dashboard, the transaction, the report, the settings. And the settings here has children, because we're trying to use the same UI for all of them here. And you will see that in action. So I'm just going to click here, and I'm going to go back to the index here. I'll collapse this. And then you can see the protected route. And this is using the protected route part. I remember we had children for the settings. So if we go over, you can see the children here, and that's what we're looping through to pass the route here. And the fallback will just be on the index. And you can look at the index here. The index is set to you can see the index here is set to font. So let's look at the base layout. So the base layout is just a div layout for the auth, just a div, and we pass in the outlets. Then for the auth route is where we handle the check if the user is signed in, like getting the access token or confirming if the user is logged in. Then we direct the user to the overview page or dashboard page. Else we just redirect the user back to the login screen. So similar to the protected route is similar to what we did in the auth. We also do the check to protect this particular page. Then the app layout is where we define the nav bar and the main content. And there is the outlet here. So we have the edit transaction drawer, so it can be used in all of the transactions. And so that is it for this part for the route. Now we can look at the management or the Readers Toolkit. So to set up Readers Toolkit, if you go over to Readers Toolkit, based on the documentation, get started. To start Readers Toolkit, if you look at the example here, after installing and everything, we can see the create API, and we can learn more about this here. So I'm just going to go straight to how it's been implemented here. So the first thing you need to know is inside the app we defined here, there's an app folder here, and this app folder is where we handle the Readers Toolkit. So I have the app API client, the store, and hook. So first of all, if I click on the API client, this is using the API we saw here from Readers Toolkit. From Readers Toolkit, I'll just click on here and let's look for think how to create, yeah, from the create API. And this is it here, the create API. So I'm using the one with for React. Then inside it, and this is where we use the create API. So I am creating the base query here. And this base query is why I did that is to be able to pass the base URL, that is the endpoint link, and also handle the headers. So I try to get the token because I'm storing the token in the local storage using Readers too. So I'm getting the states and also getting then setting the authorization bearer token to the header before any API, before any request is sent. And there is the tag type. You will see how to do that and also refresh your mountain. So this is how we handle API, setting up the API for with Readers Toolkit. So if you go over to stores, stores is where we manage everything by storing data in the local storage. So I'm using Readers Toolkit. You can see that configure stores and combine with user. Then I'm using a separate package, Readers persist, to persist data into the local storage. So now this is how to configure the persist, and this is just the root reducer type. Then we try to combine all the reducer. So the first reducer, the first one I have here is the API client. So I'm going to add the API client to the combined reducer. Then yeah, I'm going to also blacklist it so it does not persist to the local storage. And this one I commented there is if you want to encrypt the data in the local storage, you can use the React Readers persist transform encrypt to encrypt them. This is optional. That's why I commented it out. Then we have the auth reducer. So in uh, the auth reducer, this is where we define the reducer in auth and the initial state. And in Readers Toolkit, how to set up that is we are going to use the slice. So if you come to where we have futures here, if you look at auth here, based on what we imported here, you can see futures, auth, and auth slice. And there we have the auth slice. And inside the auth slice is where we define what our state will look like. So inside our state is what the data is that's coming from the login endpoint is what we're going to save in this state. Here is just the type where I'm saving access token expire and the user data, and this is the user type here. Then also the report setting. Then this is where I set the create slides. So we are using create slides for Readers Toolkit, and then we define the name and also the initial state, which is this everything will be null. Then we have the reducer, the set credential, the update credential, and also the logger to clear the stores, clear data from the stores. And then we exported this, the structure auth action, and then this is where we get the we set export default to auth slice reducer. And then that is what we brought into the stores, into the store. After combining the reducers, and you can add more if you have more options like transaction and data, you're signing something in the local storage for transaction, you can add it here. So then we persist uh, the the reducer, and then this is where we configure the stores. Then instead of passing the root reducer directly to the store, we pass the persist reducer, and then we ignore a specific action here. We ignore some middlewares here, and then we add the API clients to dot middleware. We concat it to the middleware here, and then this is where we add persist store and pass the store, and this is where we export the root state. Then with the root state, we created a hook, and this hook is to get the use app dispatch, and use dispatch is coming from React Redux. And then we have the use type selector, and the use selector is coming from React Redux. So basically, this is it. You can go over to the documentation and you understand how this is being implemented. So basically, that's how we set up this. So coming to the API clients, because we've created the API client, this is where to add the APIs like the login, sign up, and this. So adding it in a single page is going to be too much. So with those toolkits, you can extend the API client. So inside my futures, if you look at here, we have the Auth API. The Auth API extended we got the API clients and we got inject endpoints. And then we set the endpoint. This is more similar to Landstar query, builder.mutation. And this is where we set up the mutation post. And all of this is for post using mutation or put. Then if I go over to analytics, we can look at analytics API. Here you can see we are using get request here, and this is going to be using builder.query. And then you can see that I added provided tag. So this provided tag is just simply like trying to refresh this, adding a tag to all of the relevant endpoints. So for instance, I added the analytics tag. Why? Because I want if I create a transaction here, if I go into transaction API and I scroll down, if I create transaction API, I create a transaction. I want, and you should notice that we are using invalidate tags here because for mutation, you use invalidate tag, and for query, we are going to be using provide tag. So when I create a new transaction, we just took it to find those endpoints with these tags and call them again. So once I create, then it will call the all, because I added the provided tag and the tag type, it will call these endpoints again. Likewise, it will also call the endpoints in the analytics because I added the analytics tag here. Also, all of this tag, you also have to add it in this place too. So I added all of them here in the create API. So, and there we have the types. These are all the types here. You can go all over the code. Then lastly, we have reports API, and then also, and for the image, you can see the AI scan receipt. We are using form data here, post. And we're going to come over all of them one after the other later on while we're integrating the API to the UI. So basically that is it for uh, the whole explanation. Here is just the constant, and here is the component here we have. So I think we've go all over all of this. And now let's go ahead and work on the authentication implementation. So let's go ahead and work on the authentication side. So I'll just go ahead and click on the auth and then the sign up. And if I come over to the UI, I'll click on sign up here. And then what I'm going to do, we're going to look at the sign up. This is the UI. Then we have the sign up form. So I'll go into the sign up form, which is inside the component folder. Then inside the sign up form, we have the result. We're using result to validate the data name, email, and password. Then we have the form here, and here is the on submit. And this is the form here, the UI using Shanty UI components, form components. Basically, that is it. So to plug in our API, you can go over to features, then come over to auth, then click on auth API. And inside the auth type, this is where, okay, we're setting the auth type here. So in the register API, this is what we're going to use. And after you define this, we can come over here and define the hook. So I'm going to make use of the register mutation. So I'll copy that, then I'll go over to sign up and the sign up form. And inside sign up form, we're going to import that. So I'm just going to uncomment this, and then I'm going to import use register mutation. And then let me remove this, it's loading here. And once that is done, then I'm going to just remove all of this here. So once the user sign up, we are going to redirect the user to the login page. So basically, this is what we're going to do. So I'm just going to remove this. So I'll pass in the values, and then we will set the form and to sign up successfully. Then we redirect the user to the sign-in page, and then we can toast the error here. So basically that is it. So let's test the application. So make sure your server, backend server is loading, and then the client side is loading. So I'll sign up with a new account. So I'll just call your stack with email. Then I'll just say, let me sign up with this email and my password. And then I'll click on sign up and let's see. And then we can see the sign up worker. We can see next state here. So the user is signed up. So let's go ahead and work on the login side of it. So I'm just going to go over to, let's go over to the Auth again, Auth API. We have the login. So I'll skip all these ones. We have the login here, and the login, we're going to pass in the credential, and then this is a post request. So I'll go over to my sign in form, similar to what we did in sign up. This is also using Zod. And then I'm going to just comment this here. And then I'm going to import the use mutation, use hook, the hook, use login mutation. And then here we're going to log in the user. So I'm going to remove all of this dummy data here. So I'm just going to remove all of this. So I'll change this to values. And then I'm going to uncomment this here. So remember, once we sign in the user, we need to store in the data in the local storage. And to do that, we are going to use the auth slice. And inside the auth slice, we have set credential. And this is where we set the credentials. And then this will won't be null again. And see how to, we have exported the set credential function here. So I'm just going to copy, and to do that, we're going to be using the dispatch. So I'll comment this, and the use dispatch app dispatch hook is coming from the app hook. And if I go into app hook, we can see we are making use of the use dispatch coming from React Redux. So I'll save this. Then let's import the set credentials. And then we are done with this. So let's try and sign in, and then let's look at the data in the local storage. So I'll click on login. And once I log in, this should redirect me to the overview page. And I'm going to inspect this. I'll click on console. Let's click on network. Sorry, not network, application. Then click on local storage. Then click on this. And if I open this widely, we can see persist store here. Once I click on persist store, we can see the data is being stored here. We can see the expired date, we can see the user ID, the name of the user, the email, the profile picture, updated at, and the report settings. Then I think we can see the access token is not, I can't find the access token here. So you can see others. Let me look at the, go over to set credentials and make sure we added access token. So I'm going to go into set credentials, and access token has been set here. So if I look at, okay. So what I'm going to do, let me clear everything here. And let me try and log in again. I'll click on login, click on the network tab, and let's see the response here. Preview, and this is access token here. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. So this should be access token. So change this to access token. Then we can change this one to access token. Replace all of this to access token here. So once that is done, I think that is all. So we'll be able to see the access token in the local storage. So I'll just try and log in again. Let's remove all of the data. And once I log in, if I click on this, you should see the access token now. And there we can see the access token. So basically that is it. So we are done with the sign in form. So we're going to go ahead and work on the add transaction API. So before we go ahead and work on the transaction API, integrating international API, we need to protect the path, the overview part. So I'm just going to go into my route, and here we have the auth route. So once the user is signed in, the user can access the auth page again or the user logout. So what we're going to do, we're going to say constant access token. We're going to get the access token. So let me just open this. Is equals to, we're going to use type selector, which is from app hook. And then we're going to try to get the data from the storage. So state dot auth. Then we can also get the user. Then below here, we are going to say if the user, then I'm going to remove this. If we don't have any auth access token and not user, then we just go return the auth page, that's the login page. Else we just redirect the user to the overview page and we just replace this. So basically that's it. We can do similar thing to, or just copy this. And let's go to protected route. Let me copy all of this. Go to protected route. And there I'll just paste it. And then instead of this, we're going to, let me go over here, copy this. So I'll say if not this, just redirect the user. So let me import this. Then we can just redirect the user to, redirect the user to the auth dot sign in like this. And then if we have if the user is logging, then we just fall back to the outlet, so the protected route. So once I save this, now I'll try to access it. I'll try to access the login page. If I click on enter, it will take me back to overview. And you can see, then if I click here, I could see the logout here. If I click on logout, then click here, it should take me to the logout. Once I click on login, I'll be redirected to the overview page. So basically that is it. So we can also just make, let's try to make this come first. I'll just say if this and this, let's see. And I'll try and log out again. Try to log in. Post your work. So basically that's it. So let's go ahead and work on the transaction, add transaction. So I just click here and go over to transaction page. And then I'll click on the add transaction. So we can add the data first here. So I'll just close everything here. Let me close everything. So if I close the auth, now I'll go into my transaction and click on index.tx. So inside the transaction, we have uh, the import transaction model and the add transaction drawer. And this add transaction drawer is the drawer we are seeing here. So I'm going to go into the add transaction drawer, which is inside the components, inside the transaction folder in the add transaction. And inside there, we have the open state and the close drawer, which is similar to this. Is this? Then we have the where is that? The transaction form. So this is where we're going to make use of it. So I'll just go into my transaction form. And notice this transaction form, we are using it for both the add transaction and edit transaction. So currently, if edit true is not being passed, then we know it is and the transaction ID is not being passed, we know it is the add transaction. So what we are going to do is to create a transaction. So let's go over to our transaction slide API, which is inside the features under the transaction folder. So here we have the create transaction API. So I'll just go into my create transaction body, and this is exactly what we're going to pass here with the types. So I'll close this, and the create transaction, if we scroll down, we can see the hook here. Use transaction mutation hook. So I'll close this transaction API. I'll go into the form. So let me go into the form, and below here, I'm just going to enable this. So I'm just going to import this from transaction API. We are going to come back for the edit here. And once I comment it, now we can scroll down to where we have not this one, not this. And we're going to look at the AI scan. So here at the summit. So for the summit, what we did here is if we got the payload here, then if it's edit on transaction ID, then we are going to use the update mutation, then return. But if not, we are going to enable the create transaction, the create transaction, which is we're getting it from here. So now we can import the toast from Sona, and then I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. It's creating and it's loading. Then scroll down to where we have the button here, and I'm going to just add it here. So once we are done with this, then we can scroll up and let's test it out. So I'm going to test it with some data, and we're going to see if our transaction is created. So I'm going to inspect this to be sure. I'm going to drag this down. So let me close this. I think this is now. Let me open the network tab again and click here. So I'm going to select income, and I'm going to populate this with some data. So I've populated it. You can see I wrote freelancing block writing $500, and this category you can select from here or you can type inside. I'll just type freelance, and click on enter, and this should set. Then we can choose the dates you want. So I'm going to just pick, let's pick today. Then you can set it to recurring or not recurring. So I'm going to now set it to recurring, and I'm going to create an expense transaction that will set to recurring. And if I go back here, we can see we also handle the is recurring and recurring interval, which is valued as frequency. So I'm going to click on send, and let's click on save. Okay, it's sent pick a date. Let's click and it says transaction created. I think that is a bug there. So I'll click on create here, click on drag my inspect and click here, and we should see finance category, description, bank transfer, the title, and others. So let's also create an expense for with recurring. So I'll do that quickly. So I'll just click on expense. So I've added the data now. You can see internet bill, the utilities. I'm going to select the dates here. So let me select the dates. Let's set it to 9 or 10. Let's say it's July 9. And I also want to make sure in the backend, let me go straight to the backend first. And let's confirm this uh, in the controller, transaction controller. Then we have the create transaction and quickly scroll up. We are able to get the recurring. Hope we're getting the is recurring interval. Yeah, okay. We are getting it. So let's see if this will work. And also in the service. So I need to be sure. So going to the service, whether we're taking factor of the recurring interval and we are saving the recurring interval, yes. So I'll cancel this. Let's go back to the form. Let me quickly close the backend. And then let me click on save. So I pick daily. So I'll click on save. And then we're able to create two transactions. So now let's go ahead and get all of these transactions. So I'll close my form. And then because I'm using this all transaction, both in the all transaction page, and I'm also using it here in the recent transaction. So if you come over here, you can see transaction table, and inside the transaction, you can see all transaction. I mean the transaction folder here and the page. We are using transaction table here, and inside the dashboard, we have the dashboard recent and transaction. You can see transaction table here, and we're setting this not to show any pagination. So basically, that's how we are implementing this. So I'll go over back to my transaction. Then let's click on table. And there, if we click on table, we can see that inside this transaction, we have the page size and the show password. And there we have a filter, which we can see here. You can filter by, you can search by keyword. And the keyword I'm using a bounce hook, which I created so that the user can keep on typing until the key part at the stop, the key down stop. Then this will call the endpoint. So if you go over into the use band, you will see the hook being implemented here. So I'll close this. And then if I scroll down, we can see the pagination. Oh, this will be coming from the endpoint here, which is this endpoint. So we also have the handle search here. We have the handle filter change. This is going to get a filter from the table. And then we'll confirm if this recurring states frequency as recurring, and this will pass it frequently, which is this frequently here, and the type, which is this. Then we have the pagination, the page changes, and then you can see inside the table, if we go into the table, we can see the hook we created. And this table is located in the components in data table. And you can see inside the table, we have the filters and the search, social search. And then if you scroll down, this is where we implemented the filters. This is where we implemented the search. And then this is where we implemented the filter. So this can be reused with multiple places. So, and then if you also click on this, but on this checkbox, we should see the delete button, and which is this here, bulk delete. So we're going to come to that. So you can go over and look at this table and then see how this was implemented. So I'll close this, and here is where we pass in the filters we need on search, on page size changes, on filter changes, and on bulk delete. So let's go into our API, transaction API, and look at the next API we're going to pick, which is the get all transaction. And there we pass in undefined for the keyword, type, recurring type, and set page size to 10. Then we pass that params to the API because this is a GET request. So you're going to scroll down to the end and you can copy this, then go into transaction table. And below here, I'm just going to uncomment this here. And I'm going to import this. And the keyword we pass in the bounce term filter type, which is this, the filter type. And if you know, here is where we are setting the filter type from the handle filter change, which is coming from the table. And then the recurring status, the page number and the page size. Now, once we get the data, we can get all transaction, which is this. Then we have the pagination from the data. I'm just going to remove this one. And once we're done, I'm just going to copy this and remove the dummy data here and paste this. And once I save this, so let's remove some of this import. Yeah. And I'm going to check this is fetching. And we're going to set it here. And save this. And let's see if this will let me open the network tab and reload this. And we can see all the transactions here. So if I scroll down, I'm thinking we're not seeing the transaction here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to console log this. Let me console log data. And save this and click on console. Data.transactions, which is that. And then these are the data here, objects here. So we got the table, we got the data, the transaction. So now let me console the transaction here. And save this. If I scroll down, this is showing empty. Oh, I think the spelling, I made a mistake in the spelling. So it's supposed to have C, but I omitted this. So this is going to throw an error because we set the type. If I go over to get on transaction response, if I click here, we can see the type. So I'm just going to remove the C here. So it matches with this. I'm going to save this. And once I save this and I scroll down, we should see the data here. So let me reload and let me scroll down. And then we can see the data. So I'll close this. Now we have July 10, 2025 internet bill, utils, expenses. And we can see the frequency daily, July 11, 2025. This is great. And this is set to 1 time. So now we can test the filter now. I could search for freelancing. You can see the API is not being called until I stop before the API is being called here. I can click here to reset. And let me go over to the view all first. And let's do that here. So I can filter here by income. And this will show income. I can filter here by expenses. And this will show expense here. Then I can remove this and then click on recurring. And this will show the expense transaction here. And then we can click here to non-recurring. And then we can see the income. So let's remove this. So now what we are going to do next is to handle the edit, duplicate, and then delete. Before we come over and work on the bulk delete. So to do that, we're going to come into, let's open the Explorer tab and then go into columns. And inside columns, I'll scroll down to where we have these actions here. So just scroll Go down to where we have the action. You can see the action cells. And in the action cells, you can get it. We got the transaction ID. Now we have a hook where we call use edit transaction drawer. And we are using Nox to handle this. Remember in the app layout, if I go into my layout, we can see the edit transaction drawer component, which is this. So we are using one particular edit transaction drawer for all of the transactions. So I'll just remove this, go over, and this hook is used to trigger it to open and close. For example, if I click on to edit this transaction, I click on edit, we should see the ID in the URL and edit true in the URL. Then I close this. Then we have the duplicates. You can see the edit component and the delete, also the duplicate. So let's quickly implement the duplicate so we can from there edit the transaction. So I'll go over to my transaction API and scroll down to where we have duplicate transaction. And this is a put request. And then we're passing the intermediate tag transaction. So once we duplicate the endpoint, we will call the get all transaction endpoint. So let's scroll down to the bottom and copy the use duplicate transaction mutation. And let's go back to the columns. And then we can scroll back up. And this is where we see the duplicates. So I'm just going to comment this out. And I'm going to import the use duplicate transaction. Then I'll remove this once here, and then we're going to then you make use of this duplicate transaction. Then I'm going to uncomment this here. And once we do that, let's import the post from Sona. And then the only duplicate transaction just need only the transaction ID. And once that is done, just save this and we can try it out and see. So I'm just going to scroll to where we have the income and let's duplicate this. I will click on duplicate and we can see it's loading, and then we can see duplicate freelance blog writing. And you can see this is set to, okay, this is one time. Yeah. So now we have done the duplicate. Let's try and edit this and change the information there. So to do that, we are going to go up where we have the edit drawer, the use edit drawer. And if you scroll down, well, this is working. It's already opening the drawer and it's passing the ID. So let's save this. Go over to Explorer and then come over to where we have uh um or let's just implement the delete first before going over to the edit form or to the add form to implement the edits. So for the delete, if we go over to the transaction API, we can see the delete endpoint here. So the delete endpoint, once trigger, is going to call the transaction and also the analytics. So I'm just going to scroll down where we have use delete transaction mutation. Come over to the column and then let's uncomment this. And then I'm going to remove this. And once you scroll down, we can enable this here and save it. So let me import this use delete mutation, save this. And we are done. So now if I try to delete this duplicate transaction, I'll click on delete and we can see this work perfectly. So now let's go into the edits. If you close this transaction table, click on edit transaction. Then inside here, we can see we got the transaction ID. And this is using we got the transaction ID from the using Nox. So through Knox, we're able to set the ID and then we're able to pass the ID in return. So once we use that, we got the transaction ID and then we pass it inside the transaction form and the edit is true. So once I open this, it's going to still take us to the add to the transaction form, similar to what we did before. But here we are going to have to get the transaction. So let me try and duplicate this transaction again. And once I duplicate it, I will edit this. Once I edit, I should be able to see the transaction here. And this is where the get a single transaction endpoint comes in. If I go into transaction API, I'll go scroll up to where we have get single transaction. And with this, we'll be able to get that. So I'm going to copy the hook and uncomment this. And once I comment this, we can be able to import the use single transaction API. Then now we can make use of this. So if I scroll down, let me collapse this. And I think I'm able to add a loader here. So let me collapse all of this. Okay. So I'm going to scroll down back and I'm going to make use of this loading from the gets here, and I'm going to create an overlay. So I'm going to let me just collapse all of this. I'll scroll down and I can do that after this div. So let me do that here. So I'm going to just paste a div and a class. So this is just absolute, setting the background to white 70, dark 70, and then showing a loader, and the loader is coming from Lucy React. So once I save that, then we should be able to, if I try, we can see the loader showing here. So now we're able to populate the field with the data from the edit and data here. So we are going to do that inside the use first. So we can just say edit data dot title. Then we can, let's also add edit data here. Then we can say edit data dot amount dot to string. Then we have edit data dot category dot to lowercase. And for the date, we can just say edit data dot date. The payment method, edit data dot payment method. And then for the recurring, edit data dot is recurring. Let's also remove this and just set edit data dot type and edit data dot recurring interval. And lastly, edit data description. And then we can add the edit data here. And let's save it, and we should be able to see this here. So I'll close it and let me try and edit again. This is not populating. Let me try and reload this. So I'm unable to get data. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to console log edit this data. And let me inspect this. Click on console. And this is undefined. So I'm just going to copy data and then paste it here. and I can get data. And I think this is transaction, not data. So I'll change this. I'm going to, and let's go ahead and update the type. So inside the get single, scroll down to where we have get single, the response. And I'm going to change this to transaction. Save this. And the error should stop. And then we can see the data showing there. So I just remove this here. And now we can make other changes here. So I think I need to also make the label for this. It should be unpacked, should be capitalized. So that's not a problem. So and again we didn't set the payment method. So let me check. Let me inspect this and confirm the payment method. Console log. Payment method. So I'll scroll down. Payment method is not being set. So let me scroll down to where we have the payment method. And the default value is set. So it's the value. Okay, yeah, is a way to fix that. So I'm just going to close this. And then we can change the data for this. So I'm just going to remove the duplicates. And I might change this from freelancing. I can say sell book. And I'll change it to like $100. Change this to income. Income. And then I'll leave it as 10. Then okay, credit card. And then let's remove the duplicates transaction. Sold book transaction. I think we made a mistake here. We've not implemented the updates. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll scroll back up, and here I'm just going to inside the transaction API. We can see the updates. Scroll up back. We have the update transaction. So we can see update transaction here. So I'll go back into the transaction form, and let's update it, enable this. So I'm going to also import this. So let me import the use update mutation. And then I'm going to scroll down to where we have the on submit. And scroll down and let's uncomment this here. And let me remove the close drawer. Remove this console log. So now we are done with this. So what we're going to do is to set the is loading here. And let's then do that here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to also add is updating loader here. And then I'm going to do, add loader. So if it's creating or if it's updating, then show this loader here. So I'll save this and then let's try and update this. So I'll just say so book changes to 100. I'll change it to income. I'll just do a credit card and I'll just say sold book transaction. Click on updates and then we can see sold book here with income, category income, card and then one-time transaction. So that is it. So the next thing we're going to do is also we should handle the AI scan receipt. So if you come over, let's go up to where we have the AI scan, and we see that the AI scan is only showing the scan receipt scanner is only showing for the edits. I mean only for the add transaction. So inside here we have some states which we have the loading change states. So I'll collapse this. So we have the scanning here, and we have uh okay, which is the scanning, and we have set scanning here. So when scan is complete, we have the handle scan complete, which is this. So what we did here is once we get the data, uh we populate it to the fields. So that's it. So what I'm going to do, we're going to go into the receipt scanner, and inside here, this is the interface, and there is the state for the receipt. Then we have this use progress loader, which is a hook I created, and you can see how the hook is being implemented here. Just start progress, update progress, done, and then reset progress. Basically, that's it. So let me close this. And then we have the initial progress to 10. Then if you scroll down the bottom, you can see the UI here. This is if a receipt is being added, then I think we show a text here. And then this, okay, yeah, we show the background image from the receipt. This is the receipt in the state. So then this is the input where you select load changes, disabled, and handle receipt upload. And there shows the progress. So if I scroll back up to where we have the handle and receipt upload, yeah, we're able to get the file, check if there's no file, then confirm the file is an image, then we create a form and set the receipt. We set the progress and we set the unload changes. So the unload changes from here so that in the transaction form, we're able to disable the components. I think so. Yes, see, I scanning. Then we have the new file reader. Then we set the receipt. Then once we set the receipt there from the reader loader, then we set a interval current progress. Then we set the increments current progress less than 90. Then we reduce. We say okay, if it's less than 90, then use 10 progress. Else we just set it to 1, so it's slower. Then we set the current progress and use the update progress component function from the use progress loader hook. So why we are setting this is because and we're not able to get the read time progress when we're calling the reduce toolkit. So we have to create and stimulate this scanning progress. So I'll just remove this, which is also dummy stuff here. And if I go over to transaction API, we can see AI scan here, AI scan receipt. And I'm going to click here and I'm going to import the uncomment this. So let me import this. And I'm going to scroll down to where we have this. So let me just set this to done. So we set here to update progress 100 once it's successful. And then we just clear the interval and set done and reset the receipt and reset everything. So let's save this and let's try it. My server is running. So I'm going to select a receipt same receipt we used in the API. So I'm going to click on this, and this is loading, and it has used 90%, and it's waiting. And then we can see the title of the receipt, the amount, the category, the date, and the payment method, which is credit card and debit card, and the description. So I just make this to let's say this expenses was made yesterday, and I'm going to click on send save, and then we can see the expense here, which is great. So we can also use the. So lastly, we're going to go ahead and implement the bulk delete. So I'm going to duplicate this 2 times, so we can test the bulk delete. So I'll duplicate it again, and I duplicated it last time. So we have 3 duplicates here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over to let's come over to the transaction table, index.tx, and if we scroll down here, we have the bulk delete, which is what we get. We can get it from inside the transaction API. So once you scroll down to the last thing here, we see bulk delete transaction, and we also add the invalidate tag. So once we delete, we refresh the all transaction endpoints and also the analytics endpoints. So let me go back to the transaction table, and let's uncomment this, and let me import the bulk delete transaction API hook, and inside this function I'm going to just uncomment this here, and this will pass in transaction IDs. And to see how this is being implemented, you can see it inside the table. If you go into the table, we can see, if you scroll down, we see row selection. Then we should see a selected row has selection. And once I do that, I'll be able to um, get the selection basically. So you can see on row selection changes, selection, and set selection. Then inside the column, inside the column, if you scroll back up, we should see how we're able to set the checkbox. This is the header, and then this is the cell. So we have the on check change row dot toggle select values, and check get row is selected, just like that. So let's go ahead and then complete this. So I'm just going to copy is and bulk deleting, and we're going to set that where is it? Yeah, and let's save this. And once we are done, we can then try and select this, and let's click on this, and then we can see the transaction is deleted. So basically we are done with the transaction. So we are going to head on to work on the bulk import transaction. So to do that, if you come over to the components, we can scroll down to features, data. We can look at data here. And inside data, I've added some files here, a file list of transaction. So let's look at how this bulk delete and bulk import looks like. So just come inside the components, inside the transaction, you will see import transaction here, and then there are list of components here. So the first one is to click on the index. So inside the index, we have 3 steps to handle this. We have the file selection, file upload, we have the component column mapping. So we have to map, the user have to map the column to the fields we have, and then the confirmation step. So I'm just going to walk you through everything here. So we have the file being set here. We have the CSV column, and here is the data, and here is also the mapping we've done. And here is just to open. And these are the fields we have based on the headings here. Then if let me collapse all of this, we'll come back to this one after the other. And this is where we render the components. So we have the file upload step down to the confirmation step. And this is where we just set everything. So inside the file upload step, if I go into file upload step, which is this, here we have the hook that sets the file and also the columns and the data. So for this, we are making use of where's the components and this components of here. We had Papa Piazza. If I go over to this npm we had Papa Piazza, this will help us to read CSV files. And you can go over here and look at how this is being done. So you can use, okay, they have the CSV reader if you want, or you can also use the hook if you want. So basically that is it. That's what we are using. So we're able to say read strings. And I think in the documentation, they also specify this part. Okay. So you can go over today. I've not seen that part yet. So if I get the read string from it, I'll be able to read the data. So I'm using file input ref. Yeah, and I'm also using the use put and progress loader. And I'm going to collapse this. And this is where we input. This is the input here for the file change. Here is the button to once you click, you're able to select this because we're hiding the input. And there is just checking if the file, how many files it has, and then the progress. So inside the handle file change, gets the file, we check the maximum size. And if you go over to this constant, we set maximum size to 5 MB and maximum import limit 300. We did that in the backend too. Then we'll first of all clear any previous progress and start a new progress. Then we get the file using file.text. And we're able to read the string, we find text, we set header to true, skip empty line true, pass mode. Once completed, then we're able to get the results. So if it's more than 300, then we say we do an error. Then we just use the progress to show indicates that the file is loading. Then once we do that, to retrieve the column, we are going to get that from the results meta field. And then inside there, we're able to just set the ID as the name, the sample data, which is a result data. We're going to load that now. And then we're able to just set here done and then use the method which we pass to set the file column and the result data. So let's look at this in action. So I'm just going to go into there and I'm going to click on box select. Then I'm going to inspect this. I'll click on console so we can see the data. So I'll clear everything here. And I'm going to click on select file. And I'm going to select the file. And once I select the file, if I drag this up, we can see the data here. And this is the data. Why? If you look at the meta, this is where you see the columns. You can see the fields, the title, the type, category, date, and then payment method. So this we're able to loop through this and then set this here. and we're able to set the data each of the column. So inside the data, we can look at for the first data, we're able to get the title. We pass the data inside the object here. Pass the title and everything. So if I console log, let's also console log columns and the results dot data. And then let me clear all of this. So I'll clear this and I will go back, select and file again, select this, and if I drag this up, you can see um, seven. You can see title name and the sample data, income. I think this sample data is not even needed. Okay, the sample data is not needed. This part is not even needed here in the list. But you can see the number of data here, the result data. So that is it. So we can remove this. This is not needed. So once we are done with this, we can go over to the column mapping. So before we look at that, once we set the data, the CSV data and the CSV columns, we're able to pass that into the mapping and also the mapping empty array, and then we pass in the transaction field, and then we have the incomplete here. So I'll go into the mapping step, and inside there, first we have the type, then we have the available attribute type, which is the field name and the required. So we want to make we want to specify each of our transaction. If I go over back here, you can see we have the field name here and the required. So you're setting the type here. And we have one that is called, I think this is for a skip, because we have another one we added skip here. So now we have mappings here and also errors. And there we get the attributes, available attributes with the available attribute type, which we set here. Here we have a new field which we added, which is skip, plus our transaction fields. So let me collapse all of this. So once you scroll down, we have the title and the description. Then we have the table. Then we try to look through the CSV columns, that is the columns. And then specify the type ID. Then we pass in the column name. And now we have a select here. And this select component, we are actually putting the using the available attributes here. So inside the available attribute, if you scroll down, you can see where we loop through this. So this can adjust. So let me just remove the zooming. Let me zoom out so we can see this. So if I scroll down here, we can see how we loop through this. We map through the available attributes. Then well, first of all, constant is disabled, so it's equals to attributes field name if it's not equals to skip. And we want to check for the ones that is disabled, that is selected. And the attribute is not equals to map column name. So any field that is selected will be added to the map array. And then we say include the field here. So here we set the attribute field, the field and the required. Then we set if it's disabled, we show this. And then I think we also added is disabled here. And there we display the error. So now let's look at the handle mapping changes with the column name and the value. So if we go over to the map handle mapping change, we set the map, we set the CSV column and the field, which is let's go back here, the value. So let's try and console log. Sorry, this is for the error. I'll just try and console log the mapping. And once I console log this, I'm just going to inspect, click on console, and currently it's empty. So I'm just going to click on one of the select field. And once I click on it, we should see the transaction field. I'm going to click on title, and we should see the mapping is set to the column name, which is title, is set to our value, which is the title from the transaction field. So basically, that's what is we are using to map this here. So for the error, we had to do validate mapping, and this will show this one we want to submit. So, but before that, we can look at the has required mapping. So this is just to check if the fields have required, and I think this is used. This is used below here. We scroll down. It's just used to set the button to disable until all required fields have been checked. Then we also check if it has error, the array that we set is. Then this is where we have the validate mapping. So, and if you can look here, we also have the mapping count, validate mapping count over the transaction field length. Mapping count, we can see the mapping count here. This is to count the mapping excluding the skip field name. So I'm just going to collapse this and let's go into validate mapping. Here we check for reset empty new empty error. Use field, we set is set. We look through this, check if not this, and if use mapping. Then we say field already mapped. Then if it's not skip, then we just add the field and select to the error. To the use field. And then we just set new error to new error. And then we get the new errors. We check for final mapping object. Then we map this, we filter this, and then skip the skip. Then before we be able to set the final mapping. So I can console log final mapping. And once I save this, I will try and quickly set all of this. So let me do that. So I've done that. So I'm going to click on the continue button, which we set the confirm mapping, and the confirm mapping, the validate mapping, we have the incomplete, and inside the incomplete, this is what we're requiring the mapping. And if you go into the index.tx, you go to where we have complete, we have handle mapping complete, and there we can see the function. This will just set the mapping to the mapping array and then move to step 3. So let's click on this, and I'm going to drag this up, click on console, and then we can see the data here. This is what we saw inside the column mapping, where we console log the final mapping, and we can see the title of the column is matched with our title, description, and also the type. So that is what we did here. So the last part is the import summary. So I'm just going to go into my index.tx. I will close this. So inside the confirm import, we pass in the file because we want to set the file name here. We pass in the mapping, and then remember we had the data. So we had the data, then we have the back, and then on complete. We just set this for handle close, and you can see handle close here. Set this to and reset import. We just set all of the field back to default. And then the handle file upload, which we had before here, is to just set the files, the CSV column, and the data, and set this to empty and move to next step 2. And this is just to set and send to go back to the previous step. So now let's look at the confirm mapping, the confirmation step. And here is where we did most of the validation. So we have the file, the mapping, the CSV data. Now we want to also add some errors. So here we have the progress hook, which we define. So I'm going to collapse all of this first. And there is where we define the title, the header. And there we have a file name, the mapping length. You can see 7 column. This can be mapping length. Yes. Then we have the CSV length, which is 20. That's data and the limits. Then we have as error. Then loading is backwarding. So we want to look at how we are able to handle errors here. So if I go back to previous one, to show error, how we are able to validate this, if I change this to skip, let's say I'm changing amount to date and change date to amount. So this is a wrong format. So we can't send this to the backend, it's going to throw an error. So we have to handle the error on the front end too. So once I click on continue, and once I click on continue, then we have the we can come over to handle imports. So we need to click on confirm imports here. If I scroll down, let me collapse the handle error. If I click on handle imports, this will trigger this function. And inside this function, what we are going to do, we are going to first of all get assign field to map transaction. So I'll collapse this and open this function. And inside this function, we say, let's define has validation error first, then result, then CSV, we loop through the CSV data and we just set an empty object here. Then once we loop through this, we find we get the CSV column and our transaction field. Then if it's equals to skip or is undefined, we just return this. Then what we did is to get the transaction. So now we have the transaction, we set transaction field field if it's equals to amount, we just set number, which convert it to number. If transaction field is equals to date, we just set this to date and we just define a row and CSV column. So now once we get this transaction here, so we've passed everything here, the row and then the column. If you click on row, remember we're looping through the CSV data. And then inside it, we are trying to get a loop through the mapping. Then we assign each of them their CSV, their row. Yeah. So now this is where we validate the transaction, and then we put this to the results, and we can see a result at the top here. If error occur, we need to throw an error message here. We need to set the error. This is where we say error. We say has error. Remember, has error here is set to false. But if error occur, we set it to true. Then we set the message. If you scroll back up where we had the transaction schema, you can see we set the title, the amount validation, date, type, category, payment method, and that is it. So once we scroll here, we're able to just map through if it's a result error, map through the type, then return type, transaction type must be income or expenses. The reason why we did that is I was able to get the error from this error map. So we had to just use this to check for the type and also the payment method. And then we return this like this. And any error, we return like this. Yeah. You get the path and error. So we just modify the error for the type and the payment method and join them as a string, and else just say invalid data. Then we just add this. We define an index for this and the message. Then we return the transaction result and has validator. And there is where we have the has error. Make use of the error and check the length. So inside this place we have the div where we just basically show the errors here. So let's look at that. Let's look at how the error is being shown here. So I'm going to click on confirm import and you should see the errors here. So once you scroll down here, we can see we have the issue found and then we match the error. We get the row and the index, and then we just show the message here. So if I open this, you can see amount must be a number, and you look at this is how we're able to define the error. Row 2, amount must be a number, it's invalid. Row 3 is similar to what we have in everything. So I also notice that the date error is not showing here. The invalid date is not showing. The invalid date is not showing. But we're supposed to show that. So let me even inspect this. Once we inspect, it goes over to console. I think if you open this, we can see the inside the get assigned field before passing to the validation to the transaction schema. We can see amount now, and we can see dates here. Okay, some of them has invalid dates, invalidates, invalidates here. So I'm also going to let me console.log CSV data and mapping. Save this and let me try and click on import again, confirm import. And let me okay, we have this here. This is the CSV data. Why this is the mapping? You can see date is amount and the amount is date. So if I open this, extension field is date, we assign row and column. So I'm just going to open this here. Basically here we're going to just say let me get this transaction and transaction field. Okay, transaction field. Then we pass in transaction field and the transaction okay, we're able to get this dates. Some of this is showing right. I'm not able to see amount. So now I've been able to console this particular all of this. Now we can be able to see the data. You can see the row. This is the row. This is the column, and this is our transaction field. And if you come to amount, you can see we are having our transaction field as date. Why this category is category and amount, we have date field is amount. So I'm going to come over here and let's so this is filling. So once you pass all of this, it's going to fill. So for instance, to console this, I'm just going to say let's create an empty array here, temp, and I'm just going to call this empty array. here. And I'm going to just copy this here. And then let's just test this out. So I'm just going to push this dot push dot push. And I'm going to push in the transactions. Save this. Then below here, let's just console log. Okay, what I'm going to do is let's just comment this. Oh, I know what to do. I'll just say return temp. Let's see this is going to work. So let me just set this to any, and let me just import the any. Or let me just console all of this. Remove this. And then I'm going to just set here to temp. Sorry, let me remove this. So I think the error is going to throw some stuff here. Um, I want us to see the transaction before. Okay, let's see it like this, because this is going to throw an error before it even end the mapping. So let me find the way. So I've been able to I've been able to set temp here, so we can actually see the data and see this. So if once I remove all of this check, I think the problem if I remove all of this check, so let's just see it first. And I set the row column to equals to row column. If I look at here, this is the transaction which was console here. The transaction, I set the temp to transaction. So if I inspect this, if I open this now, you can see the date is having the amount, while the amount is having the date field. So this is what I wanted to show you guys, that is actually setting the amount to the date when we did the selection on the column mapping. So it's mapping it exactly the way it is. So the date. So I'll just revert everything back. So I think the reason why we're having dates in the previous one was because I converted it to dates here. So I'm just going to remove the temp and revert everything back to the way it's supposed to be, and the validation here. So now if I clear this and I click confirm import, the error should show, and you see that it's showing only amount. This is because of this. So if I remove this date field here and I save this and I remove this number, this, and I save this and I click on confirm import again, if I scroll up, and this should be able to show, and we can see dates field here and we can see the amount, but then the validation is not still showing the dates field. Okay, or I think maybe I should go back and then come and continue and import again. It's still showing the amount in row one. It's not showing the date field in row one. So I'll try and console the error so we should be able to see that. So, but this is working. So I'm just going to revert this back to this, and then let's console the errors and see the errors. Console log. errors. And let me try and then click on confirm import. And I think and this is the error here. It's showing skip the first one. This is coming from the error. I think the problem here is from this part here. So once error, if it's type, if it's payment method, or maybe we can also add if it's you can add if it's dates. Yeah, if it's date, you should add that, and if it's amount, you should add that. Yeah. So that is it. I think basically the new date is supposed to have avoid us from seeing this in the error. But that is it. So once we are done with this, we're able to send the results after confirming that validating the error and checking. The user have to go ahead and we have to go ahead and go back and then update it. So I'll change this back to I'll set it to skip, go back to date and set it to date, set amounts to amounts and continue. And if I'll just open this here, also this here. So if you see we have no error, we have an empty error here. So now let's go over to collapse the get assigned field mapping. And then here we're going to have transaction has valid error. So we just return this. If it didn't work, then we confirm the limit. Then we set the timer, also the progress, and then we just set the payload here. And I'll just remove this here. So we're going to use the bulk transaction. So let me go over, let me enable this, and let's import this. Sorry, let me import this again. So I think it's missing this. So I'll just go into my transaction table API. And inside the API, we are missing this here. So I'm just going to put it here. So let me just do it here. So I've added it here. You can see the mutation, the API right from the postman, the post, and also we add the invalidate tags. So I'll save this and go back to the confirmation step. And let's import this. Sorry, let me import this. Okay, so I also forgot to add the hook. And let me add the hook here. So let me add the use function and save this. So I'm just going to increase the view, the appearance for this. Zoom in back and let me close this. Then let me import this bulk transaction now. If I scroll down, I could just add the done and progress and save this. So this is just similar to what we did in the receipt. Then we just reset and start the progress, and then we just set this to update progress here. So I'll save this and let's try it now. So I'll click on confirm, and once I click on confirm, imported, and then we can see all of our data, and this is exactly the data we have, and this is it in my Google Sheet. Let me expand this. Web design, web freelancing, UX audit here, and then we can see it here. So that is it for the transaction. We can go ahead and do the one for reports history. So for the reports, if we click on the report settings, we can see the email of the user, the monthly repeats. All of this is getting from the local storage. So I'll just go straight here and let me close all of this. And then let's collapse this and let's go over to report. Click on index.txt and inside there we have the schedule report drawer. But first of all, let's get all the reports. So if you go over to report API, you'll be able to see get all report and update settings and the hooks here. So I'll just go over to reports table and let me uncomment all of this. And I'm going to remove this here. I'm going to let's import this. And I'm going to set this to is fetching. And I'm going to set this to data.reports just like this. And once I save this, so I'll remove this empty data, won't be able to see any data. So we're going to test it out with the account we use for the report. So before we do that, let's go ahead and then handle the update report. So I'm just going to go straight to the drawer. We have the schedule report drawer. Go over to the form, and there the only thing we are going to send back to the backend is enabled. So if we go over to report API, we also have the update report settings here. So I'm just going to uncomment this and I'm going to use this patch. So we're going to update the local storage. We are saving the report settings in the local storage. So I'll remove this is loader here. And let me import the use app dispatch from app hook. And once I scroll down, I will just enable this. So I will just import the update credential like this. So I import the update credential from the auth and slice. So you scroll down, we have just the form and the I think here we have the switch. Here's where we have the monthly reports, the switch. We toggle this to turn off and you set this to off to false. And let's try it out. I think we are done with this. We have set the loader already here. So I'm going to save this and let's deactivate this. So I think the loading is not showing. It's really show. Let's see. It's loading. If it's loading, save changes. Okay, let's remove this, close, and all of this from this here. So now let me try again. Let me update this. Let's save changes. And if I click on this, it's still showing settings. So this is not updating. So I'm just going to check the local storage application. So I'm going to check this. We are getting this from the report settings here. So if I click persist route, should scroll down to where we have report settings, and this is set to false, but it's not reflecting here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to use effects. So I'm just going to say form dot reset. Then we're going to just get the user email. Email is equals to user dot email is enabled. It's going to be report setting dot is enabled. A frequency report setting dot frequency. So we can say if user and the report settings, then we can update is just passing the user and the report settings. I'll just pass in the form here. And if I save this and I click on this, we should see that it works here. So we can just remove all of this data. So I'm just going to close this. So now if I activate it, save changes, and if I click on settings, it should work. So basically that's it. So what I'm going to do, we'll log out and let's see if data is showing. So I'll log out from this account and I'm going to try with a different account. So let me go over to Postman and get the account which we use. I'll go over to login. I'll copy the password. Let me go to and change the password and click on login. And then I'll go over to reports and we can see the report that was sent to our email, and we can see sent date, the sent status, and then action. And if we go over to reports table and column, we didn't add for the no activities here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go into this place and I'm going to add no activity. We can check that from the backend. I think I'll say report model. You can see that here. And then you can just do that here. Report setting dot no activities. And let's just use PG Gray 400 and text Gray 800. And just like this, it's just the same to me. So this is working. So let's go ahead and update the user, work on the user account. Yeah. So let's go ahead and do that. So for the user account, we can just quickly go straight to settings. So just scroll down to settings, click on account, and inside accounts, we can see the account form. Click on account form. And once we go there, we can see we have the name and then profile photos. We got the user from the type from the state. And then we set the file and the avatar URL. Then this is the form, the unsubmit. And there's where we handle the handle avatar change. And then this is the form here. So basically, if you go over to user API, that's what we only have here. And this is the hook. So I'll just copy this, come over to update, and let me just enable this and also enable the dispatch. So we update the local storage. So let me import the app dispatch. Then let's import the use updates mutation, and then inside the onSubmit, I'll just remove this, and then I'm going to enable this here. And we're going to import the use the update credential from the auth slice. And basically that is it. So we are done with this. So I'm going to try this with the other account. So I'll log out from this account. And let me log in into this one. And then let's go over to settings. And let me choose a file, an image. So I'm just going to do that. And I've selected an image. So you can scroll down here and then add this class to the avatar image here. So once I select the image, I'm not changing the name. So I'm going to click on update account. And I'm going to click on this. And then this should update the account. And you can see the image showing at the top here. So that is it for the image. That is it for the settings, account settings. And then the appearance is working fine. So let's go ahead, let's work on the analytics and the charts page side of it. So let's go ahead and work on the analytics page. So I'm just going to close and clear all of this. Yeah. So let's close the report and settings, and let's go into dashboard. So inside the dashboard, we can first of all go into the index.tx. And inside the index.tx, we define the date range, and let me save this. And inside the page layout, okay, we have the page layout. If I go into page layout, where we show the header and also the children. So we have the date range in the dashboard summary. So I'll go into dashboard summary, and inside the dashboard summary, we have the header, which you can see here with the username, and we have the subtitle unknown. And then we set the date range, which we are getting from the state here. Passing it here. So to see the date range components, we can go into the header here. So just go into the dashboard header, which you can find inside the components, inside dashboard folder and component. And there you can see the date range select. So if you scroll up inside the components, we have the date range picker and the date range select. So inside there is where we have we define the date range and also the presets. So I'm just going to change this. Let me use the same thing we did for this. I'm going to say okay. And today, let me set this to now. Now and then can have end of day, today, and today. So here we have the presets, we have the get range, which give us the from and also the to and value and label. And basically that's it. Yeah, and we can see the components. So I will close this, which is this here. And if you go into the stacks, we pass the date range. If I go into the stack, yeah, this is where we have the summary class. So if I go into analytics API, here is where we find the API. Yeah. So and scroll down, you can see the hook. So I'm going to enable the hook here. And then I'm going to import the use summary analytics query. So once we set it, we're going to go into the card. So I'm going to set its loading to its fetching. So just update all of this. And now the next thing we are going to do is we have commented this. So yeah, we're going to set the value for the available balance. So I'll say summary data. This is going to be dot available balance, and here we're going to also get a summary data and dot percentage changes dot balance. So we're going to also do the same thing here. Summary data sorry dot available sorry dot income, total income, and then summary data dot percentage changes dot income. And there we have for the total expenses, we have summary data dot total expenses. Then also for the percentage changes, we just have summary data dot percentage changes and dot expenses. And for the saving rate, we have the value. It's a summary data. It's going to be percentage dot saving rate dot percent. So let me check. This should be dot saving rate. Okay, we need to update the saving rate type. So I'll just go over to the summary. We'll go over to response type. And here we have a saving, and we're going to just change this to object. And inside our Postman, if we go into Postman, let's go straight to analytics, summary API, and we click on send here. Okay, let me just quickly log in. Get the access token. Okay, let me just quickly click on this and then paste this here. And click on send. And there we can see percentage and expense ratio. So I'll just remove this, change this to number, and change this to number too. And save that. And let's go back here, scroll down. And then I'm just going to say dot percentage. And let's copy this. And let's paste this and change this to expense ratio. And let's save this. So now if we see this in our data, we can see the values here. The total available balance. If I inspect this and let's reload this again, and let's see the data from the backend. I'll click on summary, 30 days been passed. Now we can see the available balance, the percentage changes are 0, the saving rate, expense ratio, and percentage changes, and also the preset. And the percentage changes for the previous value all are zeros. So that is it. So we have no we set the saving rates. We are showing 0 here. We had value for saving rates. So let me click on that, click on data, saving rates. We have, okay, this is saving rate, not savings rate. So let's go to type and change it. And inside the stacks, I'll just change this to saving with so this is it. So I'll close this now. And then let's look at the summary card. So if I go into summary card, we have the title, value, date range, percentage changes, loading, and then card type. Similar to this, and then similar to this, but the 7 ways we have the is value, percentage value. So this is to determine the cash rate percentage. So now if I go into the summary card, we can look at it from the beginning. So I'll scroll up, and then this is a type with the card type being set here. We have the card status, which is a label, color, icon, and description, the interface here. So now to get the card status, we pass in the value expense ratio. So if card is equal to saving and the value is 0, we say no saving record. Then if export ratio and export ratio is greater than 75, it's greater than 75, then we say high spent. And I think the expense ratio we had was I think it's higher than 75. So I'm going to check that. Okay, if it's okay, we're using the same thing here. This is 75. If it's greater than 60, so we're having 62 here, then we're going to show high spent. Yeah. Then check for the saving rate. So if the saving rate value less than 7, we say low saving. So here we're checking for the this is the expense ratio. And let me collapse these two. This is for the value, which is the savings. If it's low, we have low savings, and we have moderate, and we have good savings. Then here we have the if label type, card type is equals to income, we set it to income, card type is equals to expenses, we set it to expenses. Then if not, we just have no uh, no type label set. So just setting the label. So I think this is the type label here. Okay. If it's equals to 0, just return this. Then if the balance is equals to balance and the value is less than 0, we say overdrawn, we set it to red and say balance is negative. So for instance, if we go ahead and then delete the income, so let me delete this income here. Okay. Let me delete this remaining income. And the test is not reloading, the delete is not reloading the, so let me reload this. Okay. Let me delete this one lastly. Something's wrong with this. You're having only expenses and it's an available balance. So let me say all time. Okay. Oh, sorry. This remember we imported some data here. As we can see, we have so many data here, and some of them their dates is showing April 26, April 14th. So these are past data, expense and data here. If I go over to index.tx, and it's not showing for last 30 days, so let me look for last month. We're unable to see last month. So last month is June. So last 3 months. Last 3 months. May, I think so. Last year. Okay. Oh, some of the data is 2024. So I think I will update some of this data to 2025. So 7, we'll update the sheet so we're able to see some of the data here. So let's go ahead and then continue. Um, then we have we just return an empty stuff like this. Then this is the get trend direction. So if card is expensive, we just say less than 0, positive and negative. If it's greater, we just set positive or we set negative. So based on the card type here. Then the summary card, we get the status from the card status at the top. Then we say the show trend. We say if percentage changes is equals to undefined and percentage is equals to null and card type is not savings. Then we have the set show trend is true. Then if show trend percentage is not equal to 0, then we get the end trend, and this is its get trend, and this is a skeleton here. And then we're formatting the value. If percentage value, format percentage, else format currency, we pass in the value. And if we go into format currency, this is it here with the options here. So we use the expense, we just show minus, and that's why you're seeing minus here. And then we show sign here with the card type expense true, show sign is equals to balance and value is less than 0. Then we show the sign. So now this is the card. This is the format value we use. We are using counts up, and then if the card type is equals to savings, then we show percentage value and then the description. Else, if date range is equals to date range enum, then we just show showing okay, if it's equals to all time. Like now, if I click on all time here, we see showing across all time. Showing across all time. Then we have value is equals to 0 and status dot label. Then we show the status of color, status of label, and also the description. And then if not description, we just show if not description, there's no point showing anything here. So if there's no description, we just show date range dot label. So basically that is it for this. And then we show the show trend. If percentage is not equal to 0, if it's equal to positive, we show green, else red, and we show the up and down. And then we format the percentage changes, and then we show sign if this is equal to 0, if expenses is equal to expense, data is equal to expenses, and that is it. Then for the percentage changes, if it's equal to 0, we'll just show trending down icon, and then we just say format is 0. And that's what we're able to see in the last 30 days. We're seeing 0.0 for past 30 days. So so that is it for this for the analytics. So if I click on logout, and let's try with our other account. Let me log in into this account, and then we should be able to see this. This was the one we added before. I think how many we added some data. We added multiple data here. So if I'm to select all of the income and delete it, I'll do that again here. Income. So now let's go over to this. We're having 750 income. 750. Let's click on this. Let me check if we have income. Okay, yeah, we still have one more income here. And let me delete this one. Why is it doing like this? I'll delete audio income. So I've deleted audio income. So let's click on this and let's see. Something's still wrong. I don't have any income and it's still showing available balance. Expenses. Hmm. Okay, minus this is showing total income 77.50 and saving rates 1000. So I think we're having issue with the date. So let me go back and let's go back to the backend. I'll just go back to analytics. It's and let me try this back. Let me save this and let's see. So I'll click on let's click on this and let me go to all transaction. Let me click on send. So we have only expenses. There is no income. Okay, we have an income here. So that is why it's showing like this. We have an income. Let me reload this. We have an income, but I don't get why it's not showing. Let me search my income. Yeah, why is it not showing? I can't find the income here. Oh, I can't see the income in this place. But once I filter, I'm able to see the income. Let me try and inspect this. Let me click on load. Nice network. Click on all and transaction. Okay, I can see the income here. Freelance, but I can't find the income in the table. Yes. So I think something is wrong. So let me revert this back and let me go back to the transaction table. Transaction table index, and let me be sure that we are passing the right object size. So let me look at H. Oh. It's we are passing page, not page size. So let me look at the transaction endpoints controller. So that means this was wrong. It should be page. And click on page number. This is working. So in the analytics, let me try and fix this. So I found the problem. So just go over to date table inside the components. And if you come over here, notice I also added the react table and page, which we're not making use of. We are using our endpoint to do that. We're not using the table and pagination. So I'm just going to just remove this, and you should be able to see the data now. So now it's calculated, it's countable. So now if I delete this transaction, now if I go over, you should be able to see zero transaction. Let's see, May 25. Okay, so let me log out to this account and try with a different account. And this account here. And let me click on view all. And there we can see some of the incomes that we're not seeing before. So I'll just remove all of this. So I just delete everything. And if I go back, available balance again, 125. What is happening? View all again. I'm still saying this is still having issue. Okay, let me remove this one. 500. So let me load all of this. Let me click on this. Okay, now you can see that. So we can see available balance is minus 372 in the last 30 days, which is actually the expenses for the last 30 days. So if we look at the dates 2025, 2024, some of the data are 2024. So I think this the only one that we have for 2025 should be in the view all. And we can see them here, these two. I see 320, 09, these two. These two is in the last first 30 days. And that's why we can see that 372. If I click on all time, we can see total expenses is 1000. So basically that is it. If we're able to show that. So I'll just remove this. And let me, so let's go ahead and work on the charts here. So I'll just close all of this. So for the chart, just go straight to the data and data dashboard data charts. And inside the index, if you look at the index, we had inside the um, dashboard data charts. If you scroll down, we can see some of the dummy data here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this dummy data, remove everything here. And I'm going to enable this, use analytics chart. I'm going to remove all of this. And this is making use of VChat. So if you go straight to Shanty UI, just click on this and go over to chat. We can see all of the charts available in Shanty UI, and you can use any one here. Just click and you'll be able to see any of the charts one you want. You can pick online or anyone. So if you scroll down, it's what we did here. we got the transaction type, the config, then the date range. Then we have the type, look to the types, and then I was able to show the count, the total count for each of the, we have number of expenses too for the past 30 days. And um, also the income, total income. And there, if there's no chart, just show an empty state. And this is the container. And basically, so this is where we have the area, the income. So I'm going to populate some data so we can be able to see the chart display. And then this is the ledger, chart ledger, which is showing here. So that is it for the chart. Let's go ahead and implement the one for expense breakdown. So just go over to expense pie chart. And this is also from Shanty UI. You can see the chart components and it's using VChart. So just scroll down where I have categories. I'm going to remove this. And then I'm going to enable the API. Then I'm going to remove all of this here. And let me import this from Analytics API. Save this, and then let me remove the category here. And then we can see we have only two utilities and restaurants here. And then we can also see the also the same thing, the pie chart, the cell category we look through, the labels, and this is where we set the total spent and the total spent amount, the amount here, and the chart ledger. So that is it. So that is it for all of the projects. So I will just try and populate the data. If I filter by last month, I think we don't have any data for last month. For last year, we have data for last year. And you can see the bar chart showing clearly only expenses, there's no income. And then we can see some of the breakdown here. So let me just quickly populate. Let's go into let me go straight to view all, and I'll populate income for the last 30 days here. So let me do that. I'll do that on the Postman directly. So I've been able to add some data, and if we look at this now, we can see the transaction available balance and the user total income and total expenses now, and then there are much current data. And I've also updated the sheet so to the current year. And if you scroll down, we can see all of it, and everything is working fine. So basically, that is it for this video. So make sure to check out the extended part of this project that covers payments using the free trial model plus the monthly and yearly plan, and also option to switch from monthly to yearly plan and also manage subscription. The link will be in the description. And don't also forget to like, share this video, and also subscribe to this channel. Peace and love.